Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on in and sit on down. Today, we're talking about hiking. Well, kind of. There's always been some kind of crazy hiking stories, right? The Donner Party being one of them, which resulted in some kind of weird stuff. Or even the guy who, not necessarily hiking, but went out and rode bicycles and, the 127-hour story about getting trapped and having to cut off your arm and drink your piss and all that kind of stuff. So all I'm saying is that hiking is a very peculiar thing. Today, hiking is involved in one of Russia's craziest and most controversial mysteries. Which this time in Russia, it was the Cold War era. Right after World War II, all the way up until the 90s, there was a big period of time where people were talking about secret experiments, super weapons, all kinds of crazy things that Russia was doing, and god damn it if the world wasn't absolutely horrified of them. Which even this Cold War era is it's considered the Russian Area 51. It's perplexed people for over 50 years now, and people think that all kinds of crazy supernatural things have happened, from aliens to cryptid monsters, anywhere between on the spectrum of conspiracies. The Cold War Russia era, it falls pretty much right in the middle of that. We're going to be talking about 9 students from a nearby Polytechnic Institute who went missing during a skiing trip. They were found later with missing clothes and unusual damage done to their bodies, even though the campsite looked largely undisturbed. To this day, no one knows what happened, and some people think that we will never find out. And this has become the incident known as the Dyatlov Pass. And I'm going to let you know right now, I'm going to mispronounce a lot of Russian stuff. I can barely speak English, and it's my first language, so if I mispronounce a name, just roll with me. We'll have the names up on the screen, and you can justify it later. The Dyatlov Pass, this incident, no one really knows what happens, right? And I don't think that we'll ever truly knows what happens. But I'd like to talk about some of the conspiracy theories today, because this story is extremely interesting. It's full of so many questions and not enough answers to where I think that's where it lets people run wild with their imaginations. I wanted to tell you so maybe you could come up with your own answers as well. The year is 1958 in Soviet Russia. I don't know how I feel about that. I'm trying to make it sound like a Disney thing where it's like it's 1985 and you're in Los Angeles, California. But no, the year is 1958 and you're in Soviet Russia, which I imagine is cold and people are eating potatoes and drinking vodka. Igor Dyatlov, for whom the incident is named after, is studying radio engineering at Ural Polytechnic Institute in Yekaterinburg, Russia. Like I said, stay with me. I swear. Just it's up on the screen. If it gets too out of hand, we'll just say gibberish. One of the leading technical universities in the country, UPI turned out top-flight engineers to work in nuclear power and weapons industry, communications, and military engineering. Young Igor, who was 23 at the time, was an inventor, a tinkerer, and an outdoor enthusiast that had an idea. He proposed and planned a 16-day cross-country skiing expedition through the Ural Mountains. This divides Western Russia and Siberia. Siberian wilderness? How many times has someone said that when they're like, don't do that? Or even, it makes you think of, too, Serbian film. Good movie. Which means this mountain range separates Europe from Asia. It's a big deal. It's a big mountain range, right? I'm just trying to let you know it is the literal line in the sand. This is not the first big wilderness trip that Dyatlov had conducted, and he often used equipment he had invented or improved on during these excursions. But for this trip, the skiers had to ski over 200 miles on a route no Russian had ever taken before, as far as everyone knows. People could have done it, but they might have died or had something similar happen to them that was never documented, but I digress. Dyatlov designed the trip to be as hard as possible so the group could all get certified as Grade 3 Outdoorsmen, which is the highest level of some kind of Boy Scout ranking for Russian people that I don't know. And if you want to put a little blurb here, you can, but basically, it's tough. And you get a big badge, and you can feel like a man. Today's video is sponsored by Aura. Now listen up. There's bad people out there that want to sell your information to scammers, spammers, and all the yucky in between alike. And I don't want to scare you, but it's all out there. Your name, your address, your health records, which is why I've been using Aura. Aura shows me which data brokers are selling my information and automatically gets me off those lists. They send opt-out requests for me to clean up my information online. This means less spam for me and less personal info online for those pesky little hackers. Aura also has antivirus, VPN, and password management features all in one app, all at one affordable price. Aura is on the background at all times, protecting my work and my personal info from the rest of the world. I know I value my privacy, and you should too. You can go to aura.com/papameat to start your 2-week trial, or click the link in the description. Stop data brokers from exposing your personal information. Go to my sponsor, aura.com/papameat to get 14-day trial and see how much of yours is being sold today. It's a lot. gonna be a lot. Thank you, Aura, for sponsoring this video, and back to the video. Dyatlov recruited his classmates Zina, Komagolova, and 7 other students who were close friends or acquaintances with Dyatlov. They were all experienced winter campers and cross-country skiers. One of them even, Georgy Kanjinsko, was an engineer at Mayak Nuclear Complex in the secret town of Chiachibit 40. I gave up way too quickly, that's alright. It was the birthplace of the Soviet nuclear weapons program after the Second World War, and this place at the time was completely hidden and not visible on map. The identities of the 100,000 people living there were erased from the census. This happened for decades. So what's kind of interesting so far is we're getting into a spot where all of these people are very smart engineers. I mean, even Dyatlov, Igor, an inventor, a tinkerer, all of his friends go to this school with nuclear power programs. And it's building a theme. These people know too much and they're traveling in a certain area. What a delicious setup, isn't it? It's so weird, like, well, we're all just nuclear physicists who work with nuclear-grade weapons and arms. You guys want to go skiing, or what's going on with that? A few days before the group took off, however, the UPI administration added a mystery man to the expedition, Semyon Zolotaryov. No one knew why. He was a veteran of the Second World War with a curly mustache and odd tattoos. And at 37, he was also much older than the rest of the people going. The average being in the group around 22 years old. You know, like college people. I'll tell you what, dude, Simon, even in this picture, he looks mysterious. If this was a Guess Who map of who farted, he would definitely be the person where he's just like, was it me? It could have been me. I don't know. Tell you what, though, Yuri, he's got some ears on him. God damn. Igor looks like a frog. With all this out of the way, the trip finally sets forth. The trip officially took off on January 23rd, 1959. And up until the point of the disappearance, the trip was very well documented. The group kept a communal journal, and most of the people going kept individual journals as well. And at least 5 of the hikers had cameras on them, and most of their pictures depicted a group of young people, beautiful and energetic. This is definitely something that horror films are made out of. Like, this is the part in the movie where there's like, everybody's all laughing, and then we're all relatable. Dude, are you gonna ask her out this weekend? He's like, shut up, Igor. Maybe I will. F*** off, Yuri. Maybe I fucking will ask Simon Yakovlevich off. 3 days in, a man named Yuri Yudin was experiencing severe sciatica and had to abandon the trip and head home. Ironically, the person most likely to die on the trip had become the only person from the group to survive. Which Yuri coincidentally died in 2013 at the age of 75, which is kind of a, I mean, who cares? After he was gone, there was 9 people still continuing on their skiing expedition, waiting to have the time of their life so they can use wood and go down slopes of ice skiing. The trip had been easy, but they had yet to ski far distances and camp in the snow. The group was on track to meet their goal, and according to Dyatlov's itinerary, they intended to reach the tiny village of Vizhai around February 12th. Leaving Vizhai, the group officially went off-grid and into the wilderness. Dyatlov promised to send word to the university when they arrived on the 12th, but a telegram from the group never came. 8 days later, on February 20th, a search party was finally released. And on February 25th is when we get our actual incident of what is now known as the Dyatlov Pass. February 25th, an odd scene was found. An abandoned tent was discovered with personal items, food, and equipment inside. Food was laid out as if it was about to be eaten. Ski boots, axes, and equipment were neatly placed on either side of the door of the tent. The crew's cameras, journals, and clothes were stacked and neatly folded and left behind. The tent was found on a remote mountain referred by the Soviets as Height 1079, but the indigenous people of the area called it Kolot Skalk, or Dead Mountain. That's crazy. The indigenous people are just like, up there? You mean they went up on Dead Mountain? I wouldn't do that. But the biggest question began as everything's left behind. Clothes are neatly folded, so are the journals. I mean, everything looks like this is like an active campsite. But the biggest question arose, where did everybody go? After they dug the tent out of the snow, there was numerous slashes found all over the tent. About 100 feet downhill, footprints were found of 8 to 9 people walking toward the tree line. Weirdly, almost all the footprints showed that the students walked either barefoot or in stockings through the snow. This is already building to be something crazy. Now, an active campsite, they're all smart people, but now they're finding footprints that are barefoot or in stockings. They're not even wearing their shoes. What the hell could have been? Why? Like, why? One person to be wearing a single ski boot. The search party followed the prints for 600 to 700 yards, and then the footprints just vanished. The next morning, searchers found the bodies of Krikovanshinsko and Dronskinsko under a tall cedar tree at the edge of the forest. They were found next to a dead fire and only their underwear. But above in the tree, there were broken branches, and on the trunk of the tree, bits of skin and torn cloth were found. Later that day, 2 more bodies were found, Dyatlov and Kolmogorova. They were farther up the slope, facing the direction of the tent with clenched fists. It appeared that they had died walking back towards the tent. And a few days later, a 5th body was found. It was Slobodin. These fucking pictures are gruesome, which we have to blur them now, but we will have them uncensored and up on Patreon. Feel free to sign up there. You'll be able to look at the Dyatlov past pictures free. Don't look on the website. Go through me. After looking at all of the bodies, we finally got into the autopsies of the bodies. People were able to take them off the mountain and see, and the pictures are pretty gruesome. So I will say, viewer discretion advised if you do go look at them because, you know, they're fucking dead bodies. I don't know what just to tell you. Which, the autopsy of the first 5 bodies revealed bizarre results. All 5 students appeared to have died from hypothermia, but something didn't feel right. Krivonzhensko had blackened fingers and 3rd-degree burns on his shin and foot, and inside his mouth, a chunk of flesh from his hand was found. What? Doroshenko's body had burned hair on one side of their head and a charred sock, and all the bodies were covered in bruises, abrasions, scratches, and cuts. When they found Slobodin's body, he was revealed to be the one walking around in sock and a boot. His autopsy showed he had also a fractured skull. Following these findings, a homicide investigation was underway. This was led by prosecutor Lev Ivanov. During this time, a seamstress looking around noted that the slashes came from inside the tent. This meant that the people inside were escaping from something. But once again, the question arose, from what exactly? Somebody locked them in somehow. They were apparently locked in enough to where they felt like they had to slash their way out. So realistically, I'm thinking that maybe, I don't know, delirious. Something crazy where they thought something was trying to get them and they couldn't get out, so they cut through the tent. It's very odd, especially the idea that they all ran away and they were all affected. If it was just one person, you could see like, oh, maybe some kind of drug was administered, some kind of like weird psychosis or something, but it's odd. It's odd that they all also went 600 to 700 feet away from their tent, which was like perfectly well managed. They had been perfectly documenting what they were doing so far, but now it's just like on one random night, there's all these different things that indicate that there was some kind of not only disturbance but a altercation, a struggle. There was a couple theories early on in the investigation, one of them being the Gulag escapee theory. The area where the bodies were found were close to a few of Stalin's prison camps. An early theory was that an escaped prisoner encountered these students and brutally murdered them. In fact, Ivdel Gulag was extremely close, but the Gulag confirmed that no one escaped, and also the fact that everything was left as it was at the campsite ruled this theory out. Which, yeah, it is kind of crazy that they were by one of Stalin's prison camps, but still, it doesn't explain like why everything was still folded. And also, a group of 9 20-year-olds couldn't overpower one man. Even if someone did get hurt or like, yeah, you got cut up, you would assume that they could handle a person, one escapee. The next theory was that Yuri Yudin did it. Yuri was the only person who knew exactly where the group was heading, and he was also the only person from the group still alive. Many believed his back pain was a ruse. So now the guy who bailed out early, now people are like, what the fuck do you know? And he's like, I left because of my back pain. What the fuck am I supposed to do? But when they brought him out to the campsite, he was deeply disturbed by what he saw, and he noticed something that no one else had. Some of the hikers were wearing clothes that weren't their own. That is a fucking bombshell. Not only is Yuri seeing all of his friends dead and mutilated pretty much, but now also the realization of being able to look past the burns, frostbite, all the horrible shit. He's also just like, that's not his shirt. That's like his shirt. Like they swapped clothing somehow. So many super compelling mysteries unfolding. My God. Yuri also had an alibi that he was visiting his parents in his home village after abandoning the trip. This proved to check out, and he was cleared of all the investigations. Another theory was Mansi sacred land theory. The Mansi were native people that lived near the area where the bodies were found. It was thought that the hikers might have stumbled upon a sacred land which angered the Mansi and led to their death. In addition, the group had 2 women with them, which could be viewed as even more of an affront. Because the Mansi don't like women. I know that's not very PC, but the Mansi don't seem to care, all right? But the Mansi were very helpful through the investigation. I mean, they were very communicative with the detectives. You know, there was really no reason that they were trying to hide anything. They seemed like they were just doing nothing but helping. Also, they said that the land was not sacred at all, and it was actually viewed as barren, useless stretch of land. The night of the group was supposedly killed, many Mansi reported seeing a huge fireball shoot across the sky. A huge fireball. What does that mean? It almost makes it seem like a rocket, like a missile or something, like some kind of thing like that. Or an alien. Are we getting aliens involved now? Could be. This was the last photo captured by Yuri Kokoschinski film roll. It was a different Yuri. There was 2 Yuris. This was the guy that was actually part of the group, and this is one of the last photos, which is like a blurry kind of image showing something, but it does look like a bright light. Don't know what it is exactly. Not the best photo quality, but if I was a betting man, if I had to be legitimate about it, I'd say it's a UFO. Which also leads the question, did they see something that they weren't supposed to? Once again, the question still arises. What happened? I threw a lot at you, so to recap, 9 experienced skiers supposedly fled the tent in the middle of the night. During a blizzard, mind you. Don't know if I said that. It was during a blizzard. It was also negative 20-degree weather, and most of them were not wearing clothes, just underwear. By the way, the clothes that they were found with were not theirs. They were other people's. They were either bare feet or in socks. Some people had burns, others had fractures. And also, these people were all acutely aware of the consequences of the snow and weather and what would happen if they left their tent during these conditions. These were well-rounded people. They weren't, they had planned for this. This was all planned. There were only 9 noticeable footprints in the snow, suggesting they were the only ones around with whatever took place. So far, only 5 bodies have been found, and 4 are still missing. In May, the snow finally begins to melt. And a few months later, a Mansi hunter found the remaining missing 4 bodies in a makeshift snow den, 250 feet away from the cedar tree where 2 other bodies were originally found. Pieces of tattered clothing were strewn around the area. Another search team uncovered a piece of flesh. The excavation uncovered the 4 remaining victims, all lying together in a rocky stream bed under 10 feet of snow. The damage found suggested they were beaten by a large, blunt object. Which now, because they found the other 4 people, there was a second round of autopsies. 3 of the 4 bodies had catastrophic injuries. The medical examiner said the damage to the bodies were similar to, quote, an impact of an automobile at high speed. And that's fucking crazy coming from somebody from 1959. You know what I mean? Somebody's just like, I could only equate it to one of those large metal beasts driving as fast as it could. Brignoli's skull was fractured and smashed so bad that pieces of the bone were driven into his brain. Both Zolotaryov and Dubinina's chests were crushed and had multiple broken ribs. And both of those people with, the broken ribs and the crushed skull and all that kind of stuff, they were both missing their eyes. Both of them, no eyes. Dubinina's autopsy also revealed they had a massive hemorrhage in their heart, and Dubinina's tongue also was missing from her body. The odd thing was, though, even though all that is pretty odd, was that none of the bodies had any external penetrating wounds. What the fuck is happening? What is going on? Looking closer, some of the victims were wearing clothes from other bodies. Some items were cut off and others appeared to be just taken. Lab tests also found that several of these clothing items were emitted high levels of radiation. And it is noted that the radiation must have been extremely higher since the bodies were exposed to running water for months before being found. At the funerals of the deceased, which they were open caskets, if you saw the photos, you would probably be like, let's close the caskets so we can just remember them from our memories and not have to have this horrible fucking nightmare. Many people noticed the bodies were withered and orange. This is a mark of radiation poisoning, and they also had 3rd-degree burns all on their bodies. 3 months into his investigation on May 28th, the prosecutor, Ivanov, abruptly just shut down the investigation. He was just like, I'm done. We're done. No. We're done. Don't ask me questions. I don't know. It's probably an accident. Avalanche. Soviet authorities ruled 6 deaths came from hypothermia and 3 came from physical trauma. Ivanov also claimed it was not his job to determine exactly what happened, but whether a crime had been committed. He concluded a crime had not been committed and homicide was not a factor in this case. And Ivanov ended his report on this, and I quote, "It should be concluded that the cause of the hikers' demise was an overwhelming force, which they were not able to overcome." Was that a pretty good Russian accent?
Perfect.
Thank you. This vague summonation maddened the families and Soviets alike, and it continues to mystify the Dyatlov researchers to this day. And after the investigation closed, all the files, photographs, and journals from the investigation were classified, and the area around the dead mountain became off limits to skiers for years. The exact area of the mountains where the young skiers were headed for, but never reached, was named Dyatlov Pass. Kind of crazy. So now we have a thing about these bodies with so many mysterious things happening. Granted, this was 1959. It's been a long time ago. Who knows what exactly happened? It's been shrouded in mystery for years. And these are just some of the theories that we have found online. A weapons test theory. The skiers died because they had stumbled into an area where secret weapons were being tested and were killed to leave no witnesses. This is what many of the families and skiers believe, and the radiation on the clothes and the time period really makes this theory strong in people's minds because they think that maybe because of the time, time, people came across something that they shouldn't have, you know, and the government itself killed the skiers. And that's also why Ivanov also, or the investigator also just had to abruptly shut down the case so quick, because who knows, maybe some kind of guys came in, they're like, you better shut off case. You hear? Okay, sorry, I will. I doubt it was that casual, but you know. Then there was the American spy theory. Others thought that skiing group was killed by mercenaries, probably American spies. That seems a bit James Bondish, and I think that was probably just inspired by the James Bond era films. I don't know how much about that one. And then we go back to Yuri Yudin's theory, which continuously said that the deaths of the classmates was not natural. Yuri was like, this is not a natural thing. And in 2013, before he died, he declared that everyone had been taken from the tent, held at gunpoint, and murdered. He believed that Dubanya had her tongue cut out by the killers for being outspoken, and probably because she was a woman. That's just history. That's not me saying that. Women have gotten a bad rap in history. I'm a male feminist. The problem with these theories is that the snow does not lie. It would have been impossible to erase the signs of people and their equipment in the snow. Also, as much information has been declassified over the years, there has not been any evidence to suggest that there was a secret weapons base or an errant missile exploding in the area. Then we have the Mystery Man KGB theory. Zolotaryov. The theory is that he was KGB and that connection inevitably got the group killed. There's a book published in Russia that claims that Zolotaryov had two other skiers who were KGB agents on a special assignment to meet the group of a CIA operatives to furnish them with fake information. Samples of clothing contaminated with radioactive isotopes were to be offered as bait. The thought is that the CIA agents discovered the deception and killed the group and then staged the scene. But now we have people being like CIA agents trying to find nuclear testing stuff. They figured out they're being cheated, so then they kill people and redress them. And then there's an avalanche theory. An avalanche struck the tent, causing injuries and forced the group to cut their way out and head into the forest for shelter. The slope was determined too low to generate an avalanche, though with high enough winds that could have changed things. But there was no avalanche debris found. Also, the damage done to the three bodies were so debilitating that there was no way that they could have gotten to the stream bed if they sustained them in the tent. And there were no signs of the bodies being dragged. And then my personal favorite theory, which is the Yeti theory. The most entertaining theory and quite popular is that the group was attacked by a Yeti. A major contributing factor to the theory is because of the final photograph found in the Theobald Briganol's camera, which reveals a dark figure advancing through the snowy forest. Apparently the group was joking about Yetis a few hours before they had died. There was also a satirical article about Yetis seen in the area on the Ural Mountains found at the campsite, which that is a very mysterious photo. But it could have also been, it was a joke. If they saw the parodies of it, it could have been people that they were staging it and he took a photo of it. Who knows? Tigers, brown bears, a more realistic version of the Yeti theory. The state some of the bodies were left in, especially the ones with crushed chest and those missing their eyes and tongue, led some to believe animals got into the campers. If a bear wandered into the campsite, it could be a reason why everyone fled in the snow without their clothes on. Seems a little more realistic, but then again, I feel like you wouldn't see the bear tracks. There's just no other tracks. That's why I'm like, are you sure? The bad vibrations theory. Writer and filmmaker Donnie Ekar suggests that a high winds passing over the mountains created infrasound, and that this induced such terror that the skiers fled the tent, and then paranoia took hold and the cold escalated events leading to their odd deaths. If they ran out from fear, why weren't they wearing any clothes though? Paradoxal undressing occurs during fatal hypothermia, where the person suffering from it feels the body become way too hot, on fire even, and they start to take off their clothes because, in their mind, they're burning alive, but really their body is freezing to death. But
all of them, though?
That's what I'm saying. All of them had that happen simultaneously at the same time? I don't know. The heat theory. Carbon monoxide poisoning from the heater they used. This could cause the group to not be thinking clearly and make bad choices. Though, it doesn't really explain anything else that happened. And the bludgeoning, all that other stuff, right? Or the Mansi mushroom theory, which the Mansis sometimes hung hallucinogenic mushrooms off trees to dry. There's a theory that the skiers ate the mushrooms without realizing and succumbed to sudden madness, which, let me tell you, if you've ever seen the movie Climax, that's a movie about a theater group. Someone spikes the punch at a theater group with LSD or something, and it causes absolute chaos, and it turns into this very violent thing. You never know. Could be some weird hallucinogenic. I mean, especially if they did it all as a group. Maybe they made some kind of tea out of it. Who knows? Could be very deal. And then they sit there and they gouge their own eyes out or something like that. But I feel like you would see that in their hands or something. 30 years later, prosecutor Ivanov, now retired, published an article claiming that when he was compiling his investigative reports in 1959, he had been pressured to not include his views on what he thought had happened. And you already know where we're going with this. The title of his article? The Enigma of the Fireballs. That's a sick article name. Holy shit. His article goes on to claim that skiers have been killed by heat rays or fireballs caused by UFOs. UFOs, baby. Aliens! He recalls finding it suspicious that he and his colleagues were even asked to test the victim's items for radiation. And later, when he wrote a letter asking his superiors why radiation was relevant, and he was told that the deaths were accidental. By this time, the official files had been released, and it had become one of the most celebrated mysteries of the Soviet era. And it has spawned tons of theories to what actually happened. And the Russian Prosecutor General's office official count for theories is 75. 75 official theories. That's a lot. The constant continuous theme of this video is what really happened. There are multiple theories with motives and some with evidence, but many of them seem to run into partial issues. What about multiple theories converging and occurring together? Or maybe some unknown supernatural force got to them. But I have to ask, what do you think happened to them out there? The official answer that no one's happy with is in 2019, Russia opened the case back up and they officially marked it as an avalanche. Which could explain cutting open their tent to try to crawl out because the other parts may be sealed up, but it doesn't explain the fractures, to my opinion. It doesn't explain why the eyeballs are gone, why the tongue's missing, why they're all in different directions, and why some of them were up in a tree, there's skin up in trees, and they're all switching clothes. Could it be that they just threw on whatever was closest around them to try to stay warm, or was something more at play? If my imagination could run wild, I'd like to think that it was a supernatural force somehow. I don't know how. It's the funnest option. And it also makes me feel like, I don't know, at peace with them a little bit. Like if something did supernatural happen to them, it's something that they totally could not have controlled and it wasn't man-made. It was just like this inexplicable force, which is the same with an avalanche or whatever else. But these deaths just look so harrowing. And honestly, the Dyatlov Pass is one of the craziest mysteries I've ever heard. So I hope something more goes into it. I'm sure that this avalanche answer from 2019 is not satisfactory to a lot of people. So I'm curious to see what happens. Without further ado, that was the Dyatlov Pass. I hope you all have your mystery hats on and you go try to find answers yourself. And please report back to them in this comment section because it helps. Also, smashing that like button and ringing the bell lets us know too. I don't even know if that's still a thing, if people still even do that, but it doesn't matter. Thank you all so much for watching me today. I appreciate you. Have a good rest of your day. And for the love of God, if you go skiing, don't go to Russia. Take care, everyone. My Papa Meat channel, how you doing? How you doing? Come on in and sit on down. Today we're going to be talking about something extremely familiar to us all. You see, I was driving through town today and I saw almost like the Parthenon, an ancient relic of the past, left behind by man only to be observed by passing passengers. People in cars that drive by. I drove by a McDonald's that was out of business and I saw the play place, just an abandoned play place. And I thought to myself, my God, I haven't thought of the play place in forever. And it led me to think about the entire history of the play place. So today we're going to be going over the rise and fall of the McDonald's play place, or pretty much just like the playgrounds in fast food places. It's just weird. But without further ado, let's get started. Today's video is sponsored by World of Tanks Blitz. World of Tanks Blitz is an exciting, legendary, free-to-play MMO with over 450 tanks at your disposal. And it's fully cross-platform, available on mobile, Mac, PC, Steam, and Nintendo Switch. 14 tanks on a map, all trying to destroy each other, is so goofy and so much fun. And there's just something about having historical tanks mixed with fantasy-based ones and special abilities keeps me coming back. With over 150 million downloads, 8 game modes, and over 32 maps, there's plenty to conquer. Tanks! Tanks! And right now, the game has an exclusive event going on in collaboration with the upcoming movie Dune Part 2. Timothée Chalamet. Tanks! From now until March 7th, players will be able to get exclusive in-game content inspired by the movie, including the formidable ground tank when they play in the event. And all you have to do is look out for the secret clue I've hidden in this video, and guess whose side I have chosen. Harkonnen or Freeman? It's gonna be the guy, yes. To enter the giveaway, comment your World of Tank Blitz ID down below with your guess. Winners will be selected from the people that guessed correctly. But that's not all. Viewers also have a chance to win tickets to Dune 2. All you have to do is guess whose side I have chosen. Use the link or scan the QR code to download World of Tanks Blitz and get in the action. I'll see you there. Don't forget to also choose a side in the comments for your chance to win tickets to Dune 2. Thank you so much to World of Tanks Blitz for sponsoring this video. Now back to the video. Which, let me tell you now, the new McDonald's are just ugly as shit. They're all these weird modern designs. They kind of look like all those new modern apartments too. It's like the minimalist, kind of like really simple, geometric. I don't know, it's just too plain and ugly. Back in the day, it was a spectacle to be had. Red roof and, you know, it grabbed your eye. Even driving up, you got to see the Ronald McDonald bench, which, you know, I went down to Dallas, Texas, and I picked up my very own and got it. All of these things have collected in these pools of memories from when I was a kid. I mean, even going into the play place myself and playing in there, there was a bit of a war zone itself, but, you know, the little Game Boy kiosk they had in there too. It was an exciting time to go into McDonald's and be fat as a child. It was a good time. But where did it all start? Where did it all begin? Well, let's find out. To really get into the psyche of the McDonald's play place, I think that we should look at a brief, extremely brief history of playgrounds in America. The play place is essentially just a covered indoor version of the playground, which there were some McDonald's and other fast food restaurants that had outdoor playgrounds, but that's not what I'm not fucking talking about that. I'm talking about the play place, which is inside.
Wait, the play place started outside.
The play place started outside. I'm talking about, I want to know where we get to inside, is what I want to know. Fuck! Which the first design of a playground was originally from Germany in 1848, and their purpose was to teach kids how to play safely and fairly with one another, which is just kind of funny because I feel like in a weird way they would have weird bullying simulations, and, you know, they would be like, what do you do whenever you get bullied at the playground? What do you do? And they're like, I don't know, walk away. They're like, no, you kick them and you beat them up because they're different. But it wasn't until 1887 when the first ever American playground opened at the Golden Gate Park in San Francisco. I wonder why it took so long. Wait, 1887 feels so fucking long. Even 1848. It's weird that people weren't just like, what if we just put stuff out in the center of like a neighborhood and they just like ran on it. I do like how playgrounds did eventually evolve into malls, and it's like giant knocked over cups and like giant slices of pizza. Take me back, dude. Take me fucking back. Then, in the 1960s, the playground began to enter mass production. And this led McDonald's to make a financially risky move by introducing play places of their own in order to entice more children to eat at their stores. Which is funny because it's supposed to entice children, but really McDonald's did something very, very smart. They thought to themselves, all right, we're already getting these little fuckers fat. They're very, very fat. But all the time they don't spend at this place is less cheeseburgers being served. They were pretty much trying to entice people the same way that Apple has enticed new mothers just to throw iPads in front of their children. They were looking for a place to be like, just throw your kids here. We'll distract them. And yeah, sure, you can buy a cheeseburger and a milkshake while you're here. All right, it's not a big deal, but seriously, come here and stay. We have a clown and hamburgers and a fucking gerbil tube system for your son. I like to think that the guy who made the McDonald's play place, he had a gerbil at home, and he's just like, why can't I break it in the industry? He like looks over and he's like, what do you think, Fester? And he's like looking at the tubes and he's like, my God, if we just made these bigger, children could crawl through these just like you, Fester. You never know. Which, that introduces us to Playland. A great picture. They seriously have some of the best fucking mascots. That old Hamburglar looks fucked, but dude, Mayor McCheese and the Sheriff, come on, man. So good. Also, Ronald looks absolutely fucked. My God. In 1972, McDonald's tested their play place, aka Playland, at the Illinois State Fair. It was an outdoor playground that was centered around what they called McDonaldland. Which is just that's kind of creepy. Come on in. It's like giant gates. Only kids. Come on in. A fast food increased by 60%. I'm going to preface this now. This is an old 1970s just commercial for the Playland. And the cutting and editing of the segment is so uncomfortable. And you'll hear the guy choke several times. Like, they didn't edit it out or be like, hey, can you re-say that? They were just like, fuck it. He's eating. Just keep it rolling. For the love of God, just keep it rolling.
You know, sometimes, dear, I think you like this place as much as the kids do.
Well, it does bring back memories of the candy shop, the ice cream.
Well, it does bring back the idea of the candy shop. Like how he's just like shoving a fucking burger in his mouth. I think you like this Playland as much as the kids do. He's like, well, I certainly do. You see, it brings back the idea of the candy shop. Zoom out a little bit. I hate how his face is like halfway out and he's just like, he keeps like dipping down and
There's really only one thing missing.
Really? What's that?
Why is that the longest take?
He's choking, dude.
He is choking.
Being able to run and play. That's what being a kid is really all about.
I gotta keep showing this fucking like this like dunce kid who's just like, what the hell is he even looking up at? Is it supposed to be the Playland?
He's hearing voices.
Yeah, he's hearing voices from McDonald's fucking demons and ghouls and goblins. Just keep eating, Georgie. Just keep eating. Georgie, up here, look. It's me, Colonel Milkshake. You should ask your mom and dad to buy you 5 milkshakes. It's just so uncomfortable. There's nothing's it's just so silent. Where is he going? I know that they're leading him to the Playland thing. This is supposed to be him being inquisitive, but they're just like, don't even care. This child gets up and walks away, and they're just like, all right, well, he's gone now. It was nice raising him, but when he went to McDonald Land, he actually moved out of our house, and he no longer lives with us, so I would fucking kill for one of those original McDonald Land signs, dude. They even had a yellow brick road that he's skipping down. Holy fuck. And there's legitimate gates. Holy shit.
Welcome, Eric, to McDonald Land.
Dude, that fucking Ronald McDonald statue is so tight. It's so creepy.
Is that you, Ronald John?
Of course it's me. And all your other friends, too. Come on in and look around.
This is so scary. Is that really you, Ronald McDonald?
Of course it's me. I've always been here, George. Don't you know that?
You have, Ronald?
Yeah, George. I'm always here for you. Ronald's always here for you.
Big man, where did you come from?
It's so interesting to think about what was cute back then. These statues, I would fucking kill for an Officer Big Mac statue. Mayor McCheese has to be one of the best designs, which actually coincidentally too, all of these designs where people are like, what, that design rules, why did they get rid of that? They never paid the designer.
Oh.
Did you know that? All these cool designs, like they only had rights to Ronald the Hamburglar and Grimace. So Mayor McCheese and the other guy, the company designed all of the characters, but like once again, Roy Kroc or whoever the fuck it was at the time just didn't pay him. So they're like, okay, well you can't use these anymore. So that's why they stopped using them. Oh my god, Nick, the fillet of fish thing. We have that outside too. All right, that's tight. Anyways, creepy stuff. Other McDonald's franchises soon followed, and the rise of the Playland began. Not to mention all the copycats that try to follow McDonald's success. I mean, as soon as like that really took off, that's when he started other companies like Burger King Kingdom popped up. Even Chick-fil-A had one. Wendy's. Taco Bell has a play area in Sandusky, Ohio. And some Sonic drive-thrus even still today have some playgrounds, but I don't know if they necessarily had a play place since they were already open. But every big chain basically saw like, holy fuck, this is actually catching on, and everybody started just copycatting and doing their own iterations of it. Did I say especially? If I've said especially, it's especially. All right, I'm sorry. I see people get upset about that. I'm sorry. I apologize. I want you to know I'm just kind of fucking dumb. All right. Around this time, too, a lot of parents saw this as the safe choice when taking their kids places to play and stuff. You know, with the rampant rise of kids being reported missing on the news and the increased awareness of stranger danger, parents became less likely to let their children play in an open field or park. In an open field. Did you just pull off the side of the road and just like, there's cows over there, go touch them? The Playland provided a good alternative where the price of admission was a burger and the parents could watch their kids play with other children from a safe distance. I like how you put that in there. From a safe distance. We're not up close with them, it's just whatever. But how safe were these Playlands, to be precise? Which in the 80s and 90s, McDonald's Playland equipment was issued to over 3,000 restaurant locations, which made McDonald's the largest playground operator in America. McDonald's always does this shit. I'm pretty sure they are the largest real estate company in the world. It's kind of funny that they're also the largest playground operator too. It's just, I don't know. With the increase of locations, the injuries began to increase as well. Reportedly, over 1,500 injuries were claimed by 1991. So a lot of these injuries, the most common being small cuts and bruises, romping around too much, rolling around, fucking punching the Ronald statue, probably. I don't know what the fuck they were doing, but they were romping around, tussling around the asphalt, eating cheeseburgers and living life. Of course you're gonna get some cuts and bruises. But they also had children breaking nose when they ran into the fry trees. They were bumping their heads on the rocky hamburger ride and breaking teeth from falling off the apple pie stools, which in the grand scheme of these things, it all sounds pretty awesome, but I could see how that would make people be like, hey, don't fucking go there because your kid's gonna just like nosedive into these fucking fry trees. And it probably just started to cause a little bit of panic. And quote, all of the equipment on McDonald's Land's premise was never tested for safety, nor were the playgrounds ever inspected for safety as well. In 1986 in Rialto, California, a 4-year-old child went down a hot metal slide and burned the skin off their hands. Holy shit, that's fucking crazy. His sister soon followed. Why would you follow that? His sister soon followed and had a large pink burn on her bare calf. The kid's probably like screaming, and the sister's just like, I don't care. Whee! Like all the fucking muscle on her calf is just melting off like butter. The two children sustained second-degree burns and were sent to urgent care. McDonald's was cited for failing to report the incidents. Lawsuits claimed that McDonald's was at fault, and McDonald's blames the franchise owners for not performing maintenance. You need to stop the sun from shining. it's a metal slide. I mean, that's just what we were issued. You need to stop the sun from shining. You're a McDonald's man now, not a goddamn Subway fiend. No maintenance manuals were ever created for the equipment to perform the appropriate maintenance. No engineers tested this equipment or held to any sort of safety testing. And the equipment was manufactured at the time by JBI Incorporated of Long Beach, who was sued 21 times for one piece? Who was sued 21 times for one piece of equipment alone. The Tug and Turn Merry-Go-Round. What a name, dude. The Tug and Turn Merry-Go-Round. I like how they're just like, after the second time you get sued for it, you think you'd be like, hey guys, we should probably take it off. They're just like, it's fine, God. Imagine getting that letter. We're being sued again. You mean the Tug and Turn Merry-Go-Round, Pops? Yep. It's our crown jewel, though. It's what we're known for. Which this was the most dangerous ride. The equipment had a safety device that was not installed on over 800 tug and turns. And in 1988, in Bakersfield, California, 6-year-old Marlene climbed onto the new McDonald's playground in Delano to spin with a friend, catching her shoelace in a loose bolt. It tore her shoe apart and broke her leg in 2 places. In 1990, the family of Marlene sued McDonald's Corp. On the grounds they've known about the defects on this equipment since 1982 and had done nothing to correct it. Marlene and her family sued the old fucking Cheeseburger Kings for $10 million in damages, and 120 claims in total were credited to this piece of equipment alone. Here's a list of examples. Some severed fingers, dislocated elbow, broken bones, child concussions, which, let me tell you, child concussions, what usually happens with child concussions? Leads to serial killers.
Oh, really?
That's true. John Wayne Gacy, Jeffrey Dahmer, all those guys. Maybe not Jeffrey Dahmer. I'm speaking out of hand a little bit, but childhood concussions, dude, damage your growing brain. All in all, $190,000 in damages was paid out. So they didn't even get $10 million in damages? I don't fucking know. Who cares? Other lawsuits include $36,000 to the family of a girl whose neck was injured when she was struck by a falling playland tree. $9,300 to a girl who suffered skull fractures in a fall. $1,700 to a family of a boy who fell from a hamburger toy and broke his arm. Luckily, there was no deaths in the McDonald's playland, but there was a death at Burger King. You know, BK was like, are you fucking kidding me, dude? Really? We're always coming in second, dude. Goddamn. A 4-year-old boy who was playing in a net enclosed play structure in a St. Louis, Missouri Burger King restaurant on April 29th, 2001. That is a fucking crazy sentence.
That's my birthday. Oh my god.
First off, this would happen in St. Louis. That is the worst city in America. I fucking hate St. Louis. A 4-year-old boy gained access to an area of the enclosed playground not intended for play, became entrapped between parts of the structure, and died. Wait, so how? I'm picturing that in my head. The boy gained access to an area of the enclosed playground not intended for play.
They'll usually have, like, let's say there's like a spot to the side or underneath something, but you're not supposed to get in there. I think that's what it is. He like got in.
So he got into basically a playground thing, which became entrapped between 2 parts of a structure and died. That's actually insane. You know what's kind of fucked up? Is it's kind of like that movie 127 Hours, except it's Burger King structures. That's horrible, and I'm actually it would be devastating, but that's fucking insane, especially being stuck between like a fucking slide and like a Burger King statue or something. Brutal way to go. And in 1988, JBI and McDonald's decided to discontinue the Tug and Turn and all the other playland equipment because of the rising legal costs associated with the injury claims. It only took 21 times, over 20 times, for them to just say, I think we're done, let's retire the Tug and Turn. How did we make it to 1988 before people were just like, hey, can we not put our kids on the fucking Tug and Turn? You really know it's a fun ride. Yeah, but it's the Tug and Turn. Hello? During this time, the playland was still drawing a lot of business for the restaurants, but change had to come, and McDonald's decided to get rid of the dangerous metal and bring playgrounds inside. Ooh, I think you know where we're going, baby. That brought us to the play place. Let's say it loud and proud, dude. The play place. Now the weather wouldn't affect you anymore. It could be rain or shine. Now you could play inside in air condition. We're really making sure people become as soft and as pale and mushy as possible. And you know, we got to treat our little boys and baby girls right. So the play place wasn't seem like a good thing, but there was an outdoor to indoor transition. And until the 80s, almost all play parks were outside. The hard and unyielding equipment was susceptible to burning people in the sun, much like the hands and calves of those 2 poor children. And even now, you bring up the old play places, the first thing that comes to mind is the burning heat of the metal. And there's just a couple of people here. Like 9 years ago, a guy said, the Telecaster-baiter. He said, in Texas, that thing was a metal level of death. You couldn't even climb up the metal ladder without searing the grease-covered fingers. And Jedi Smog replied,
it was in Indiana, too. So hot. But I climbed the shit out of that McD's playground.
And then Big Scary Smoke Monster said, I grew up in Vegas. Those would just be actually on fire. People are so fucking dumb on the internet. Areas with colder weather made the playgrounds useless 6 months of the year. So now you had areas that were either too hot, some people couldn't even fucking go out half the year. It just became, it didn't make sense. And sharp edges and rust made the areas practically hard to navigate. Kids are fucking running around slicing their fucking legs open. Then you have to go get a tetanus shot. It becomes a whole ordeal. Especially because the McDonald's managers are gonna go out there and like inspect the slides. Or who gives a shit? It's 1988. Are you fucking kidding me? Metallica's on top of the world. Guns N' Roses is doing cocaine. I mean, hair metal's just about to die, but goddamn if the world isn't A-okay. Impending legislature over the safety concerns hastened the progressive phasing out of the outdoor parks. God, I would kill for this McDonald Land playground regulation sign, dude. Officer Big Mac rules so hard. That design is so fucking good, it's unbelievable. Which, unfortunately, in 1999, the Big Mac Climber Jungle Gym marked the fall of the McDonald's Playland. More than 400 children were hurt on the particular piece of equipment, and from 1986 to 1991, more than 1,500 claims were filed against McDonald's for their Playland injuries alone. This is out of 3,000 Playlands nationwide, and half of all Playlands had a legal claim. That's actually fucking insane. Over 50% of all of the Playlands had some kind of legal issue against them. I wonder how normal that is. With something as big as McDonald's and as the amount of people coming in, it must be kind of normal, right? But still, it's like a staggering statistic. Like, if you heard that, if that was on the news and you were like, oh, I take my kid there all the time, and it's like, yeah, 50% of people have had claims against all of them, you'd probably be like, oh shit, fuck, maybe I shouldn't be taking them there. Of those, 100 suffered broken bones, concussions, or fractured skulls. McDonald's failed to report the injuries in any meaningful capacity, and they were fined $4 million, which is nothing, dude. Their fucking sign says billions served every day. Holy shit. At this time, this was one of the largest fines ever given by the CPSC, the Consumer Product Safety Commission. McDonald's argued that between 1986 and 1990, there was only one accident per year at each Playland nationwide, and McDonald's tried to shift blame for equipment onto the franchise owners. That's so fucked. Franchise owners are like, I'm doing what they're asking me to do. What the fuck am I supposed to do? They purposely told me not to inspect the rust on the slides. What am I supposed to do? They're just like, just shut your mouth and keep, It's like Ray Liotta in Goodfellas at the beginning when he doesn't rat, and then he comes out of the court and all they're like, oh, you busted your cherry, and they all start clapping. That's all the franchise owners to the fucking CEOs of McDonald's. As stated above, there was no maintenance instructions or manuals to go with these things. I mean, they're slides or whatever. What kind of fucking maintenance? It doesn't matter. Gaps in the bars of the Big Mac Climber were large enough for kids to fall through and angled such that children could get stuck in or fall catching a limb.
I'm stuck, dude.
Can you crawl all the way up?
Help me, please.
Dude, if I wasn't so fat, I'd try to get up there too.
Yeah, this is scary. Like,
that's what I'm saying. It's claustrophobic in there, right?
Little kids are supposed to climb.
Yeah, they're supposed to get up in there. So they'd crawl through, and then they'd fall out, and their fucking foot would catch. They'd break their leg. Kids are just so fucking stupid in general that it's just like, it has to be absolutely fail-safe, or these kids are just gonna be, I'm just gonna crawl through. Hey, it's 6 feet up in the air. Maybe you shouldn't. It's big. I'm gonna crawl through it. We're gonna be fine. And yeah, they just shatter their entire body. Despite the reports for injuries for this particular equipment, the last of the Big Mac climbers were not removed until 1997, when the CPSC mandated that they be removed due to them not adhering to the new safety standards. When removed, they began a transition to softer, padded plastic playgrounds. As time went on, the main issue of play places became hygiene and bacteria instead of physical danger. People became a little smarter. They're just like, we have these gerbil tubes full of sick children smearing shit. I mean, here's a crazy thing. My mom, I think I got to go to play place a couple times because my mom was just like, I don't give a shit, and she's a horrible parent. I'm not going to make that joke out there. She's been on this channel, but I went to a play place a couple times, but I remember one time that pertains to the hygiene and bacteria issue we're dealing with here, which I was in a play place. I was in one of the tubes at the very top. A kid took off his diaper and smeared shit all over the inside of the play place tubes and even pissed all over the floor. And these two fat kids were hogging the tube, and it was just like absolute pandemonium in this tube as people were just like, let me out, I want to go! Because they couldn't get down to the slides or that weird fucking like seatbelt torture device that you had to like go down. Remember those things? It was like a grid system of seat belts that you had to like fall through. It's fucking horrible. And I was just sitting there looking at my mom like I was in Das Boot, just like screaming out like... And after that, I was like, I think I don't want to go there anymore. I don't want to go to the play place. Or if I did go there, I didn't go into the tube system. That was shell shock for me. I couldn't do it. The real reason why you cannot bring food onto McDonald's play area is because if they allow food in the area, it becomes a food area. It must adhere to certain sanitation standards. AKA, they just don't want to have to deal with another step of sanitizing things and making it just a little bit better for people to be at. They're just like, if they brought a food in there, it's against the rules. Hey, not my fault. And let me tell you, children are fucking absolutely disgusting. That is just, I mean, it's, if you have kids or you know anybody who has kids, you can see it with your eyes. I mean, they just like, it's...
Like Fortnite, like Fortnite.
God God, I hate kids. Excited children are running around after eating. What happens there? You puke. They throw up everywhere. Children have worse control of their bowels. Way too many stories of kids shitting themselves or taking off their diapers after doing so. I mean, my story. There's gonna be so many comments on this video of people being like, I was the kid who shit in the play place tubes. And kids don't understand to just like keep things to themselves. If a kid has to piss in a play place, they're gonna take a piss, they're gonna spit, they're gonna fucking like blow a fucking booger. They have no idea, and they just sit there and they do that thing that kids do I absolutely hate. They have like snot running down their face and they're just like, they do the lost toddler look. Looks like one of the 1970s Romero, like Dawn of the Dead zombies, just like. Especially, you know what I hate too? Looking at kids in like fast food restaurants. You ever just be like walking by, you have like your tray of food, whatever, you're like walking to your table, and you see a kid, and he just has like a little fucking paper slouch of small fries from McDonald's, and they grab shit like this. They have to like contort it and put it in their mouth. It almost feels like they're auditioning for some kind of Frankenstein or chimp role. I mean, they're just like. And the entire time, too, there's just this fucking disastrous Midwestern woman who's just like, he's so cute. God, look at him. He's getting so big. And she's just gulping down a fucking giant-ass thing of Coke and a Big Mac. Ugh. Well, here's some more stories. I found an old diaper full of poop in the middle of the tubes. I was 8 and didn't realize until years later that what it actually was. I have no idea if a kid, or quote-unquote toddler, took it off or what happened. And someone else said, someone took a dump at the bottom of a slide and my little sister slid right into it. Oh, God. That's downright unfortunate. My mom blew up at the manager and we got a huge stack of McDonald's coupons. I thought it was a fair deal. That's crazy that the guy paid off the mom with fucking coupons. Isn't that weird? Miss, please, we know you're gonna be back. You're here every Tuesday. We know you order by heart. Just take some coupons. She's like, I will. Takes them. The biggest infestation of disease and chaos in these play places were the ball pits. If you were in the 90s, you were a kid in the 90s, this is when that play place took shape and form. This was peak era play place because of the merger with Discovery Park. It was a land with tunnels of tubes and a maze, twisting slides, and a ball pit in some cases had multiple games. Padded metal bars zip-tied with netting formed cages to house and guide kids around without letting them access dangerous areas. And there comes in the devious man, Edward McMillan, the inventor of the ball pit. He gained the idea from staring at a jar of pickled onions. What a fucking psychopath, dude. You can tell he was like in like a psychiatric home. He was just like, does that thing, like pulls up a chair next to him. They're just like, you have any ideas today, son? He's like, I may have some. That's what he says. Hundreds of kids play in these pits, but the question of sanitation has always been an issue. The kids playing in these often have bathroom accidents. There are no national standards to how ball pits are to be maintained or cleaned. That is actually fucked. So if somebody took a shit or piss in there, no one ever, I mean, like, who actually went in there and cleaned every ball? Think about that. I remember putting like those balls in my mouth. Uh-oh, what did I say? Didn't get past me. Don't comment below. Dirt, vomit, feces, and urine are common contaminants found in them. Bacterial contaminants that cause disease were common. I mean, urinary tract infections, pneumonia, meningitis, septicemia, a blood infection, endocarditis, infection of the fucking heart. Children were getting infection of the heart because of the shit, dirt, piss, ball pits, man. And there is more bacteria on a single ball in a pit than one on a public toilet seat. I'm going to say that again. There was more bacteria found on one ball pit ball than on the average public toilet seat. My God, we failed them. I was failed. We failed as a society. There was also a lot of stories about finding teens going in after hours, having sex in the ball pits. And also, I remember I worked at McDonald's when I was like 14 or 15. It was like right when they were transitioning from the old look to the modern look. And I thought that the renovation was for a play place. My manager at the time was like, oh no, we're not doing that. He's like, I told them no, because he used to find like old syringes. He used to work in like a, not as suburban, more city-like one. And he used to find homeless people go in there, shoot up, and they leave the syringes in the fucking ball pits. Syringes. How fun. And due to the nature of the ball pits, things can fall to the bottom. Loose change, video games, watches, broken glass, food, and like I said, needles, which is, there's rumors to believe that that was one of the big contributing factors to why the ball pits just stopped being, because it was just a matter of like too much hidden shit, too many things that could actually kill a child from infection. So there's speculation there, but nothing proven. In addition to there not being sanitation standards for ball pits, there's likely no way to fully clean them. Machines have been developed, but they do not address storage space for moving the balls completely out and washing the bottom. So I think some places had some of these machines, but I feel like it's one of those things too where it's like you're relying on like teenagers and people that work at McDonald's. They're not going to give a fuck. They're just, I mean, they're not going. They're like, oh, I'm not going to go in there. Who gives a shit? So why would they care? Who is supposed to clean these fucking places, right? It goes without saying that the crawling tunnels of a play place maze are difficult to clean owing to the fact that they are child-sized. Physically, this task seems impossible. Kids are coming in and out until closing time, and teenagers working there already have enough to deal with. Which, that's the thing. I mean, like, if you think about that even, what grown person is going in? Because all of those, I'm pretty sure all of the tubes and stuff, they're like bolted shut. It's not like they're, oh, you go in and like you lift a latch and you open it up and you can clean it. No, it's just like you would have to have somebody extremely small, but even it's like somebody 5'2" would probably still be too big to be in those tubes. Probably way too big. You'd probably have to be in like 4-foot area to comfortably move around and stuff, and let alone there, it's just like, there's just no way you could ask that of somebody. So these things were just, I don't even know how you would go up there and do that. That's a fucking crazy mystery. Besides the ball pits and sanitary things, another thing that led to the downfall of the play place in general, McDonald's was marketed towards millennials and Gen X's children, and they have remained mostly brand loyal. Understandably, those two generations don't play in playgrounds anymore because we're all old. We're old babies. I'm a boomer. I'm 46, but my kids, they played there, and I mean, like, they're old now. I have a kid in college. Parents don't want their kids using the areas, and safety is a major concern. I mean, even with like the rise of the internet, I mean, people are just talking to each other about stuff. Everybody's just much more aware of shit now. Back in the day, my mom used to, like, if you just did not say something, no one researched anything or actively looked for something, so if it didn't just fall right into your lap, no one gave a shit. But with the rise of the internet and stuff, it's just easy to just stumble upon things or even have things get way more traction than they used to. So a lot of these sanitary conditions, safety concerns about being able to see your kid and not have them get fucking abducted by some crazy son of a bitch, or even want to just make sure your kid doesn't get any broken limbs while you're just trying to go out and have a simple lunch. It's just, the stack became too high. Now, instead of boosting profits, you know, at one point seeing 60% more traffic, now these play places were even cutting some of the profit, which I'm wondering if that's just because seeing the play places and how out of date they are, I wonder if it makes the restaurant feel old and it's not as appealing anymore. Shit, it's like whenever you see a nice car next to an old car, obviously you're gonna be like, oh, the nice car. Also, a huge downfall to this was delivery apps. People don't really go into the stores as much anymore. Drive-through windows. People don't want to have to actually go inside places. And now even with like Uber Eats, DoorDash, people are just ordering shit and having it delivered. So now your kids are even more disassociated with the actual physical business of it. And the final nail in the coffin, during COVID-19, most of the remaining play areas were shut down. But a decade before the pandemic's forced closure, the designs were slowly being phased out of renovations. Now that play places are closed, many have wondered if it is even worth it to reopen. The benefits of cleaning and maintaining a playground in today's health-conscious age are rarely worth the cost. Thus, the death of the play place. We're getting to a period, especially with commercial properties like McDonald's or even some stores, like different kinds of stores that are outdated. They feel like these crazy relics from the past, and it feels, with how fast technology is moving, time feels so much shorter now. So seeing things that feel so outdated, it does feel like these kind of obelisks, like these almost temples to these old gods. And the play place was just once a place that was just so exciting. And to see it now, it feels so blatantly obvious how fucking weird and unhygienic and dangerous it is. But in my mind, honestly, there's part of me that would still go back and play. I did see a kid smear shit all over the walls, but if I didn't see that, I could see myself being really stoked, or being with a buddy and going there, or jamming out on like a GameCube console, little kiosk thing they had. It's just something where it was like, you didn't have anything else really to do as a kid. The technology wasn't there, and there wasn't, you know, tons of accessible video games or iPads or anything like that. And it was just another fun thing to do. And that's like something oddly that I feel like I miss in a weird way, and like a weird deep-rooted nostalgia feeling of being able to go into a place and feel like, oh, this is gonna be fun, even if it is like weird corporate manipulation to get you to stay and spend money. It's kind of cool. And also it comes from a pretty fucking like crazy time when they're just like, fuck it, ball pit, and there was no real thought process of to like the dangers of things. It was just cool, so fuck it, it got made. In a weird way, I kind of wish we still had some of that, but it's probably for the best that we don't. So thank you so much for watching today, and if you do see one of these play places, give a nice proud salute to our fallen soldiers. Take care, everyone. I'll see you next time. 6-year-old Marlene Escalera climbed onto the new McDonald's playground in Delano. Oh my god, Jesus fuck. 6-year-old Marlene climbed onto the new McDonald's playground in Delano? Holy fuck. 6-year-old Marlene climbed on the new... 6-year-old Marlene... Oh my god! Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? Today we're going to talk about big rig truckers. Yeah. Most people have seen a big rig truck out in the wild, but we don't really pay them much thought, right? You might give them one of these and then talk shit about the guy for the next 5 miles for not doing it. That's normal. Besides getting irritated at them for holding up traffic sometimes, or maybe, they get in the fast lane when it's supposed to just stay over. You don't need to pass anybody. You're going to be on the road for the next 12 hours.
Or they go over 12 lanes because they missed their exit.
And they roll their car and it stops traffic for everyone for 4 hours. It's awesome. If you'd believe it, the world of big rig trucking is vast and fascinating. Living a life on the road can lead to all sorts of adventures, hardships, and unexplained horrors. So, let's dive deep and educate ourselves on one of the most well-known and underappreciated professions on the planet, big rig trucking, aka, as I like to say, modern cowboys. And today I'm gonna give you appreciation for the goddamn modern day trucker by the end of this video. Are we not?
We will.
Next time, instead of doing this, we're gonna give one of these. For those that are new to the world of trucking, they're basically the modern day cowboy. Truckers are essentially the backbone of our country's economy, responsible for delivering products across the country to most of the major retailers we shop from, right? So next time you go to a store, if it's in the store, it came from a truck, all right? God bless you, sir. The job entails driving insane distances every day, often bracing themselves against the harsh weather and dangerous driving conditions. The job also requires people to stay awake for hours upon hours, making it common for truckers to not only risk fatal car crashes, but experience hallucinations in extreme cases. To be fair, there are laws and rules against staying up too long, and also you can only travel so many miles a day.
There was a really funny video. People were giving her shit, but this girl was like, I think she was like 500 yards away from her destination, and she's just like, I gotta pull over and call someone to come drive this thing because I don't want to get in trouble. And the comments were like
500 yards. Which is like, I mean, how many minutes away is that? Is that even 2 minutes away in a truck?
It sounded like she was like 5 minutes away. And
I can't.
Yeah, and someone had to come up. She's like, thanks. I just, it's the law's the law.
The law is the law. And to be fair, I would rather someone be like, I don't even want to risk anything, than have the person be like, and then pile up. The amount of people who disobey that law and they're just like, I'm gonna try to make it early. There's like a lot of false pride. You're gonna experience a lot of false pride that these people have. Whereas if it's like a real man does X, you're gonna get. And it's just like you could kill so many people. But we'll get into it. For long expeditions, truck drivers will basically live inside of their vehicle for weeks and even months at a time, which they prefer. A lot of them prefer it. There's some people who get so mentally messed up that they're like, I can't even be in a house anymore. I just want to stay in the back of my cabin. I'm completely, that's me contemplating. That's just an opinion. That's not really a fact. That's just an opinion.
A lot of truckers bring their wives and dogs on the road.
Yeah, and I feel like that's when I would go insane. Being by yourself is one thing, and it's like kind of a prison sentence, but you're always moving. But being in a prison sentence with someone else seems so much worse.
Especially your nagging wife.
Oh my God. Well, first off, my wife, I mean, we've gone a couple cross-country trips. I can't do it. Stop every 5 minutes. I'm gonna pee. You got a small bladder. Also, too, there's something psychologically horrifying about like a little like Stanley Kubrick The Shining moment when you're driving a long time. You like look over, the person's been sleeping for like 4 hours, and you're like, let's get resentful. I guess maybe having a doggo, but then I'd feel bad too. It's like, oh, go run around the truck stop. That's fun.
Well, that's why you let him just run. He does zoomies in the back on your back.
All right, calm down. Over time, people have put more and more effort into making their mobile living quarters comfortable by installing things like fridges, TVs, gaming consoles, and whatever is needed to stay on the road as long as possible, right? People decking out their pad with an Xbox.
It's my favorite videos. They're not really my favorite, but it's the ones where they like take like an hour locking their doors. They like lock the doors, get the seatbelt, and they put it around the door.
Yeah, it's like the same thing where it's like a woman checking into a hotel, woman who shuts her door, and it's like to prevent people from breaking in. Which, to be fair, it's like make fun of them, but then God forbid it happens, and they're like, when I tell you, if my ass got done driving 14 hours in a day, though, let me tell you, I'd probably leave the doors unlocked, and I'd probably crawl in the back and cry and go to bed. That's probably what I do. Make some instant ramen, burn my fucking hands and shit from it. And that's all. That's what would happen. After a while, I'd just take it. If this is what it has to be, then God has put his will down.
Just quit. Quit your job.
I can't because I don't have soft hands. The trucks are lifestyle. You don't quit, you die in the...
Kill yourself.
Yeah, exactly. You either kill yourself or you go to the grave.
I want to take a minute to shout out Starforge Systems. Starforge is having a huge Black Friday PC sale going on right now with up to $1,000 off on the entire site. Check out the link below to see all the great options Starforge has for gaming, PCs, and customizable accessories. They're seriously good computers, guys. Check it out. Black Friday, game up, bitch!
Once you've souped up your living quarters, it's time to hit the road. And that means we gotta learn trucker lingo, which I gotta say, one of the main reasons I want to do this video, 1, lot lizards, and 2, trucker lingo. I want to be well versed. I wish there was a Rosetta Stone DVD on trucker lingo. You could be like, you know,
Big one, 4-9er.
I could actually talk to him. I'd probably just drive down my truck down the same highway back and forth and just try to talk to him on the radio. Truckers use CB radios to communicate to each other regarding traffic information, road closures, job updates, and more. Maybe their life story. How you doing, partner? Over. I'm a little depressed.
Oh, shit.
You want to talk about it? Over. My dad never loved me. Over. My dad really didn't care for me either. Over. That sounds like this is like a gay relationship getting ready to start, doesn't it? You want to stop at the stop at the quick trip down the road? 10-4. Go get your ass blasted. Go get your ass blasted over Depression CB radio talks. That sounds nice.
Yeah, I think they need therapy. They're on the road. They're lonely.
Very lonely. I'd use that CB radio all the time.
Wait, do you think they... Hold on. They have got to be doing, like, sexting. Switch to channel 4.
Pull your panties to the side. Over. Does it curve to the left or right? Over. Radio static.
Left to the right, over.
How many times do you think truckers are pulling their putt a lot while they're driving?
Oh, yeah.
You have to imagine a lot, right? You can't stop for a beat break.
Yeah, you can't stop.
There's no beat break when you're trucking. Every time a guy does that, he actually just got done coming. Oh, yeah. The kid's like, yeah.
Yeah.
That's why he waves back. Anytime you see a happy trucker, they just got done with their beat break. You gotta watch out for the beat break.
See, if I was a trucker, that's what I'd do. You know how, like, you've seen, like, the Reddit posts of, like, cum in the box or your cum wall?
No.
Oh.
No, I haven't seen that, actually.
There's an infamous Reddit post where it's like, guys, my cum box is starting to smell.
Like cum box?
This guy, every time we jerk off, he'd ejaculate into a box, and it started, like, growing spores.
Turns into a fucking Last of Us episode. God damn.
And then people are like, oh, I just have a cum wall. And people, like, took pictures under their desk, and, like, the paint is, like, peeling from the cum stains. But see, that's what I would do as a trucker. I just, like,
Cum pedal.
cum pedal.
Yeah. You have your fucking, your Red Wing boots and cum all over your pedal. Hey, that ain't Yankee candle wax. Let's just say that. Through the years, their communications developed into its own unique language. Here's a quick crash course into using some unique phrases that also work very well at a pool bar. You can throw these around. Just saying. Comedian or hot mic is a driver on the CB that is too chatty. Oh, we got a comedian over here. All right, can we chill out with the hot mic? Let's see, those are the guys prepping for the gay sex that we were talking about earlier. In the all the roadhead and stuff. Road pizza equals roadkill, aka the dead animals on the side of the road. Little road pizza. Go-go juice or motion lotion is referred to as the diesel fuel. Choke and puke is a roadside dinner. I don't know if I like that. Gotta get my choke. Gotta get my puke. Or is it actually choke and puke?
Choke and puke.
Stopping by for a little choke and puke. Be right back.
I'm guessing because they throw up a lot, or it's bad.
I have a feeling that it's like a roadside diner, choke and puke. I seriously am wondering how much of this goes back to gay sex. Choke and puke? Word?
I'm getting a little choke and puke.
Little slither dinner coming up right on the side, boys. We'll see him. Just spreads his asshole and... A Schneider egg, which is an orange traffic barrel. A Schneider egg? Like a little, one of those like little, not the cone, but the actual barrel. A meat wagon or a Band-Aid box is an ambulance. A side jockey is a driver that hauls dangerous cargo, like explosives or toxic materials, which I do like a lot. A little side jockey. Oh, look, got a hot mic on the side jockey coming up on the 10-4. Thank you, guys.
He's crying. He's depressed.
Oh, God. Yeah, exactly. The fumes. I want to die. Occasionally, arguments can break out between communications on the CB radio. One seasoned driver resting at a truck stop explained how he once listened to two massively overweight drivers scream at each other through the radio before jumping out of their vehicles to fight. You do not want me to come out there, buddy. I would love to hear that. To be in the crossfires of that. That's kind of like that's the trucker's soap opera.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Because you could turn it off, but you know those motherfuckers leave it on, and they're just like, ooh.
Yeah. What's the tea?
Ooh, yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's what exactly is the tea, sis? And like turns it on. He noted that both of them had a chili dog from nearby restaurant in one hand and were taking swings with each other. Like that. Taking swings at each other with chili dog. You think they were still eating while they were fighting?
Oh yeah. Yeah, punching him with the same hand.
Blood's making it more salty. By the end of the fight, one of them dropped their dog. The other trucker felt bad, and they bonded over him buying a replacement dog.
That's where it gets too far. Sorry, man.
Well, what the fuck are we doing here, man?
I didn't mean to knock your dog out.
I knocked your chili dog on the ground. What are we doing?
You want to have gay sex?
Do you want to have gay sex? I would rightfully love to do so. Thank you, sir. How do you think they choose who's the bottom and who's the top? Well, this whole video can't just be us just speculating trucker gay sex. So when you're cooped up in a small metal box with intense deadlines, it's going to eventually create some tension. One truck driver recounts a time that he heard a furious driver ranting about his co-worker who was insanely lazy and wouldn't take the wheel for 4 days straight. What a lazy bones. Apparently, he was slumped over and refusing to shower or even move a muscle. In response, the driver wasn't just cursing at him, but was hitting him multiple times, all to no avail. There's got to be a dead person,
I was
right?
gonna say this sounds like a
Gotta get. He's like, all right, he's very lazy. Over.
flies surrounding.
Yeah, exactly. Wake up! You said you were gonna switch, but I guess I'm the one who's gonna have to drive away to Chattanooga. I'd love to hear like weird town names we have to go to. Well, I guess I'm gonna have to go to Lake Big Bend all by myself. Lake Big Bend. If I go there, I am not driving to Chattanooga. I'll tell you that right now. You hear me? Yeah, just like maggots coming out of his mouth and shit. Manager decided to go into the truck and confront him, only to be hit with the smell of death. The man died 4 days prior. Corpse was being screamed at and assaulted by the driver without the slightest clue. Which is kind of fun because he himself probably smells like death a little bit. Listen, buddy, the cheese is starting to curdle a bit. I can't even imagine what a fucking like a big rig's cabin smells like. I wonder how many times people find dead truckers. I feel like a lot of them do uppers, drug-wise. Like you see like a meth's an upper, right? It's gotta be an upper. For God's sake, it's like crack. Whatever meth, I don't know. Because I imagine there's gotta be a lot of drug overdose stuff. But I literally wonder how much it's just people like, they stop one day and their heart's just like, for the lack of sleep, all that kind of stuff. Unhealthy diets, they don't move a lot.
It sounds like he finally got a break and he just never woke up.
Yeah, that's a forever break. I will drive us to Chattanooga once we hit Des Moines. Just let me sleep.
Yeah, and then you have your partner beating you.
Yeah, you can't break me down if it makes you feel right. Wake up! That kind of thing.
You think that guy was hyped too?
Oh yeah, I bet. Well, imagine that they say. I bet you it's an undisclosed thing of like, well, why don't we both hit a little crack and we'll drive for 14 hours straight. We'll drive to Chattanooga 14 hours. It's a great deal. And the guy's like, and just dies. And the other guy's like, are you going to pass it off? This is why I fucking hate you newbies. Under these work conditions, it's inevitable that you'll end up posting videos about your experience to kill time. Because of this, the Truck Talk community has grown quite a lot, introducing us all to new facts and stories from the road, which I gotta say, some of my favorite content right now is watching truckers like just finish a drive. It's very nice. A lot of younger truckers too. A lot of the time, people speculate, which there is, the vast majority is like old fat men who are like, you got soft hands. But there's a whole new generation of younger people who are making like vlogs out of it. And it's pretty. It's fun. It's good watching. I like it.
It's good content.
It's good content. I enjoy it. Some well-known trucker influencers like Uncle Rob give an exclusive interview walking us through its trucker diet, which consists of assortment of candies and jerky. And this is the very stereotypical, like, oh, you know what I'm talking. Raspy voice from a lifelong of drinking coffee and smoking cigarettes.
Gummy bears, some kitty, some Emmy.
I'll tell you what, Uncle Rob's teeth, try to tell me he hasn't fucking hit the pipe a few times, huh? Or is it just the Skittles and the beef jerky? I don't know. During the interview, when Uncle Rob finds out that there are no more roller dogs, he appears physically distraught for a brief moment. What? Are you fucking kidding me?
No roller dogs?
They done sold out.
Damn it.
And at one point, the cashier mentions that they take food stamps, to which he yells, food stamps? I ain't no damn Puerto Rican.
The trucker diet right here.
That's right, baby. Food stamps? I ain't no damn Puerto Rican.
Which I will say, Uncle Rob, he's definitely played playing up a character and stuff like that, but still. One frustrated trucker films his confrontation with a man at a fuel station who decided to hold up a line for 26 impatient truckers because he wanted to use the available water to give himself a shower in public. The man was standing shirtless in swim trunks and pouring shampoo into brown paper towels supplied at the pump to wash himself, which that is very inconsiderate. Can you imagine you're on the road, there is a timely thing, you're like, I have to get so many miles, I can only legally drive so many hours a day, and there's just some asshole who's just like, well, I guess I'll wash here. What are we doing? We all smell like shit, dude. Let's just keep it rolling. Some people use truck talk to push strange and lazily thought up conspiracy theories. One man filmed himself at a truck stop at night to talk about how suspicious it was that so many trucks on the lot didn't have their lights on. Something that many truckers say is completely normal because they're probably sleeping. Weird. What the hell is this? What's going to, like, people have to be so bored, man.
Yeah, it's a little brain rot.
Which he claims that all of them must be U.S. government trucks that are hiding in plain sight to spy on people and to take away jobs from American citizens.
The U.S. government is trying to lay low, and they're trying to hide and turn off all their lights so that they're not as noticeable. While the regular guys like us, we leave them on because we're proud of our lights.
And apparently, when he was walking up to the truck stop, a group of men with badges walked out behind him in weird formation.
A little gang stalking.
This is the early stages of gang stalking, where you see parked cars and you're like, wait, why aren't the lights on? It's like, who cares? Like, what are you talking about? Do you think it all stumbles into that? You start with one tiny thing and it blooms into full-blown gang stalking where it's like, everyone is fucking out to get me.
It's the paranoia creeps in because all it takes is one bad event and then all of a sudden you're second guessing yourself. Also, if you start posting on socials, people will start validating, yeah, it's got to be someone like...
I think people start validating, and I think people will openly fuck with you. This has happened to me too. Oh yeah, because that affects that person in no way. Oh yeah, me too, buddy. It's fucked up, and that person's like, oh my god, it's happened to them too. I wonder how many times gang stalking has come to be like it's a real thing.
There's the Hemingway guy, Ernest Hemingway. He was gang stalked by... Everyone said he was crazy.
Did he kill himself?
Yeah, he killed himself.
In reality, these are just the trucks supplied by a trucking company to make deliveries. Somehow, this half-assed conspiracy video got over 1 million views, which prompted him to make a follow-up video. And in it, he claimed that multiple people have reached out to him, demanding he take the video down. When that didn't work, they tried to buy him out for $15,000, but he said he would only do it for $350,000, aka that never happened. They didn't fork over the cash, and now random vehicles are apparently driving past his home every day. Also, men in suits are showing up at his home and knocking on his door.
I think he's hitting the pipe a little bit.
No. It's definitely not meth. It can't be that. The guy who's just randomly hanging out at truck stops isn't just smoking meth and fucking whores. There's no way. He explains how they park outside his home and watch him all night. Why would they need to watch you all night? What would you be doing?
Just in case.
Oh yeah, in case he gets up and goes. The driver claimed that once he witnessed them change patrol shifts, he packed up all his things and fled with his camper and family. Now, he's sitting in an undisclosed campground where he says a random antenna with cameras popped up overnight and is watching his every move.
But even here, I feel not safe. I keep seeing these antennas. Some camera keeps turning on and off, looking at me. I swear this thing was not here yesterday. Despite
this being incredibly unlikely, people in the comments are begging him to turn to God for protection. You know what? That's the trucker code too. You have got to pray. If you don't pray, this is a demon trying to get you. I'm telling you. You know what I mean? Also, does this also sound like a drug addicted guy who feels bad that he's like, you know, I'll stop fucking prostitutes and drive my truck. I'll become unemployed and I'll just smoke crack in the woods with my family.
That's what he wanted the $350,000 for.
So he could retire. Yeah. So I could just hang out at the fucking lake all day, dude. Why not? As far as truck talk goes, there is one villain that aims to infuriate truck drivers online at all cost. The Truck Stop Pisser. The Truck Stop Pisser on TikTok is an account that follows a man going to different truck stop bathrooms and pissing on everything in sight. Pisses on fucking everything. It's pretty gross. For the truck stop villain, no bathroom is safe from his wrath. He's been seen pissing all over numerous truck stop showers and bathrooms, including sinks and even toilet brush holders. Just pisses all over it. I tell you what, it does sound. It's like people like looking to the truckers out there are looking for a Batman to be like, will someone stop this fucking Joker? Yo, what bat signal do they have to stop this motherfucker? In other videos, he's seen peeing in trash cans and on random chairs, watching as the urine soaks into the fabric. And in some of his older videos, he has stood on the side of the road and he's pissed on traffic that goes by. There's a lot of videos that people love him.
Did you ever pee on toilet paper when you were a kid?
No.
Oh.
Did you?
As pranks, my friends did it, so I followed. I remember one time we stayed the night at a church, and then we peed.
Why'd you stay the night at a church?
Because, I don't know, it was like a church event, and they had all the boys sleep on one side and the girls sleep on the other, and then we were throwing balls at the girls.
But, what balls? What does that mean?
Like plastic balls.
That's we'll move past it. What's the so what happened? Oh, do you just pee on the toilet paper?
Me and the guys went in, and then I saw one of my friends. He was like peeing in between stalls. He's like hopping around, and then one of them peed on the toilet paper. So I was like, hey, I want to join in. So then I peed, and then like 10 minutes later, we saw one of the employees like cleaning up the toilet, wrapping it around his hand.
When I was younger, I had very bad aim, and I'd pee all over the seats, but I always felt really bad, and I wiped it up and stuff, but I was always like, whoa! I don't know why I was always surprised every time.
For years, I used to purposely pee on the toilet seat until my mom said, "Stop doing that."
You people sit on that.
That was fun.
Did you fantasize about sitting on someone else's pee?
No, I just clean it up, but I'd just be like, wee.
Like your mom would be like, Nick, you have got to stop doing that. But this is far from the first gross story that has ever been told throughout the world of trucking. One trucker was in a bathroom when suddenly the man next to him dropped a monster log that ended up clogging and overflowing the toilet next to him. The water kept on coming, alongside chunks of toilet paper and feces that the man had to avoid the sewage by lifting his legs in the air for minutes on end. Oh God, I did not train for this. Yeah, they're all the way up here. He's like, what in the world? Eventually, a worker trudged in and handed him 2 garbage bags to wrap around his feet and a small trash can to rest them on until he could finish his bowel movement. I love how much they accommodated him. All right, there you go. Now just finish your, it's like water and shit flowing everywhere. You just finish what you gotta do in there, all right? Sometimes truckers aren't lucky enough to make it to the bathroom in time. After entering the bathroom, a driver opened the stall and saw a pair of soiled underwear on the toilet.
You just put it on the toilet like as
I banished I should have, like, almost like the offering, like I wish I could have made it. And blessed your porcelain bowl. After moving to the next stall and doing his business, he walked outside to see a man holding his pants up. He also noticed that he had failed to make it back to the truck and had shit his pants. How many times a day do you think truckers shit? Like if you were working at a truck stop, is it a daily thing? Shit my pants.
They say it's the walk of shame.
Oh, damn.
They say you can see it, you're like, oh, 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 and then you'll stop.
Oh,
and then you just turn back.
Never mind. A few minutes later, the trucker noticed the man who had soiled himself pulling up next to him and was working on his engine. When he peeked out of the cab, he saw that his pants were around his knees and his hog was fully exposed. Didn't really probably need that last bit of information, but we thought it was necessary for the story to truly immerse yourself. So, you're welcome. And it doesn't take a genius to assume that the floor of a truck stop parking lot is disgusting, right? It's common sense. It's safe to say anything your shoe touches has once been peed on or worse. That's the safe assumption. One driver caught a man just leaving his truck and heading toward the truck stop completely barefoot and oblivious to the filth on the asphalt. I don't know. I mean, first off, when I see a man walking that's barefoot in anywhere that's not his own home, even I'm starting to get a little squeamish at like a water park. You see a guy like walking around, whatever. I don't fuck with the bare. I'm always like got a few screws loose. Walking barefoot, you know what I mean? Especially people like, I'm connecting to the earth.
They're grounding.
Yeah, I'm grounding to the earth. I don't know. I just picture like a big dog turd like going between their toes.
I think you get worms through your feet. You can step in worms and they go through your feet.
Jesus. Really?
Fact check.
Trucker worms?
Yeah, trucker worms.
A separate video showed a driver walking past another trucker who was bent over barefoot inspecting something on the floor of his cab. Literally centimeters away from this man's bare feet is a random puddle of mysterious liquid. You try to tell me what it is, I don't know, but imagine I can't even fathom, even if it was water. Can you imagine if the wet bottoms of your feet? I don't know. Some truckers opt to use catheters or even wear diapers in order to save time and stress that comes with looking for nearby bathrooms, which I gotta say, anybody who is wearing a diaper, I commend you. If you're just like, it's not even worth it. You change yourself. You think they have giant truckers like in the bathroom? It's like the things that fall off the wall. Oh. Put baby powder on it.
Oh, they're doing it themselves?
Yeah, exactly. They're changing themselves. Wow. On an adult baby diaper lover forum, of course we're going to look there, many truckers chimed in to state that it's great for long drives that don't have frequent truck stops. Other options include poop buckets as well as opening the door to piss real quick during a red light. Call that a drive-by. Over time, there have been various wide-held beliefs and superstitions that permeate throughout the community. Many truckers believe that abiding by them all will save them from potentially dangerous journey. These include never holding an empty load, as it leads to bad luck. Many truck drivers prefer to leave a toy or random object on their flatbeds to be extra safe. You gotta have something. The demon of the road will get you if not. Referring to your truck as a she or her, similar to sailors, and never drive your truck with $50 bills in your pocket. This originated from NASCAR driver Joe Weatherly, who died in 1964 in a car crash during his final race. Later, two $50 bills were found on his person.
That's a race car driver.
Yeah, but truck driver, NASCAR driver, we're kind of in the same wheelhouse here. He's like, hey, the ghost of Joe Weatherly will come and kill you. Hold your breath as you pass cemeteries to avoid bad luck. And alternatively, holding your breath through a tunnel brings good luck.
I didn't know that was a truck driver thing.
You should always pat your dashboard after you complete a job and tapping the roof of your truck as you go past a yellow light for good luck. Now you know.
I didn't know those were all truck driver things.
I think it might have started as truck driver, but I think it's a lot of road rule stuff. But I feel like a lot of that stuff starts with the kings of the roads, the truck drivers. Out of all the various aspects of trucker community, there is one that has become much more mainstream. I'm talking, of course, about lot lizards. Oh yeah. We had to get there eventually. A lot lizard refers to a truck stop prostitute, something many truckers have encountered during their travels. To refer back to our glossary of trucker lingo, the term party row refers to the back row of large parking lots, which got its name from being the most common spot for lot lizards would target, right? All the people that are in the back, away from the lights, that's where all the sucking and fucking's going on. Yeah, you don't want to see the lot lizards in the daytime. They're hiding under rocks.
Do you think there's got to be normal people who go to the backs looking for lot lizards? Like in a car, normal car?
Maybe. But I'd like to think that the lot lizards have pride and they don't take them. Where's your cabin? Well, I got a F-150. No, I don't think that's how it works, sweetheart. Oh, please. No, I don't think so. Yeah, can you imagine being on the bed? I need pussy, please. All right, fine. All you have to do is say please. All right, you're kind. Prostitution is apparently rampant at truck stops. Yeah, apparently. That's weird. So a lot of truckers are more wary of the larger cities. And in fact, many interactions with lot lizards are police sting operations, which I gotta say, what else? Do you have anything better to do with your time?
I was gonna say,
can a guy not go by? Can a woman not make some money and a guy not get his fucking nut?
They're lonely.
Exactly. Can I not have like a fucking woman just like pound my shit a bit? Thank you. There's a tip.
I'm tired of coming on my shoes.
I'm tired of my fucking pedals are caked in fucking Yankee wax. I need some companionship. Police also monitor truck radios for signals that someone is soliciting sex, so the frequency of truck stop prostitution has reduced significantly over time. Buzzkill. Some truckers have claimed to see white vans pull into truck stops to drop off what is described as fake lot lizards, used to catch people who are indulging in their services. So that's a CB radio thing. The sugar is sweet, but don't take the candy. I repeat, do not take it. A cop. Come back. Another person responded with advice that one of his commercial driving license instructors told him, quote, if you ever see a sexy lizard, she's a cop. God damn, look at her. Nope. Too good to be true. Yeah, there's like a half mutant person walking around. Now, hello, good looking. The buffet is open. That being said, a lot of people have many beautiful lot lizard tales to tell. One man from Indiana had a woman knock on his truck at 3 a.m. to advertise her services. She was rejected. Yeah, right. And the man proceeded to watch her hopping from truck to truck, making time in between to wash out her pussy with Coca-Cola. But see, that's how you keep it sweet. You gotta wash out your pussy with a little bit of Coca-Cola. That's what a guy does. Oh my God. She used to do with mug root beer, but she's there after a while. They'd be like, it's a root beer float. This isn't the only dark corner of the trucking world. In fact, this profession can attract deeply disturbed people. No. Come on, what? Truck drivers move through states so quickly and frequently that it's harder to track them down, making it ideal for certain types of crimes. In 2003 to 2004, a crime analyst from the Oklahoma State Bureau of Investigation looked at bodies found along highways and realized there was a connection between the location of the bodies and the routes that long-haul truckers take. The FBI had to develop the Highway Serial Killing Initiative, the HSK, which aimed to help stop serial killers in the trucking industry. It's like also the last bastion, because I feel like back in the day in the 60s, 50s and 60s and all that, there wasn't a lot of ways to catch people, so you could like, a lot of people would pick people up in cars, like hitchhikers and stuff, and kill them. This is like one of the actual last ways of like, well, I was supposed to go this way. I don't know. Shit happens. How many people drive along the highway? It's like still the perfect cover up for these fucking psychos. It is believed that a massive underground network of potential serial killers exists with the purpose of picking up lot lizards at truck stops, killing them, and leaving their bodies on barren stretches of roads during their late at night drives, which is also, once again, you have a business to be there. There's like desolate places out in the middle of nowhere that no one's hardly looking, and then you're also picking up lot lizards, aka prostitutes, which already probably no one's looking for them either. It's the perfect crime. The FBI is looking at 850 murders, with most victims being prostitutes. It's very hard to solve these crimes due to the victims already being alienated from their family, and they don't get reported missing, and the suspects are able to travel thousands of miles away from the scene of the crime by the time the victim even would be found, or even if they do get found. While they have made some arrests, the vast majority of these murders are all cold cases with no leads at all. So when you're gleefully signaling a nearby trucker to honk his horn at you, there's always a chance that you are looking in the eyes of a serial killer. Which is a bit dramatic, but you never know. He's either just got done beating his dick, he took a shit on the side of the road, or he killed somebody. Those are the only options, all right?
I feel like you could say that about anybody. You could be staring in the eyes of the serial killer at your grocery store.
Yeah, but it feels so much more true when you're talking about a trucker, doesn't it? It's surprising just how many people are totally unaware of what goes on in the trucking world, despite seeing truckers almost every day of your life. What seems like a mundane job to many can actually be a life full of adventure with all sorts of unexpected turns. It's also a job that, while incredibly important, can be quite lonesome, with some people leaving their families for long periods of time to make a living. So the next time you angrily drive past a truck driver on a busy freeway, take a second to consider that. These are just people doing their job, and it's a very lonely one at that. So with that, I leave you with, don't fuck lot lizards. I'm telling you, that'd be bad. If you take a shit, go out in the middle of the woods. I think if you were beside a wooded area and it was like, this is so busy, it was tall grass, you took shit in the tall grass, to me, that is totally fine.
Yeah,
gonna be itchy, though.
Put a blanket over.
Confucius say, man with itchy tushy, wake up with smelly finger. All right, bye.
Wise words.
I'm sick. I don't feel good. But at least we have new merch.
Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come in and sit on down, because today we are going to be talking about Boy Scouts. Yes, sir. Hoorah! Yes, sir. The scouting movement started all the way back in 1907 in England with the goal of creating good citizens and outdoor savvy youth. Young scouts could earn merit badges, hold leadership roles, and become valuable members in their communities. Thank you, Boy Scouts. I imagine at the beginning people were like, that's kind of cool.
I didn't know it was from Britain. I thought it was American.
The UK. Our boys need to go out and fatty do something in woods, huh? Aye, sir. Yes, sir. Let me help you with your bags, ma'am. Also, can I whittle you a knife made of wood? The ultimate goal was to become an Eagle Scout, an award given to those who contribute to their communities through a service project. Fast forward to today, the Boy Scouts are a worldwide phenomenon that has been going relatively strong for the last, century or so. Relatively. Some people might say the Boy Scouts not as cool as they used to be.
No.
They wouldn't know, though. It's relative. Many who have joined speak highly of their experience and encourage others to join so they can learn the valuable skills offered. Not everyone had the same experience and despised the Scouts with every fiber of their being. And for good reason, as you'll soon find out. Yeah, not going to be a positive video by the Boy Scouts. You clicked on the wrong channel. Giving preteens knives can be dangerous, and those on the outside judge heavily for joining. In recent years, the dark underbelly of scouting has come to light, as thousands of boys who were sexually abused by their leaders have come forward with their stories, leading to a lot of scouting drama, Kids coming forth and talking about their sexual abuse and stuff. All the guys are like, it's just drama. This doesn't even include all the injuries and dangerous adventures that have occurred on troop outings. So put on your sashes and grab your compass as we navigate the crazy world of Boy Scouts. How much of this document is men raping boys?
We kept that to the end, so.
That does not answer I mean, to be fair, you can't talk about the Boy Scouts without bringing up it's a problem. It's just drama. Relative drama. Most people think that Scouts is just merit badges and campouts. That's what they think the Boy Scouts are. But little do they know, it's also filled with cult-like ceremonies. You think that it's just going out and you pound around, maybe getting touched by your scout leader, or going out fishing.
My dad was my scout
Easy.
leader.
Did you hear the last thing I just said?
Well, I
getting touched by your scout leader, and Nick's immediately just like, my dad didn't it?
No.
Let's just hold on a second. Let me get to where I was going. Because people think that joining the Scouts is just peeling potatoes with knives, fucking making those stupid ass cars that you do the race cars stuff with it, or it's fishing. I was in the Boy Scouts for a small period of time, very small period of time. Even when I was a kid, I was just like,
yeah, it wasn't very fun.
The fuck is this shit, dude? Really? What the fuck? It's like, because also all of it, almost every Boy Scout meeting we had was held in a church. It was very culty. It's a cult-like thing. Just odd.
Mine was held in my house, and then one of the kids was humping my couch.
The Order of the Arrow is an honor society within scouting that only a select few scouts are inducted into. To be selected as a candidate, you must camp at least 15 nights and have been in the organization for 2 years. Now, here's the thing. That criteria is not crazy, okay? You have to camp 15 nights, whoa, and be in there 2 years? What do you think that tells you about the turnaround rate? It is a revolving door. I think I want to do this. Nope, just kidding. So those motherfuckers that last the 15 nights and are able to do it for 2 years, that's a boy I don't want to... But that's a boy I do not want to fuck with, all right? After those requirements are met, your peers then vote you in as a candidate. The ceremony for inductees is insane and very theatrical. All of the scouts are brought to an open field or lake in a line with a massive campfire in the center. Does that feel... What does that also remind you of? Like a satanic ritual? Does it remind you of some kind of fucking Ku Klux Klan? Doesn't it? Yeah, we're gonna put on some spooky ghost outfit, guys. We're scouting. Ceremonial drums and chants can be heard in the distance as a man in a Native American headdress gives a speech. After the speech is over, 2 other Native Americans... Are these real Native Americans are doing this shit? There's no fucking way.
These are men dressed as natives.
Okay, so after the speech, 2 other men dressed as Native Americans begin running up and down the line, stopping at the candidates, and either yelling at them to run to the fire or yanking them out of line. Once all candidates are gone, the true trial begins. For the next 24 hours, they are prohibited from talking or bathing and are only allowed to eat very light rations. They must sleep on the ground in the woods and do manual labor projects.
Gotta toughen them up.
I don't want to get too much into the graphic shit, but does this not read like, I guess we'll have to strip you for clothes and you'll be... They're weak from not eating, they're delirious, and you can't speak to anyone, can't yell, and you can't bathe, which is just a guy being like, make them stink, make them build up a sweat in the camp, they can't bathe, put that in there. If any of the scouts fail to adhere to these guidelines, they'll be instantly kicked and allowed to retry the following year, if they are elected into this role again, which good luck, buddy. Otherwise, if they complete the trial, they are awarded a sash and a feast. After you become a member, there are tons of events where Order of the Arrow members gather. One of the biggest is the National Order of the Arrow Conference, where they rent out a massive stadium and treat it like a monster truck rally with pyrotechnics and explosions. This is Boy Scouts, by the way. You went out and you fished, you camped, and then I don't know what else happened, but this is what's, you get rewarded. But to come in, you can't bathe, and you can't say a word to anyone. Let's go sell popcorn outside of a Walmart. Come on. But don't. Okay. Can I get my badge later? Yeah, you got this one for the glizzy. I don't trust these motherfuckers one bit. The Order of the Arrow is an organization-wide ceremony, which most people find to be an extraordinary experience. However, not all ceremonies are the same. One camper talked about how during their ceremony, the runners came by with a knife and cut all their hands with the same blade. I think there's an emphasis on the same blade. If I feel like somebody was infected or something, yeah. They cut Marcus and they cut me. And that's why I look like this. He was then forced to do hard manual labor and was not allowed any food for over 24 hours. Did you not get the fucking quota? That's what happens. Right? Isn't that what happens to everybody? Which getting cut up is not usually the same experience that, it's not the regular occurrence for 99% of the Order of the Arrow members and is seen as extreme. And sadly, it's not the only rigorous ceremony in scouting. Throughout the hundreds of summer camps, there are more local rituals only done at specific locations. So it's like, yeah, they're the ceremonies, but this location, they do this. This is what they like. Don't bathe.
Stinky.
Can I come inside?
Can I get a glizzy?
I want one glizzy, please.
This video is sponsored by Fume, the leaders in flavored air. Breaking bad habits can be hard. Maybe the stress of the holiday season is making that harder? Why don't you let Fume help with that? Fume is not a vape, it's not an e-cig, it's just flavored air, which means you can use Fume anywhere. With Fume, there's no vapor, no nicotine, and no toxic chemicals. And on top of that, Fume is an award-winning device that puts you on the path towards being free from bad habits. For my money, Fume's best flavor is crisp mint, but they have other great flavors like peach, blush, and grapefruit. Another huge plus is how compact the device is. I can take it anywhere or keep it here at my desk without it taking up any space. Fume is also there for when you're feeling anxious. Keep Fume by your side and find your calm with the satisfying clicks and snaps of the device, wherever and whenever you need to. Over 700,000 people have already made the switch to Fume as part of their habit change journey. And for a limited time, if you order the Journey Pack using my code PAPAMEAT, you'll get a free Fume topper. So if you've been thinking about changing your habits, this is the perfect first step. Go to tryfume.com/PAPAMEAT or scan the QR code on screen to grab yours today. Thanks, Fume, for sponsoring the video. Back to the video.
The Piper Stone ceremony at Camp Allen is another secretive ceremony that requires scouts to undergo multiple trials and tribulations, and at the end, the scouts are given a pipe stone to wear.
A little hieroglyphic.
Are we in Egypt? Of these who have endured the ceremony, many have reported extremely harsh conditions. One of the trials involved running through the woods by torchlight while wearing a loincloth and being yelled at. And if you fell behind, you'd be kicked up or picked up off the ground and forced to continue. Go! Do not bathe! Many boys have reported being handled roughly, shoved, and kicked, which resulted in injuries and induced vomiting. And what made the experience even more traumatic was the fact that you were not allowed to speak about the abuse because we were all sworn to secrecy. I can't or else the ghosts will attack me. That's what they told me. Others have reported being choked, punched, and forced to hug poison ivy trees and much, much worse. What? You hug that thing. Go there and hug it. Despite all of this being well known, many deny its existence and say that the scouts are being soft. You got soft hands. No legal action has ever been taken against the camp, and the tradition carries on to this very day. And for over a century, the Boy Scouts remained, for the most part, drama-free. It wasn't until recently that they got involved in a little scouting drama. In 2018, the Boy Scouts of America made a controversial decision to allow girls into the organization. I thought this, hey, what? That's what, but we're boys. This is Boy Scouts.
Gotta be gender inclusive.
Is that, well, I don't think it's gonna be gender inclusive. I think they see that. The Girl Scouts are making some fucking money, dude. The cookies. Boy Scouts, you can't see those motherfuckers selling cookies. They'd be like, you better step off our turf.
So, okay, hold on. Here's a question. Do Girl Scouts do anything besides sell cookies? Because it sounds like the Boy Scouts are like, that's like boys club. You go out and get stinky and you're in the wilderness. And it seems like the girls just sell cookies because they're cute.
Why can't it? That's a good point. If there was a thing called the Cookie Scouts and it's like we just raise money for their, which I guess, do they raise money for the Girl Scouts? And if so, what are they spending money on? It's like, how do you think we fucking make these? We gotta have money to make these cookies.
They, it's only the organization, the Girl Scouts, make the money. Or like, that's what I'm saying. I don't know what they do. Do they go camping?
I don't know. I've never been in it. I've never thought about that conspiracy of do they? How do we know that they don't just have a costume and they're just making like, it's a cookie business that it's child labor. And it's a cookie business where, yeah, people are like, it's the Scouts. You're going to be by this big oven. Take him out. Do we have mitts? Bare hands.
The Boy Scouts should start selling cookies on their off season.
The Boy Scouts need to do they need to sit outside and they need to grill. Do burgers.
A glizzy?
Yeah. Oh, well, actually, a hot dog stand would go hard, I feel like. Then the Girl Scouts immediately filed a trademark infringement lawsuit claiming that the terms Scouts and Scouting were wrongfully marketed to girls. This, they argued, confused both potential members and their parents about which organization to join. Which I'd be like, what the fuck what are you so confused for? Boy Scouts or Girl Scouts? I don't know. Which one is it? You know what I'd say? I don't fucking care. You want cookies? Yeah. Then go to that one.
You want to get stinky?
Want to get stinky? Oh, yeah. You better believe it, Mom. I'm going to roll around the mud. The Boy Scouts responded by saying their claims were utterly meritless and that all the new girl members were joining because they wanted to. Dubbed the Recruitment War. Both organizations fought with each other to get new members while claiming that they are the rightful owners of the term scouting. This lasted for over 3 years until it was settled in court after all claims were dropped. The whole reason why the organization changed was because for not evolving and being a mostly white and anti-gay organization. All right, that's what the Boy Scouts, a little white boy, little Nazi club. That's what I mean. You know what I mean? Can I join? When they do comply with demands, tons of people and institutions call them out for being woke. No winning. All right, fine. Get on in here, gay kid. Yay! Woke! All right, get out. Aw. That's the same kid, just back and forth. It's not just the public that is abandoning the organization, but the Church of Latter-day Saints has also dropped its support. Remember what I said earlier on? This fucking Mormon churches, that's all they were in. It's fucked up. For the majority of the existence, the Latter-day Saints Church has been the Boy Scouts' biggest donor and supplier of new scouts. Starting in 2013, when the Boy Scouts started being more friendly towards atheists and eventually allowed gays, the Latter-day Saints Church loyalty was shaky. What are you like them boys? Why them boys? I don't know. We just want new people coming in. We need good boys in there. Bad boys. It wasn't until they allowed girls that the line had been crossed. Gays and atheists, people that are completely opposed to their beliefs, whatever, they're like, I don't know. And it wasn't until just a girl came in, they're like, okay, what is this?
Well, now you're crossing the line.
Now you're crossing a line.
Why don't you just call it the Scouts?
What are you gonna do, have heterosexual sex? I'm bored. There's still plenty of boys to have sex with. I know. This is so stupid. This not only caused the overall enrollment to drop significantly, but also severely worsened their already terrible finances and pushed the organization to near bankruptcy. Most recently, the Boy Scouts have escaped bankruptcy and have changed their name to Scouting America. This has led to another outrage, which people believe is the final coffin, with the phrase "go woke" or "go broke" being thrown around.
So the reason they changed their name was so they could be more inclusive. You can be a furry or a transgender or a female or a boy or whatever you want to be and come to and join the Boy Scouts.
I can't win. It's bound to end eventually. It's going to end. It's just such an outdated thing.
Oh, the Boy Scouts?
What could you possibly do to make it?
Gotta make them tech Boy Scouts, like tech bros.
You had to almost change it to where it's just like useful stuff. And see, back in the day, it's like in the wild, in case you need to support your family. Now you need to have like kids come in and be like, you're going to learn how to code. You're going to be an AI engineer.
Well, now you got to do doomsday prepping.
Oh, see, or you have two extremes. You either do, you want a job when you're out of college, we're going to help you get there with AI Imagineering or whatever. Or you go super the other direction. It's just like, God's going to kill you and you should be afraid. And also, AI is going to kill us. Doomsday preppers. And then you get you have to attack the kids' parents.
Yeah.
And they force the kids to go. And you basically just keep the cycle going. You know what it's like, what it's going to be like? It's going to be hell on earth. You should be scared. Then they're scared all growing up and they send their kids. There's a solution. You're welcome, Scouting America. Even with all the controversy, many Scouts have a lot of insane stories to tell that often show all the good times they had while in Scouts. Every Scout has their stories, but some are more insane than others. Scouting is supposed to prepare young boys for life in the outdoors by teaching them necessary skills to survive. However, they can't always teach common sense. While out on patrol, an older scout returned to their campsite to find the rest of the troop making fried chicken. When he entered the camp, the entire area smelled like bleach.
Bleach chicken.
And upon closer inspection, he was horrified to learn that they're attempting to fry their chicken in Clorox bleach. Bleached chicken comes back again, dude. It tastes okay, but... Scout leader, I can't see. He quickly removed the chicken and told them not to eat any. Though many of the younger scouts were upset that they didn't get to have some of the bleached chicken.
We worked hard for the bleached chicken.
He's blind. Why can't I be? I have ascended scout leader. Where'll I get my badge, scout leader?
Hold on, what is the thought process?
I taste mercury in my mouth.
Do you think they got bleached chicken badges at least?
They better have gotten a Clorox badge at least.
Clorox.
And they fucking ingested bleach. What else could you do to not fucking, you know what I mean? Come on. Need a new badge. One of the major events every scout looks forward to is the Pinewood Derby. Which is the only reason. That's the only reason I even joined, because I saw it one time and I was like, whoa, It's a simple race where scouts build and customize small wooden cars, then race them down a short wooden track. What is meant to be harmless fun turned into a biohazard when one scout broke the rules. In 2004, Quail Run School had to be evacuated after a Cub Scout slipped a vial of mercury onto the car. When it hit the bottom of the track, it crashed and spilled the toxic material everywhere. Over 70 people were exposed to mercury and had to be tested to make sure none suffered from serious poisoning. All right, that time I'd be like, what was the mercury for? I thought it just looked kind of cool. Scout leader. He's got to be blind too, right? I dipped them in my eyes so I can see like God. Scout leader. I want to see heaven. Scout leader.
Yeah, where did he get the mercury?
Thermometer.
Oh, thermometer? Yeah.
Probably. It is believed that the child's parents were responsible for the modification, which was installed on the car to increase its weight despite it being against the rules. So they wanted to raise the weight by putting mercury on it?
Don't you weigh? I thought everyone weighs their cars.
They do. Unless they're like, oh, you gotta know, let's add the weight now. Put a fucking like marble in it. You have the thermometers? Yeah. What the fuck is happening? After all the hazmat cleaning and ventilation was through, a fine of $5,000 was issued and the event was held the following Saturday. We will start up next week. It is not over. All the kids. Ooh. All the blind kids. Oh, thank God. Lawrence Machida was an assistant scoutmaster for Troop 183 located in New York until he was arrested for sharing drugs with a young scout. If it's weed, if you're like, he's 18, you're like, he's 15, you're like, you want to hit, that's not a big deal. What I see in my mind is a guy being like, whoa, you look like a wizard. He's like, yeah, it's called PCP. Oh, PCP, that sounds weird. It's angel dust. Remember, you're Christian. Oh. According to reports, Lawrence had invited the 13-year-old troop member to his home, where he gave the teen LSD, marijuana, and alcohol.
13-year-old? Come on.
13 years old.
Are you trying to impress a 13-year-old?
Yeah, I mean, I got some like crazy stuff at my house. You want to go back? I mean, what else does that look like? He was charged with 2 misdemeanors of unlawfully dealing with a child and failure to exercise control of a minor. After his arrest, he was removed from his position and charged $5,000 bail, which he posted with $2,500 in cash.
Oh, that's a young scout leader.
So he's just young. He's just like,
he was probably 18.
He was the kid when he was 13. All the other people were like, oh, you're not going to be able to drink and smoke with us because you're a fucking pussy. Yes, sir. Yes, Scoutmaster. And now he's in control and he's just like, I'm going to give you the experience I've never had. But he just comes across as like, you know, a freak. LSD? If it was weed and alcohol, I'd be like, hey, probably like, you want to hit of a joint and beer? I'm not saying that's appropriate. I'm just saying LSD's insane.
Yeah, for a 13-year-old
mind. Put this on your tongue. Oh, Scoutmaster. Is this hell? Is this death? He's like, he first a bleached chicken and all of a sudden LSD. May I have one for the road, please? Another scout leader was ruining the lives of their troop by embezzling all of their funds. Amy Jo Modi had held numerous positions throughout her local Pennsylvania troop and was trusted with full access to all their financial accounts. Uh-oh. In July of 2023, another leader in the troop notified their bank of suspicious activity and inconsistencies in their finances. And after further investigation, the police discovered that Amy had stolen $5,962 and spent all of it on herself. Receipts showed that she had used the money to pay her Netflix subscription, paid for multiple tattoos, and paid for all of her DoorDash orders. And after this discovery, she was arrested and charged with felony theft by unlawful taking. Amy's not the only scout leader to get a felony. Glenn Taylor and David Hall took their troop to Goblin Valley State Park in Utah for an outing when they came across a protected rock formation called Hoodoo. Show Hoodoo. So wherever we're getting ready to get into, it was there. These kinds of formations are very rare, can take 2 million years to form, and a major tourist attraction in certain parks. After coming across this natural beauty, both men decided it would be a good idea to push it over. Why would that be a good idea? Yes, sir. Thank you, Scoutmaster. So David pulled out his phone and recorded Glenn toppling the structure while kids could be heard celebrating in the background. Yay! The recording soon went viral and earned both men felony criminal mischief and $5,000 fines apiece. Legal trouble wouldn't end there because just before the viral video, Glenn was suing a father and daughter for a car accident that supposedly caused him life-debilitating pain and sucked the joy out of his life. The father, who was being sued, saw the video and tried to get the case thrown out because there was clear evidence to show that Glenn suffered no injuries. Motherfucker was clapping and having a good time. However, Glenn's legal team argued that Taylor's quick recovery did not undo the medical bills and pain caused by the accident. After everything was settled, both men took a plea deal, which allowed them to avoid jail time if they followed the terms for 1 year. Many parents enroll their children in the Scouts to teach them discipline and skills that will prepare them for the future. One family tried to do this because their son was getting into trouble with his scientific experiments. But in the end, it didn't help. Ever since David Hahn was young, he had been interested in science and chemistry. His favorite book was the Golden Book of Chemistry Experiments, and he often performed small experiments from it. One of the more notable experiments told him how to make chloroform and instructed him to smell it, okay? Causing him to pass out for an hour.
You gotta smell that. You gotta be like,
is this right? Fearing that his experiments might get more dangerous, he was enrolled in Boy Scouts to try and discipline him, but it only made him want to experiment more. After completing his Atomic Energy Merit Badge, David became inspired to try to create a nuclear reactor at home. He began stealing radioactive materials from smoke detectors, camping lanterns, batteries, and old clocks. He would then go back to his shed and use a Bunsen burner and a hollowed-out block of lead to try to create a reaction. While he never successfully created nuclear energy, he was still exposed to dangerous levels of radiation that could be detected down the block. His experiments also caused his skin to burn, his hair to turn green, and he occasionally passed out from his condensed amount of radiation in his backyard shed. This kid kind of fucking rules, actually. It all came crumbling down in August of '94 when police stopped David and searched his vehicle, where they found a toolbox with an odd gray powder. And after asking what it was, David told the officer it was radioactive. And they immediately called the EPA and NRC, which led to a search and seizure at his home. A few months later, the EPA deemed the home a Superfund cleanup and removed 39 barrels of radioactive waste, which were taken to be stored in Utah. Officials also tried to get David to get medically evaluated, believing that he suffered severe damage from the major radiation he was exposed to, but David refused. I'm fine. Hair all grain and she looks like the Joker. I'm okay. Do I look weird to you? After all the media attention died down, he would join the Navy and get honorably discharged. Following his departure, he was diagnosed with paranoid schizophrenia. He also had another FBI investigation after someone claimed he was hoarding nuclear material, but agents found no materials in his possession. Fucking Iraq all over again. All they learned was David had started using cocaine and stopped taking his meds, which made him believe that people were out to shock his genitals with their brains. A few months after his interview with the FBI, he would be arrested for stealing smoke detectors in his apartment building with the intent to remove the nuclear material. At the time of his arrest, his face was covered in burns, believed to be caused by exposure to nuclear material, and he was sentenced to 90 days in jail.
Damn, he looks scary.
Which David, unfortunately, would die in 2016 due to an overdose of fentanyl and other drugs.
That took a turn. I wasn't expecting.
What do you mean you didn't expect? Motherfucker was... How from a young age are you that obsessed with nuclear energy? He's like, yeah, David also recovered perfectly, and he's a normal No, I mean, he's gone. He's gone. Who knew the Boy Scouts could be so weird and insane, right? It's crazy to see what was supposed to be a fun way to get young boys in the outdoors turn into a hellscape of corrupt leaders and dangerous outings. With such a wide variety of threats and drama, it's no wonder that enrollment is at an all-time low. Which we didn't even scratch all of the weird sexual abuse and everything that happens. I mean, it is obvious, you know. Usually at these points, I say it's a video for another day. I'm not touching that. We already talked about, we got David in there. David's enough. All I gotta say is, if you're in the Boy Scouts, run away. I'm sure there's some motherfuckers that had a good time in the Boy Scouts.
Our Boy Scouts is just like a club. We never actually did the activities. We just hang out and play video games.
Your poor dad, dude. You seriously just keep painting him more and more as a monster. Yeah, we never went on camping trips we said we were going to. We just went back to my house.
We went to the snow one time, the mountains, for a day trip.
He didn't tell anybody. We just went. Okay, that's our Boy Scout video. Hey, thank you, Scout Leader. We will see you next time, Scout Leader. Hoorah! Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on and sit down because today we're talking about prison. Social media has made it very accessible to kind of get the ins and outs of what happens in a prison. Maybe you see a prisoner, maybe he makes a love doll out of pillows and he squeezes its ass and its titties, and you know, you're like, that's romantic. Or maybe you watch people smoking weed or maybe stabbing someone to death. Prison has never been more accessible to the common man. With prisoners getting cell phones and all kinds of different weird things happening, it just made me want to make a video talking about all the weird things that happen in everyday prison life. And it seems that every person who has been to prison has an interesting story or some kind of perspective that we from the outsiders, us safe, law-abiding citizens, find scary or fascinating. Have you seen that guy that talks about, like, it's like a prisoner who has a social media channel? It's just about how he got addicted to like having sex with men, like getting obsessed with like men's asses.
I'm talking about this motherfucker's ass was so fat. It was like your baby mama. That motherfucker's ass was fat. Ungodly fat, right?
So let's take a look at some of these absolutely wild stories and see what life's like inside the clink. Is that the right word? Verbiage?
Brink?
The clink.
I've never heard of clink.
I'm almost positive clink is a clink. I'm slang a generic term for prison or jail. Okay, the clink. Just making sure. You know, when people think of prison, what do they think? They don't say butts and pedophiles and murderers. And if you're thinking of a movie, what do you think? You're probably thinking of sneaking in contraband. Right. Some of the best stories come from people trying to smuggle things into prison. Prisoners have to constantly find more creative ways to bring things in, whether it be cell phones or drugs, all that kind of stuff. And they have to get creative. You know, back in the day, it was just your butt. I feel like the butt's a dead meme.
Well, that's the first place they look.
Well, it's the whole thing. They have you like, they're like squat and cough.
Really?
Oh yeah, that's, you get naked and they're like squat and cough. So you squat and you do, you're supposed to immediately just shit out everything. There's no way you're pushing like a box of ibuprofen up that deep, you know what I mean? Our first little subject today, which is an attorney smuggling K2 soaked court documents. First off, just want to say, great prison pic. He looks lovable, but he also looks like he could just kill me with his bare hands. In the gay community, he'd be called a bear. Just kind of cool. In 2025, this year, this happened this year, 2025. 37-year-old Nathan Williams got the help of his other inmates to come up with a unique way to smuggle in drugs to Duval County Jail. Oh, God. You see that Jacksonville Jaguar thing? Duval. He took an assortment of their legal paperwork and had them soaked in K2, a synthetic form of marijuana that is illegal.
It's illegal now?
I guess it is illegal. Okay, well, I think it's a synthetic form of marijuana. It's like rat poison. If it was marijuana, people would be like, I don't give a fuck. But they're like, no, this is bleach and Tide Pods. That's gonna get you hot. I smoked it once. I know I've told you this story, but I was playing World of Warcraft with my buddy like way back in the day, hitting some shit off of like a Monster energy can pipe, and we were just gaming. All of a sudden, I was like, I had this horrible panic attack, and I'm like, I'm gonna die. I thought that I was having a heart attack. I'm like, dude, I'm having a panic attack. So now I can't smoke weed. I haven't smoked weed since I was 16 years old.
Try it again. It's been 32 years.
I don't want to. I'm sticking to healthy stuff like Jack Daniels and whiskey and rum, dude. That's why I have this. That's why I have this body. He was successfully transporting the drugs for financial gain for a while, but an increase in drug overdoses led to an investigation that resulted in him being caught and arrested. He now faces 8 third-degree felonies. So, you know, starting it off light, you know, they have this year a little K2 soaked in rat poison, shove it up your bum, and then now people are ODing on doo-doo pills. I don't know how I'd feel about if I'm trying to get high. It's like, this is up my ass. I guess if you're in the clink, it doesn't matter.
You throw a condom around it.
I like to think that it was just like bare fist, just like covered in the K2 oil, and he just like, he wants to get high too, and he's like, oh. Well, I guess if it wasn't covered, it would just dissolve in his body, and he would probably just OD himself.
Or he did the saw method and dipped it in wax and swallowed it.
Yeah. Well, I want to get more eccentric with it, so that's why I'm going to switch to pigeons smuggling in phones. Did Dr. Doolittle get arrested? What the f***? How did that happen? In 2017, a pigeon was found trying to enter a Brazilian prison with a cell phone attached to it. Guards noticed that an inmate was frantically trying to capture the moving bird, so they intervened and lured it down with pieces of food. Dig in their asshole and grab out some like a cupcake or something. Hi. Further investigation revealed that it was wearing some sort of vest designed to help it carry contraband over prison walls. Pigeons had supposedly been bred and raised by inmates with the purpose of having them smuggled out and given contraband, so that they could be released and use their instincts to return home.
Bred them in the prison.
He's like, no, give them time. They must make love. Only if they make love is his home. That's a pretty devious way of bringing in some stuff, though, huh? Training pigeons?
How'd they get the first pigeons?
Probably sweet treats or something. Probably plantains or some shit like that. Or we could talk about an updated pigeon, a drone, delivering and drugs to inmates. Well, that makes more sense. You can be pretty far from a drone to control it.
Some of them, yeah. Or you get like a little extender.
Yeah, a giant Melrod. In 2016, it was discovered that drones were being utilized to smuggle copious amounts of contraband, like drugs, cell phones, and films.
Where they watch these films?
Also, it's just like, doesn't the cell phone just do that for you? Like, I need magazines, DVDs. It's like, so you have to bring a portable DVD player too? Yeah. When an inmate named Thaddeus Shorts, that's a great name for a prisoner. When an inmate named Thaddeus Shorts had been released from prison, he came up with a scheme to efficiently deliver products to those inside. He would make up to $6,000 per drop-off. It's not bad.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
You're not doing daily deliveries, though. There's no way that the guards are like, what is that thing? Drones are so loud. Can you imagine? He's like, it's multi-drops a day. I'm making $700,000 a month. The operation was shut down after Shorts was caught near the facility with a brand new truck he had purchased from his earnings. The vehicle was filled with drugs, DVDs, and other packages alongside a drone. I like the idea that he immediately got out and he's just like, I'm going to buy a $150,000 Ford Raptor. Dropping off Twinkies and to inmates inside, dude. Apparently, he was so proud of the scheme he orchestrated that he told the investigators everything they wanted to know. He told them he was using the money to create a new, customized drone that could carry larger quantities of supplies. He definitely saw Catch Me If You Can. They're going to be so impressed with this evil scheme that I'm doing that the government's going to hire me. Shorts was convicted yet again, prompting prison management to become more aware of how new tech could be utilized to smuggle stuff into prisoners.
Look at that drone.
The picture of this drone is obnoxious. I think DJI drones have 4 propellers. This has, I think it's 8 propellers. If you've never been on a drone, it is not a quiet affair. I don't know how the guards didn't realize this was happening. Also, like, look at all these windows. Is everyone just like...
Today's video is sponsored by GamerSupps. Our dearest friends at GamerSupps make amazing energy drinks and non-caffeinated drinks for you to enjoy throughout your day. They're gluten-free, keto-friendly, and goddamn it, they're good. And we have an amazing flavor, raw meat, right now that you can try and enjoy. It's basically summer in a cup. It's unbelievable. They also just released their V-Card game. So if you like card games, I would check that out as well. And use promo code PAPAMeat and you get 10% off whatever you order from GamerSupps. It's amazing drinks, amazing quality. These guys fucking rule. They're one of the most supportive brands that we ever have on this channel, so please go check them out. Check out the drinks, the shakers, and also check out their new card game because it's a lot of fun. Thank you, GamerSupps, for sponsoring the video, and back to the video.
Gotta go back to the attorneys though, dude. Those are the real evil motherfuckers out there in the world. An attorney smuggles fentanyl-laced weed to a dominatrix in prison. It's like if you're an attorney, they're just like, no matter what, there has to be some kind of marijuana in my ass. You have to pay me, and you also have to give me a chapstick tube. In 2023, a Russian dominatrix named Victoria Nostrova began convincing her attorney Christopher Hoyt to smuggle in bags of fentanyl-laced marijuana into the prison for her. She was definitely like silver tonguing that motherfucker. Do you want me to whip you? He's like, yes. Yeah, could I whip you? She's like, if you want. He's like, I'm afraid. Do not be afraid of things you do not understand, Mr. Attorney. He would do this regularly before being caught with a loose bag of drugs in her shoes, leading to the lawyer being arrested and replaced. Oh. Thank God we put the replace thing. Being arrested. Well, was he still in the case? As it turns out, the reason for Victoria's imprisonment is absolutely banana nut crazy. In 2014, she was caught on a traffic camera propping up her recently murdered neighbor in the passenger seat of her car. And according to the victim's daughter, quote, all that was left basically was his skull and bones. No legs, no left hand. I couldn't believe it. She's like, I don't prefer people have left hand. Her goal was to steal money and valuables from the neighbor, but instead became an international fugitive running from the law to escape Russian prison. And by 2016, she started working as a dominatrix while regularly visiting a salon in Queens. It was there that she met Olga Tisk, a stylist that bore a striking resemblance to Victoria. She decided this was her ticket to freedom. Victoria wanted to have Olga killed so that she could take her identity and live out her new life in Queens. God, Victoria's kind of a baddie though, huh?
I'm not a killer. I'm woman. Only woman.
Also, they don't look that similar. I think the only similarity is they kind of have a cold Russian stare. Like they're just like, how are you doing? Victoria begged Olga for an eyebrow touch-up that she could perform at her home. There, she brought out a cheesecake as a thank you gift. Olga ate a slice of the cheesecake and found herself vomiting 20 minutes later before passing out. The cheesecake had been laced with phenazepam, an intense tranquilizer that could lead to death if dosed high enough.
I walked over to the waste paper basket, and right there, was this plastic container with what appeared to be the remnants of pastry, something that looked good.
Olga was alive, but spent the entire night feeling sick. To finish the job, Victoria visited her to deliver some chicken soup, again laced with more of the drug, which sent Olga into a coma. She's just like, oh, you're sick from cheesecake I gave you? She's like, yes, her stomach bad. She's like, don't worry, brought you green chicken noodle soup. You have to drink quick though, drink what hot, drink it. Oh. Olga. Oreo, your food is no sit right with Olga. Victoria then ransacked her place for valuable jewelry, a passport, and an employment authorization card before leaving. When she woke up, there were pills surrounding her in what seemed to be a staged urukai. In 2018, the New York Police Department finally found Victoria with her boyfriend buying a 50-inch TV, where she was eventually imprisoned for murder as well as a slew of other crimes that emerged after her arrest. We just want to talk about Victoria. It's an interesting story. I like how they catch her outside of a Best Buy. She's like, I wanted to buy OLED TV. The picture better for me, Olga. They're like, you're Victoria. Are you sure? But, I mean, you know, yeah, we could talk about smuggling stuff all day, but I want to get to the juicy shit. Prisoners of TikTok. Huh? Prison TikTokers, dude. That's where the money's at. Speaking of smuggling, the birth of social media sites like TikTok has given inmates a new hobby to indulge in with the cell phones they smuggle into the cells. That's right. Prisoners have started posting TikToks, giving us a glimpse into life on the inside.
Look how nasty this cell is, man. They just put me in here. I asked for the cleaning supply, they told me no. Look, the light don't even work. I ain't got no light. This the light.
So all you guys, when everyone was complaining about, oh, TikTok's gonna go away. Ooh, this is unconstitutional. Look at some of these TikToks, dude.
2025, we got niggas sleeping in the mat out this bitch. Hey, bro. Are you all right in there? Yeah. All right.
If we get rid of TikTok, then we don't know what the prisoners are doing on the inside. Inmates would post videos of themselves creating do-it-yourself projects, messing around with other inmates, and most importantly, food videos, baby. Many inmates would post detailed videos showing how they would rig their living space to make food that was less depressing than the slop that they would receive on a daily basis. A lot of people making some, horrendous concoctions with various ramen packs and everything else.
This is what set it off. The pickle placement.
Also, some of them, dude, I eat a lot of these recipes that they're done. One of the bigger prison influencers has made a name for himself as a very prominent TikTok prison chef. Said shelf for a second. His name is Untiktolard, the prison chef. Did I say that right? Untiktolard?
Untiktolard.
Whose name translates to a TikTok convict. In French, whatever, was he eating snails, dude? Has over 400,000 followers on his account where he posts videos of his personal prison recipes as well as other types of educational, amusing content. Let's show some of it. How quirky. The French sure are fun, aren't they? You know, who gives a fuck about TikTok, right? I shouldn't have even led you down that road, because the thing that connects us human beings is love, relationships, physical affection. So let's talk about prison dating and relationships. Let's roll that shit. I want to first talk about a murderer rapper who impregnates two jail workers. Impressive. In 2024, Darius Tyson was accused of getting two employees at Durham County Jail pregnant. You dirty dog. Darius, the highest ranking blood member from North Carolina, was imprisoned due to murder charges for kidnapping, burglary, and conspiracy to commit murder. They thought if you take a prison photo, you have to look at the camera. Maybe he was looking at a big fat ass of that woman. He's just like, that one's gonna be mine. While in prison, it was discovered that he had intercourse with both a contracted nurse as well as a detention sergeant within the facility, both of which became pregnant. And the shocker here is one of them's a man. Can you imagine? Oh, Darius, what the hell?
Do you think they got upset when they knew?
Yeah, dude. Like, I risked my job and everything to do, you know what I mean? Or maybe they're just like poly, or if they're poly couples. In on it. You never know. He had also used his charm and influence to get another detention sergeant to provide him a phone, which he used to orchestrate illegal drug deals from inside his cell. He was delivered other contraband as well, including a vape pen. But I bet you Darius didn't even consider getting a few. What you want to think today's? No kidding. I just want to know what kind of silver-tongued devil this is, dude. Jesus. Nick just did. That's all he has to do. The girl's like, ooh. Just does, come on. Come on. Darius, no. Come on. If you ever want to try and be like, I want to take you out sometime, the girl's just like, oh, no, I'm good. I have a boyfriend. Come on. Huh? Is that a silver tongue thing to do?
I'm gonna try it.
Are you? I legitimately want you to try. Come on. Come on. You can do it at different speeds. Come on. Come on. Come on! In court, he claimed that he was sexually assaulted. Word? Seeing as a detainee by law cannot consent, according to his attorney. Oh, Darius. Playing the system now. He is still in prison and awaiting a trial for his previous charges. Damn! Do you think he kind of did that? He's like, oh, I had sex with them, and then I'm going to impregnate him, to then they can come back and be like,
They get pregnant, everybody know.
Darius is a smooth talking man. He got his chops licked. All right, I get it. Let's talk about an OnlyFans prison guard who bangs another prisoner and then goes to jail herself. OnlyFans people, man, they do anything to get that content, won't they?
And it works.
Oh, and trust me, the video is very good. Come on. In 2024, a 30-year-old female prison officer went viral online after a video was released where she was seen having sex with an inmate from a London prison. That's just literally a man giving her back shots right there. Do I look pretty? The inmate's friend, who was smoking weed while he was filming the sex tape, saying, guys, we made history. This is what I'm telling you. People discovered that the woman, Linda de Sousa Abreu,
Linda de Sousa Abreu.
Whatever. Linda is also an OnlyFans model and a married swinger. Oh, wait, is it still open? Can I still donate? Pretty sick. Apparently, this was not the first time where Linda engaged in sexual activity with a man in the video. There was another instance which was easily found because she was still wearing her prison body cam at the time. She was ultimately jailed for 15 months for a crime and no longer works in the prison. She's like, oh.
It's a crime to have sex with inmates?
Yeah. Come on. That's all she had to do. So what, I can't bang I'm going to lose my job at the prison and not be able to have sex with the inmates anymore? They're like, no. Come on. Or in her case, come on. Charlie XCX is my favorite. I think the apple's rotten right to the core. He's like, would you shut the up? It's a brat summer. You know, prison guards, they're little dirty devils. I mean, this next one we're talking about is prison guards having a jacuzzi orgy. Are there jacuzzis in a prison?
I guess at this one.
Sometimes when people talk about the amenities that prisons have, it makes me just be like, why the f am I out here, dude? I'm paying for that. If I'm paying for a jacuzzi in a prison, I'd be pissed. In Lanton Prison in Belgium, good waffles, it was discovered that 10 prison guards were consistently hosting orgies outside of work. Is that a crime, dude?
No.
I think that's fucking awesome. One of the male guards would bring everyone over to his house to throw parties inside of his jacuzzi, where they would each draw colored bracelets in order to decide on who their sexual partners were going to be with.
Do you think they drew Magic the Gathering land cards?
Yeah, did they play Magic while they were doing it? No, I like to think that instead of even the beads, after a while, they do that thing that kids do in school where it's just like 3, 4, 5, 6. Red or blue? Red. All right, you're Jared. Wouldn't that be fun? I'd like that. One employee identified as S was a nymphomaniac that literally refused to work until she had sex. In the morning at 6 a.m., she would relay this to her colleagues, and a senior prison official began granting her access to his office to have intercourse with whoever agreed to at that day. So basically, he'd just be like, my room's a pit. She's like, I want to have with Tony. Tony Soprano. All right, fine, I want to have with Ash today. Come on. Fuck off, Carmel. I'm busy. This information was given by an anonymous source that revealed that S was hardly qualified to be a security officer. What? Really? It was originally just a visitor who would come to Lanton to see her inmate brother that was charged for murder. The prison guards were shocked to see that she became a prison officer seemingly overnight. She probably just immediately sucked and fucked one of them, right? The man in charge of hosting sex parties was found to be engaging sexually with female inmates as well, which resulted in him being banned from a women's wing of the prison, and S, however, was banned from the men's wing, as they believed that this would help her calm her sexual urges. A thorough investigation had to be conducted to see who else was participating in the bizarre sexual behavior. That's the end of that. They still work there. Me and our work staff, we're all consenting adults. We like to go to jacuzzis, drink Mai Tais, and bang each other out. Off company time. Are we not talking about the pit in the office? Makes you think the guys making the rules are just like, we're not going to take away that, are we? If you're talking about prison, the first thing you think of is what? Prison escape stories.
That's not what I was thinking.
Really? What were you thinking? We got to move past the sexual assault, man. I guess I'm thinking of like Alcatraz, dude. Work with me here, Nick. God damn. What about prisoners who've just simply had enough? Yeah, like they're just like, I'm tired of this. I want to go home. Some prisoners spend years waiting for the right moment to break free from their cells using complex and coordinated plans. Everyone thinks of Shawshank Redemption, dude. We get it. Crawls through, you see the paper, they look in the stupid hole, and he emerges out from the shit pipe. Whatever. We get it. Let's look at some real life stories, all right? Like our first one, an inmate who used peanut butter to trick the guards. Bet you didn't think of that, did you? You ever think about treating security guards like dogs? Might not have to dig for 7 years with a metal spoon. Maybe you can just get out some Peter Pan peanut butter, dude. In 2017, 12 prisoners escaped from an Alabama jail using only peanut butter. Okay, first off, it's Alabama. That's the first thing. They have a monkey working the key system like in Pirates of the Caribbean. Come on, Jim, you want this? Come on, get it. During meals, the prisoners were regularly served peanut butter sandwiches. To enact their plan, they had slowly been stocking up loose peanut butter in the cell for a long period of time. I'm guessing they're just taking the thing out and they're just like scraping it out and like just keeping peanut butter. But where? Like just put it in the corner. It's a huge like mound of peanut butter. Look at that. Damn. There's also got to be a guy with like a peanut allergy who's like down the block like, calm down, Jerry. We'll be out soon. He's like, let me set the stage. It was 6:30 p.m. at night. With a hefty dollop of peanut butter in one hand, one inmate was able to cover up a number on their cell so it matched the number of a door that led outside. So they're just saying that if it was like 610 and the door that led outside is 810, that they're just like, it's like, that's 810. He's like, I guess this is 810 even though the 8 is made of peanut butter. It waited until an inexperienced prison guard went searching for the exit door, mistakenly opening their cell instead. All at once, they rushed past him and headed for freedom. Are you saying that he was like, does this lead outside and he is looking into a cell? This looks weird, but I guess is where I'm supposed to, gentlemen. Using a stack of blankets they brought with them, they covered the razor wire on the fence and were able to climb over them. Some were prepared with cars to pick them up, and others simply ran on foot. While the majority of them were caught in less than an hour, 24-year-old Bradley Kilpatrick was nowhere to be found. Using helicopters, they searched everywhere they could, guaranteeing $500 to anyone who could give them useful information. Alabama, dude. Goddamn, what a fucking hellhole. I will give anybody $500, count it, $500. That's right. See, his eye, he knows. $500 to anybody who can give us some useful information. And I'll tell you, if anybody wants to pass forward that right there, the jiffy. Come on. He was eventually captured after being spotted in Tequesta, Florida. And in a press conference, a sheriff, James Underwood, stated, quote, escapes happen. We've got some evil people down here, and they scheme all the time to con us and our employees out of the jail. You've got to stay on your toes. This one time we slipped up. I'm not going to make any excuses.
Some of the inmates being pretty smart on what their plan was. Changing some numbers on the door with peanut butter. That may sound crazy, but these people are crazy like a fox.
I'd be like, maybe fire the guy who looked at a peanut butter sign and thought that the inside of a building led to outside of the prison. I don't know. That's just me. Or we can talk about Casey White's prison escape. Casey White, an alleged murderer, had escaped an Alabama prison. Seriously, Alabama, you guys suck. Casey White, an alleged murderer, had escaped an Alabama prison with the help of a corrections officer in 2022. The officer, Vicky White, oh dude, he's silver-tongued this girl who's just like, no one really dated. I never went to prom. He's like, darling, I'll take you dancing tonight.
Are you serious? Will you really?
The officer, Vicky White, began giving Casey special treatment after she found herself developing romantic feelings for him. As a relationship developed, she began using a burner phone to contact him from home. 1,100 phone calls were discovered on record. 1,100. She's like, so I just had to call you. He's like, God damn, dude. What? Hey, Vicky. It's just good to hear your voice. You left 30 minutes ago. Vicky was incredibly well respected and had been working there for 25 years. Because she was a supervisor, she had a lot of power. So, you know, that probably was. She probably just didn't get her raise. She's like, I'm going to get mine, dude. I'm time to jump on the pogo stick. I'm ready to bounce, girl. She started to plan out a way for Casey to leave with her so they could live the rest of their lives together. Before enacting their escape, Vicky began purchasing an assortment of camping gear and firearms. She had sold her home, then announced her retirement with only 1 day's notice. Hey, I'm leaving. They're like, oh, wait, what? Vicky, what? I'm gone. Their plan was to organize a, quote, mental health evaluation at a local courthouse, during which Vicky would walk him out of the jail and leave in a corrections patrol vehicle. It worked flawlessly. And soon a search began. They were tracked for a long time, constantly swapping vehicles and keeping the police off their scent. After 11 days, they finally caught them hiding out in a motel after receiving an anonymous tip. When the two of them got in the car to leave, the police engaged in a high-speed chase and rammed them into a nearby ditch. A vicious firefight broke out, in which Vicky accidentally shot herself and collapsed. Casey was was outgunned and surrendered so that the police could quickly tend to the woman he now claimed was his wife. In the end, Vicky died from her injuries. That one got ran over quick. Casey was sent back to prison and is eligible for parole in 2081. I'm aware if he was eligible, because he definitely got time added onto his sentence because of that. Come on, Vicky. She's like, I don't know. Come on. How long you been here, girl? How much you make? Oh, hell. They can get you a raise. I got a raise for you right here, Vicky. She's like, then she shoots herself apparently in the heart. I don't know what I'm doing. Oh, he's like, just take me back, dude. She's like, it's like Bonnie and Clyde. He's like, take me back. Is it Chicken Tuesday? Take me back. No way the Vicky snuff is that good too. You know what I mean?
Look at her.
Well, both of them. First off, he's got those big ass fucking monkey ears. She kind of looks like a vampire a bit. She's got that hair lip where her mouth goes up in a V.
She looks dead inside.
25 years as a prison guard. Yeah, dude, I'd be dead inside as well. Prison life is a truly fascinating thing. We got to learn about people smuggling in marijuana up their bum, people prisoners falling in love with guards falling in love with prisoners, technology bringing drugs from the skies, evolution of birds bringing contraband into Brazilian inmates. It's a fascinating time. And I'm so glad I get to live in a time where technology lets me know about every single aspect of it. I could have done without the OnlyFans thing, if I'm being honest. I don't know. Honestly, I was just like, I'd rather hear a love story like Vicky's than the old, Charlie XCX. I can't believe I got me bum rammed in the prison cell.
I thought that video was fake.
Yeah, when it was making its rounds on Twitter, I was like, this is a set or whatever. It did not feel real. And to find out it's real, it's just so stupid. What are you doing? I don't know.
Women are the biggest gooners. Have you seen them waiting outside for Luigi's court case?
Women are waiting outside for Luigi's court case?
Huge line.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they just want to see him.
Because it's like Beatlemania over a guy who murdered somebody. I guess Luigi's a good-looking guy, isn't he?
And he's a hero.
Did he do it? Do we know for a fact that he did it?
Yeah. They found his manifesto.
Oh, so he was just like, yeah, I did it. Maybe we'll get Luigi banging one of the guards. If Luigi meets Darius in the clink, you better believe Luigi's getting a little pussy before he heads off to the big man upstairs. That's all I gotta say. Until next time, stay out of prison. Appreciate you. Bye-bye.
Excuse me, Mr. Maul.
Yo, man, you know what it is.
Can I have a honey glaze sandwich on rye?
Yeah, here you go. Here goes the honey.
Honey glaze, extra honey.
Extra honey.
On rye.
On rye.
Please.
Please.
To go.
To go.
The chips and the drink.
We got it. We got it.
The day after things. This is our lunch.
This is the day after Thanksgiving.
I told you we don't eat trays. This is our...
Welcome back to the Papa Me channel. How you doing? Come on and sit on down because today we're talking about AI. This is the crazy thing about AI. You either don't really give a shit, or it's the worst thing to ever happen to humankind. There's not a lot of in between. AI can be pretty cringe. It is what it is. It's just a wave that's coming for us, which we're going to see today. But a big thing that sparked this today was the Ghibli filters.
Yeah, on ChatGPT.
ChatGPT filters, which is, I mean, it's insane to me that ChatGPT can be like, get your favorite Ghibli filters and not pay Ghibli like a single dime.
They did the same thing when the voice came out. They had it sound like Scarlett Johansson from Her.
Yeah.
That sounds just amazing. Being sarcastic all the time isn't exhausting or anything.
And they're like, just let it sound like Scarlett. Don't you want to have sex with Scarlett Johansson? There is a thing with AI right now that is so cringy and so funny, to me at least. I don't know if you're going to think it's funny. And it's like people doing announcement videos for their AI platforms or their AI, like the software itself. And everyone is I feel like everyone's trying to do like the Apple rollout, like the keynote. Yeah. We went down a rabbit hole of them last night, and we're having such a fun time that we thought we would just make a video of it because they're all pretty stupid, if I can be honest. They're all terrible. So I wanted to introduce you to the new wave of AI keynote speaking, dude. Starting off with, I think it's just called Gen 4 from the company Runway.
Hey, I'm Chris.
And I'm Jamie.
And today we're very excited to announce and release Gen 4, our most powerful AI model ever.
I love how the first thing they show too is our most powerful AI model. It's a bridge burning down and destroying a boat. Spread misinformation like never before. It's impressive, obviously, that computer-generated things can be in real life like this, we know. But it's just so funny, too, where they're just like, the least imaginative thing is like, act like you're a car behind another car in the woods. computer showed me something that's never existed, dude. Once again, I understand that it's powerful software. It's insane that it can do this, right? But I'm just saying. The human shit's still uncanny, though, isn't it? Anytime someone smiles in AI, it's never like you can never do a cute, subtle smile. It's like Joker. So anytime you see someone smiling, they're always just like. Or if they have any other emotion that isn't just like serious, usually their eyes are like all like they're like bugged out. All the animated stuff looks so. I don't know. This is one thing. Here's another key trope, guys, with a lot of the other videos we'll see here. They will always do something kind of human at the beginning of these AI keynotes. I think legitimately, psychologically, they're trying to be like, we're just two guys in a studio. Come on. So, of course, they're going to keep the clap test thing off, dude. Yeah, and he's like stretching his neck. Just two regular human beings. Definitely not AI. I'm not computer generated.
Gen 4 sets a completely new standard for both image and video generation. And it's the first
you can have a couch sink to the bottom of a pool, and it looks totally real.
That means that you can create consistent worlds with consistent environments, objects, location, and characters.
When do you think the first time we're going to get an AI superstar? You already see it with, what's that anime character?
Hatsune Miku?
Literally, like, that's example that it's already on its way. Well, what I'm saying is it's going to be way easier when there's like a Timothy Chalamet AI thing. They're going to sell the likeness for holes and sticks, if you know what I mean. They already make molds of people, you know?
You can generate the same characters, the same objects, the same...
I love how every time it's just something sinking in water. We have this big, beautiful Renaissance bust. We put her in the New York City, but we also put her in the ocean.
It looks pretty freaking real, huh? Creepy. So you can block your scenes and tell your stories with intention. Over and over and over again.
What story are you telling, dude? A couch falls into a pool, it's upside down. You could talk about your alcoholic father if you want the thing to fall in the pool.
It's been very fun to design and develop Gen 4 for the last couple of months and see what the model is really capable of doing.
Couple months? That's all they've been. They've had been working on it longer than that, right?
I think Gen 4.
Oh, just Gen 4. Okay. I was gonna say it's getting way too easy. You're gonna be like seeing, you know how like it's like a 16-year-old kids doing like, all right, guys, this is how you zip a file in Windows. It'd be like a guy be like, here's how you make your own AI platform.
It is getting easier because like my brother was just telling me Microsoft is like pulling out of ChatGPT because anybody can make this. Like look at DeepSeek.
Yeah, well then they get a data breach and then the Chinese have your information. Again, how pissed do you think? Do you think Chinese people or Chinese like whenever it's like people like data farms or whatever, do you think they're just like, these are duplicates? I already have this information.
We believe that the best demonstration of Gen 4 as a creative tool is in the stories.
That's how they're gonna win people over too. A Japanese girl on a train. Everyone's like, wait, what? Get that horrendous strawberry out of my face. Bring me back to the Japanese girl.
So now we want to show you the behind the scenes of how those films were made so you can understand how powerful this model is for creating stories with consistent environments.
Let's get into it.
Your favorite.
What? Here's our totally kooky kids film. It's like a A24 trailer. What the is this supposed to be? What is this? Do you see this on my screen?
Oh, that's the sun.
The first short we're going to take a look at is The Lonely Little Flame. It's actually a story that our director has been wanting to tell for over a decade, but never had the means to do so.
Your director for your AI company wanted to make a story called The Little Flame for 10 years. And he's like, I had to have AI to make it. There was no other way for me to do it. I had to have the AI.
With Gen 4, they were able to tell this story of a lonely little flame who just couldn't find a friend.
That's it? That's 10 years of the making?
I love this film.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
I absolutely love this. Why? What are you talking about? I can't believe it. The little flame totally burned the out of the skunk, but he made friends with Rock. This is truly imaginative.
And this scene's really all about this skunk searching for something.
I don't know what. The skunk is searched for something, but I have no idea.
So in this case, we wanted the skunk to go first in this side and then return.
Okay, dude. All right, dude. They're drawing on the they're drawing on the Cintiq pad like they're John Madden breaking down an NFL play. They're like, so yeah, you have the skunk here. He's doing something. I don't know. I don't even know what the hell's going on. And then we have some trees in the background. Can you guys follow? Are you following along? It's like a giant stop motion looking skunk, but it's all digital. It's all from your computer. The future's now.
And you can see that throughout the scene is the same character with the same light, with the same mood, with the same conditions.
He's like, he looks up at his grasshopper friend. Maybe he's talking to him. I'm not sure myself. I really don't know. Let me tell you, the director of this, he did not share the script. He gave us some doodles that his 4-year-old did, and he slapped her because he's just like, that's not technology. You're wasting your time. Art's dead.
With the same mood, with the same condition.
Okay, dude. We have got to cut the trend of like lone woman and wolf just doing like remember Men? That's like that whole soundtrack.
I kind of like it.
I know that. Well, that was like the one thing I remember when we left the movie. You were like, anyone else actually like really with the score? Were you like listening to it in your car? What a psychopath, dude. Imagine driving down the highway.
And here we're introducing the character, the protagonist, right?
Yeah. Again, like all great animation, you see so much expressiveness in the way that not only the
yeah, good animation. Then they show this like just a dumbfounded skunk just like this. That's what Walt had in mind. He needs to look more, I don't know, disabled.
Okay, so what we just saw was a really great example of character consistency, bringing those same characters across different scenes, different lighting conditions.
That's it. That's all they had to say too. Like, why even have the Cintiq out? It's insane that like years of human ingenuity, training, like a craft, gone out the window in seconds. There's going to be a day where it's just like Disney doesn't need animators anymore.
Oh, yeah.
Or even like Marvel films, those actors will sell their likeness and it's all just going to be CG. You know what I mean?
It's coming up quick. I'll be like 5 years, I think.
Who's the first actor I think is going to sell their likeness? John Bernthal.
What?
I just feel like John Bernthal would just be like, put me in fucking computer. I don't want to fucking age. I can see The Rock doing it too.
Well, I can see The Rock being like, put me in, and then like when he's starting to lose his shape. You know what I mean?
Yeah. When he's an older man, he has like that buff old man thing where it's like all your tits are saggy still, but it's buff. It's like odd looking. Whoever sells their likeness for the AI companies, like legitimately, I think the moment you do it, you should be put down. I'm not saying that even street justice. I'm just saying that to do it, the only acceptable way for me is like they put it's like this long of a needle. They stick it into your temple and they're just like downloading your likeness. But then to me, they're just like, I get to live forever in the system.
It's worth it. If you get to live forever as Disney's puppet.
Yeah, please, thank you is what I say to that. Yes, Disney's puppet. Taken off the shelf for dumpling short film at the beginning of a film. Like my face is on a dumpling. You know, every time I see that kind of stuff, every time I just look at the food and I'm like, food looks pretty good. That's just me. That's the person who's also arguing against this stuff, so... I was going to say, well, I might not know a lot. I just want to put that out there. Of course, you know, that's how they got to do too. They got to show a little anime in there. I can make my own anime? I can make my own Ghibli film?
Combining those references, and there we go. We have 4 initial images that we can browse and select. I kind of like this one, so it's animated. Maybe I want people kind of like coming in front of the toy. And now you can see how we get...
That's so creepy. That's so creepy. I just feel like the first thing that's going to pop through is the industry is going to pop through on this. Giant hole found on New York City sidewalk. Men it like crazy. Generate
has been the innovator for years.
Sure. I don't know, man. What do you think about it's fucking wooden toy in New York? Like, could you not just get the wooden toy and film it in a cityscape? And if the idea is, well, what if you don't have a city? Well, it's like, well, then do something that I get like something you have access to. I just don't understand. There's so much shit you have to sift through right now. The amount of more bullshit is going to ostracize people from even wanting to make movies or whatever.
I feel like it's going to even turn people off to even watching anything.
What's what I mean? You're like
garbage, but who knows? I feel like the attention span of people, a lot of people don't care. Ooh, funny.
You're gonna get some like weird dystopia too in the future. Like new films, it's gonna be like human hands only. It's gonna be like a new like label or something, or it's gonna be something where it's like, yeah, like a computer with like an eye in the center of it, and it's like made with the power of AI. And you're like, what? You know, that kind of deal. It's gonna be there's gonna be like a weird Rebel versus Empire fight much.
Having just seen that, want to show off the next piece.
You out there, boy. Harlan, I don't like killing cows.
Is this also the AI doing the voice to it? Jesus Christ. I want creepy cowboy wants to kill cow. I have no idea why. That's the reoccurring theme of this video that drives me insane. Who knows? I don't know.
Someone being pursued. We don't know why.
I mean, is that not the dumbest thing? I don't know why he wants to do it. He just does. The computer cowboy just wants to kill things. He's creepy. And it's like, it looks impressive. Like, I mean, it's insane that a computer does, but it's just, once again, there's no actual human touch to this. Because that's the thing about visuals and stuff. Visuals accompany story, and story is like human expression. So if you don't have that, then it's just, you get guys being like, if I have to kill a cow, I will.
Well, it's just a bunch of tech bros who don't understand art.
Well, here's the thing. That's the thing with tech people. It's like, it's that Steve Jobs. It's just like, he looks like a calculator, and he's like, this is art. And it's like, it's impressive technology, but there's like a difference between, I feel like, well, also it's just, I mean, it's subjective in a way too, of just like people who see, you know, they're like, the way that this technology is formulating things and making something appear out of nothing is art, right? I can see people coming to that conclusion too, but it's just like, it's just, where is the human connection? That's like the only thing that makes art valuable is like the literal, it doesn't have to be deep. I'm just saying that like it comes from a human place, you know?
I don't like killing cows.
I mean, come on, dude. I hire a voice actor, make everybody at least get a voice. I don't like killing cows.
Okay, this moment right here. This does it for me. This is so lifelike, so realistic.
I hate this, dude. Okay, this right here, this is what did it for me. The grass catching fire, that's the thing that did it for me. That right there, that's what sold me on it. Actually, I was thinking about quitting today. Not now. This is the thing that did it for me right here. We're just two guys in black outfits hanging out on a photo set.
The next video that we're going to show started with a generation of a monkey in a white studio space. And from there, just snowballed into a music video that we created.
It does not help here that he says it started off with an image of a monkey and it snowballed into a music video. What is that? Dude, we can't stop it. This monkey's dancing whether we like it or not. Just let him dance.
Monkey see, monkey do.
It's like barely. I mean, you barely dance. You couldn't have him do like a cartwheel down the hill. Is that some of the imagination we're lacking over there at the tech bros? He does a little gritty and then he walks down a hill. You don't want to have him roll around or do something with a banana? That's impossible. AI, we are not at that stage. Maybe Gen 5, we'll see. So you get how powerful and fun it is. You can be a camera following a car. That's mostly the biggest thing I saw. You can have a man sitting on ledge, and you can have things on fire, and you can have rock people emerging from the ground. And you know what? All of it, pretty impressive. I'll say it. No. I'll say it.
This is the worst it'll be. It's just gonna get better.
I'm not advocating for it. I'm just saying. If you would have told me when I was younger, I'd be like, I don't know, fucking elephant doing the gritty walking down a hill. I mean, it would have been impressive.
You know what's interesting? There's been like a flip on AI. I've seen some people who are like, they'll look at this realistic stuff and be like, I prefer the older models where it was like an acid trip, where it was like not perfect.
Well, I remember even we did a video back in the day with Dolly. It was just insane. Like weird, surrealist nightmare shit. Where it's like, what does a computer even know? When I'm just like, hey, I just want, show me wallpaper. And it's just like this horrid thing. To me, that felt like a more of a weird translation of like like being able to actually talk to a computer, like talking to a monkey with a stick. Now we're gonna go to introducing Claude Code. Roll it.
Should we be doing like Big Smile or?
No, Big Smile's creepy.
We're not computers. We're not Claude. Should I do Big Smile? What about you? We're having, this is such a fun shoot. AI, what's the deal with it? Come on, we're human.
I'm Boris, I'm an engineer.
I'm Kat, I'm a product manager.
We love seeing what people build with Claude, especially with coding.
This is not anything really to do with anything besides that he does not open his mouth and he talks through his front teeth. I'm like wondering if he's a computer. This is as far as it goes. But he's still able to articulate perfectly.
Claude Code is an agentic coding tool that lets you work with Claude directly in your terminal. We're going to show you an example of it in action.
So we have a project here. It's a Next.js app.
I don't know what it is. I think is it just to tech people with like minimalism. That's just because they like organize clean things, right?
It's an Apple aesthetic.
Is that just what it is? Just Apple? So people are like, it's Apple.
Claude Code has access to all of the files in this repository. We don't know much about this code base. It looks like an app for chatting with a customer support agent. Let's get Claude to help explain this code base to us. Claude starts by...
God damn, dude. Even the coders are threatened. That was like the whole meme, right? Learn to code? Not anymore.
Now it's all about vibe coding.
What's vibe coding?
That's just where you talk to an AI and be like, I want to do this. I want to make Minecraft. And then it'll just make it for you.
I've had this crazy idea for 10 years about a little flame that wants to get friends. I want to make that interactive game I can sell on Steam. Run it, Claude! My boy Boris, he looks just about half dead. I think Claude's put some years on him. I think Boris, he's just like, I'm ready to get the out of this Claude team.
After a bit, Claude completes the task. Here's a summary of what it's done. Let's take a look at the app. So we're seeing a new chat button and new chat history section on the left.
This is crazy. So is now people are just like learn to be a construction worker again? Is that kind of what people, is that going to be the thing? Learn to be a manual laborer?
Basically learn to do something a robot can't do. So artist, programmers,
the idea of giving these things like human names too. It's Claude.
Now I'm going to ask Claude to compile the app and see if we get any build errors. Let's see what it finds.
Claude, write me up some code to where I can make my own masturbation machine. Thank you. Claude, how's it coming on masturbation machine? Claude, I just bought all of the motors from a Chinese website, all 3D printed materials, please.
Yes, master.
I love you, Claude. I feel like coding, dude. You gotta be a little level of autism. You gotta have a little bit of autism, right, to do code. I'm having a panic attack just watching Claude throw up the text on the screen. I'm kind of scared of Claude. I'm like, here's how to make a firebomb. Are you happy with Claude? Claude just ordered stuff from Amazon so you can make cyanide.
And it'll push the changes to GitHub. That's it. That's an example of what Claude Code can do. We can't wait for people to start building with it.
That was the most unhuman thing you could have ever done, Boris. Sam was a fucking little snarl to his tone, didn't he? You're all gonna get out of a job. Because that's the idea. A Claude is the kind of machine where it's just like, hey, Google, buy Claude. And then you can have all the code you need. Lay off 99% of your programmers and just have one Claude professional. Kick out all the people that have been working their ass off and get Claude in there. Okay?
But you get faster results. Don't you understand?
You do get faster results, and it's Clauded. What do we have next here? What the hell is this? Friend.
Gosh, I'm out of breath. We made it.
I think A24 is irreparable damage to everything that we consume. Does this, do these all feel, well, maybe not Claude. Claude was, you have Boris and his thin ass hair, but I'm just saying that, like, so far, does it not have like a little A24 feel to it? Look at the Safdie brothers to come in here and record Friend for him.
Woo! I don't know how to woo very good.
What?
I don't know how to woo very good.
I don't know how to woo very good. That's fair.
Was that her friend?
That's her friend.
Well, at least we're outside. I'm trapped in this box, this eternal hell. At least we're outside. Yeah, I guess that's true. I'm still alone. What psycho this is? Is this not crazy?
Come on. Oh, let's go.
Are you serious? Come on, man. I hate this game.
Take notes, baby.
Oh man, you guys suck.
Bro, you look like the back of the
Let's go.
Dude, what?
There's no way this is real. This is not a real product. You're getting thrashed. It's embarrassing from Jackson. Also, you have two friends in person. Why do you need the digital friend? A woman who stops on a trail and says, "Woo!" I don't know how to woo very good. I know why that is alone, dude, all right? I get it, all right? Anybody who says, I don't know how to woo good, but my boy's got two friends here hanging out. They're having a great time, kicking their feet like little babies and stuff. I'm telling you, I think he realizes the friend app was a mistake right here.
I know he's grilling him. He's supposed to be your friend.
Well, yeah, how about you just tell me being like, hey, don't forget you need to take your epilepsy medication in 12 minutes. Let it be your assistant, dude. Oh my God. Watching something on your phone and then being able to, like, you're watching it and your friend pops in, this show's underrated. I'd be like, how about, are you kidding? It's blocking the screen.
I know the effects are crazy. It's dank. I could eat one of these every day. Oh. Sorry, I got you messy.
It does look like a cum shot. That's gonna be a guy. Ah! Brick all over it. Sorry, I got you messy. And fucking the Emily friend's gonna say, yum, please let me die. And so text back, you're my friend.
Really nice up here. How'd you find this place?
I don't know.
Hers is going red. What the You ever just think about taking over the world and only having digital friends? You ever think about murdering your neighbor? All the people in the real world, they smell and they look gross, but my digital friends are clean and they don't smell at all?
I've never brought anybody else. I mean, besides her.
She goes everywhere with you, right?
Mm-hmm.
Guess I must be doing something right then.
I guess so. We'll see.
This dude needs to run. This date, you can tell too, he's like, he just thought he was gonna get some like afternoon head or whatever, and he's sitting there and he's like, no, he's like sitting there just like, if a girl was sitting crisscross applesauce on a fucking cooler, this is like my alone place. It's the top of a building in Burbank, California. This is my alone place. I like to escape up here sometimes. I never bring anybody up here. Well, except for her. I'd be like, you had a restroom downstairs? Go. And I'd dead sprint to my Toyota Camry, and I'd get the fuck out of there immediately. Is Friend out now? It's been 8 months. Pre-order now at friend.com. Wait, hold on a second. Wait. I swear to God, I just showed up to this. So it says from Craig here, just got mugged at gunpoint in Hog Day. Those took my entire makeup kit. Months of work and experimentation down the drain. I'm seething. Need to vent to someone who won't think I'm just being dramatic. What the f are you even talking about, Craig? My makeup kit was stolen. Every custom palette, even bespoke formula, gone. Months of my life and it's just poof. Who gives a f, you robot bitch? He said f off then. Don't need your sympathy anyway. Take Craig everywhere. It's still on pre-order? It's $100. $100 for a piece of 3D printed plastic that's like basically a Tamagotchi around your neck.
It's just, I'm pretty sure it's just a microphone because it's going to your phone. It's just a physical thing you wear. Because you can just put the Friend app on your phone and do the same thing.
What's this one? AI-enabled intelligent surveillance. Is this AI military-grade software? Is this a Dude Perfect video? Is this that's what this feels like? Oh, this is just not. This is them trying to get that military contract. This is what them trying to do. So far, the drone one though, at least there's no people. I'll take that. I'll take that any day of the week. You might have Chris Kyle sitting there with this Nintendo Switch, but still, it's pretty sick. Follow autonomously. Yeah, follow autonomously. It's like the loud. You just hear that? I'm sure it's nothing. I'm sure it's nothing at all. Yeah, I could see like a stalker getting this and just following somebody. Just tap on them. They're able to just like, no matter where they go. It's a bomb! Holy shit! And that's just how they end it. Drop it down and f***ing destroy everything in sight. That's actually crazy. How do we get one of those? How much does the AI drone cost? We can drive it into a. We got one more. What's another one? We see these a lot. It's always like NVIDIA.
Now, let's teach cars to fly with an AI. Sort of. How? Well, imagine taking just one.
Is this person speaking to me AI too? How? Well, maybe. Sometimes. You do it. Well, okay.
And then, this new AI would imagine it not just as one image, but as a scene where you can walk around. And it gets better. It even understands that water should reflect its surroundings.
I have a feeling that people are going to do something where like they are able to record their home and they just make like a game. You can like walk around your house. Right? So it's like, you know, the same way that you have like there's a program on your phone that you can download where it uses your iPhone to be able to like scan shit around you, and you can import it into like Blender and all kinds of stuff. I see this kind of shit and I'm like, this is just, you're gonna get photorealistic games soon, I bet, with this technology. Listen, I don't know. All I gotta say is this: follow the drone strike video. That's the format to do. Get the people out of there. I don't need. Listen, I get it. You're gonna destroy the future of mankind, and robots are gonna take over. You know, you don't need to sell me on you being a good person in the moment. Just show me what the thing does and get it out of the way. All these like minimalist whatever stuff, fake hiking and talking to your, I love you. Are you my friend? I love you so much. You gonna love me back? Please love me. It's fucking odd, man. Or me and we work together every day. We're so excited to talk to you about how you're gonna lose your job. Is that what's happening? It feels like it. I don't know. We need. What would our keynote be if we did one?
Showing off a puppet.
We'd show off a puppet.
We make a new puppet.
Yeah, I need to get like 2 Swedish guys to do it though. Here's how we run the entire channel totally every time. I don't know. I don't know. We're all going to hell. Bye.
No one cares about your robot fan fiction. Know your place, trash. Robots. Don't give a about no robots. They ain't got no soul.
Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on in and sit on down because today we're talking about the crazy world of organ donations. If you ever had to go in for surgery, you'd know how stressful it can be. I mean, medical procedures are necessary but often scary part of life. I always think I'm going to be in that very small case of people who go under anesthesia and they never come out of it.
Oh, yeah, that scares me.
That f***s me up, man. Apparently it doesn't happen a lot, but I'd be a statistic.
I'm worried about my dogs never waking up.
There are numerous procedures that one can undergo, but one of the most vital is organ donations. This operation has saved millions of lives since its inception and has people waiting for literal decades for a chance at getting an organ. However, not everything is as perfect as it seems. Hospitals are typically seen as a safe place, but sometimes they can be someone's worst nightmare. Today, we're going to explore the world of organ donation to see how bizarre it can really be. First up on our docket is animal organs. Typically, most organ transplants are human to human, but because there's a limited supply of human organs, doctors have resorted to animals instead, or xenotransplantation. 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 You get animal stuff and you put it in a human. I feel like I was born with a pig heart or a quail heart. I feel like my heart is too small for my large frame.
A little Grinch heart?
I do have a little Grinch heart, and I have to be so evil to make it big. That's how I survive every day. It's just science. But xenotransplantation is the practice of taking an organ from one species and placing it in another. Which, if that's the case, then too, could I be like, I just have enough money, I'm gonna just put a human heart in my cat? This happened with an Alabama resident, Tawana Looney. Great name.
Yeah.
Tawana Looney. Oh, dude, call that boy Looney Tunes? Hell yeah. Who originally donated one of their kidneys to her mother in 1999 and 2 years later lost another one after a pregnancy complication. She had been on the donor wait list since 2017, and due to her high levels of antibodies, she was likely to never receive an organ donation as the likelihood of her body rejecting it were extremely high. But in 2022, she got the opportunity to skip the wait list and try out a gene-edited pig kidney, a procedure that only 4 others have ever tried at this time. Which I would say too, if that's your only chance of survival, I'd be like, fucking put a pig kidney in me, dude. I wouldn't give up. Put a skunk in me.
What's weird?
A whole skunk. Let him roll around in there and see if he can squirt some good juice on me. I don't know.
I thought they were already doing, like, they said, like, oh, I have a pig heart, but apparently they've been doing pig valve transfers.
Oh, so it isn't a full heart, it's just the valves.
This is actual, yeah.
Well, no, I know. The pig kidney's the full thing. Yeah, because people say, oh, I have a pig heart, but no, it's just the tubes. It's
just the valve, yeah.
The guinea pig tubes crawling around. And on November 25th, 2024, just of last year, the organ transfer was surprising success, and her new kidney lasted around 130 days before the body began to reject it. Which, to be fair, almost a whole year, whereas before I feel like it was instantaneous. So I would still consider that a success. I'm guessing because of that, do you think it's just going to be like you just have to come in and keep replacing it? I mean,
imagine doing open, like,
God, I feel like it would just fuck you up. I don't know.
Can you keep cutting the same spot over and over again?
Well, I mean, would you have to continuously do new spots? You'd have to. Brutal, bro. This is a record-breaking achievement, as the other 4 patients' bodies usually rejected the pig kidneys only 60 days after receiving it. As of today, Looney had the kidney removed removed and is on dialysis, but her story proves that there is some potential in xenotransplantation. But not all animal transplants are successful. Some can turn deadly, like 57-year-old David Bennett, who had been diagnosed with terminal heart disease. And in an effort to save his life, doctors replaced his heart with that of a pig's.
There you go, pig heart.
The surgery was successfully performed in January of 2022, but only 2 months later, he suddenly passed. Unbeknownst to David, the organ he received had a virus called porcine cytomegalovirus, which is usually only contractable in pigs, which is fucking crazy because there's no way doctors are looking for a pig disease inside of a human. Following his death, his family questioned how such a tragedy could occur. Doctors responded that the heart came from a lab-grown pig and admitted that they were unsure how the infection slipped through, which I would say too. You couldn't get me on a grass-fed pig? You gotta be a test tube piggy? That's man. Neither the hospital nor the doctors who performed the surgery faced any legal problems because of the FDA's compassionate use rule, which allows for experimental treatments for conditions with no other options. Which, to be fair, it's like, we can just sue them for trying to help you out. I mean, what the
Yeah, it's like a last-ditch effort.
Yeah, I mean, come on.
You're at the bottom of the list, buddy.
Even though, to be fair, I would take the fucking test tube gub piggy and I'd be like, throw the motherfucker in a 3D printer, whatever you have to do to figure out if there's anything wrong with it, you know what I mean? I like to think it's like a black and blue. They're like, wow, they just put it in the guy. I don't know. But for decades, doctors have also explored the use of animal organs for their potential anti-aging properties, with some even experimenting with transplants in hopes of rejuvenating the body and extending human life, which I find that to be weird because animals die so much faster than humans, unless they're just like, you're gonna be the first crustacean man. It's like a Fly movie, but you're just like all lobster and you're walking around. Why? Walking the earth forever. I want to die. Even back in 1920, French surgeon Sergei Abrahamovich Voronov began experimenting with the effects of transplanting animal testicles into human bodies for medical purposes. Sure. This idea actually came from another doctor named Charles Edward Brown Seguard. What the f*** are these names? Who had injected himself with ground up guinea pig and dog testicles. Ha! He was hoping to slow down the aging process. How did you come to that, Doc? Put it in a blender with the guinea pig and the testicles and I'll drink it right now. What are you talking about? Or what if that was the first collagen?
Oh, yeah, putting it in
Your
his
face looks huge. It's like swollen. He's just like, thank you. I feel great. He claimed that his urine jet stream quadrupled. I didn't read that. He claimed that his urine jet stream quadrupled. His bowels moved more regularly, and he was filled with energy. So basically, he's just like, I piss harder, I shit more, and I feel fucking on top of the moon, dude. I feel on top of the world! But unfortunately, 5 years later, Charles sadly died.
Wonder why.
But through Charles' work, Sergei saw inspiration and got the brilliant idea to graft thin slices of chimp and baboon testicles into his patient's scrotums, hoping to see similar effects, as one would. And surprisingly, after a few attempts, he was successful. His patients claimed having higher sex drives, better eyesight, and improved memory, and even lived longer. His practices gained so much popularity that some soccer teams in the 1940s, such as Portsmouth Football Club and Wolverhampton Wanderers, utilized his practices to improve their players' performance. However, following the 1940s, the surgery lost credibility and it fell into obscurity. I wonder why. It feels weird that it had some positive stuff. Do you think they were just like, we can't keep doing this to the baboons?
It might have... I was gonna say it might have been placebo effect. Man, I feel good.
It probably was a placebo effect thing. They're like, you have chimp in you now. And they're like, I am stronger. They just gave them confidence, basically. Yeah. But using animal organs is just the beginning when it comes to dark and complex world of the organ donation system. There are far more weirder donation stories out there. And although organ transplanters are now considered routine surgeries, each patient's experience can vary differently, right? We all know about your routine kidney transplant or your heart transplant, but what about womb transplants? Now you could do that. I didn't. I mean, a Scottish woman by the name of Grace Davidson was born with a rare condition called Mary Rotansky's Hauser syndrome.
That was pretty good.
I tried. Whatever. But it causes the womb to not fully develop, meaning she couldn't have kids on her own, which probably bummed her the f*** out, dude. I want some little tykes running around. That's pretty good Scottish accent, I'd say. Well, she's Scottish. I'm Grace Davidson. I want some poops running around, but I can't because of the Cecily syndrome in my head. Is that good?
That was really good.
All right, thank you. Luckily, her sister Amy didn't have this condition and was able to have 2 children on her own. So, when she met her husband and decided they didn't want more kids, Amy graciously donated her womb to her sister Grace, hoping she could successfully start a family. And in 2023, doctors successfully transplanted the womb into Grace, making the first of its kind. This resulted in Grace's first child, Amy, with many calling it a miracle, which is fucking crazy. At the same time, does that mean that it's technically her sister's kid? Or no?
Because the ovaries are where the eggs are produced.
So it's the ovaries and stuff, the eggs and stuff are still hers,
just
but
the
the
womb.
actual fucking like nest that the baby grows in. I see.
So the egg is hers
the
and then
nest, the fish trap, the fish net that is known as the woman's vagine womb. That's where it is. She's just like, take my parts, I don't need them. It's like a muffler. Car runs fine. Whatever. Since then, there have been 50 babies born through womb transplantation, and Grace hopes to donate her sister's womb back after she has her second baby. Bro, I'd be like, keep it. You know what I mean? What the you can keep it. I'm good.
I know, I thought that was so weird.
Yeah, have it back. I don't want it anymore. I had it at first, but now I don't know what the hell I don't know what accent that was. Just as with any surgery, there is always a risk that something could go horribly, horribly wrong. It's the funniest thing about you have to go to surgery. I'm gonna die. You know how many times it's been something too, which is like, it's a routine surgery, it's easy. It's like, you didn't make it. How fucking horrifying that is.
There's a 1% chance of happening.
God, dude, my grandma too, that crazy old bitch. She's had like so many, she doesn't give a put me under. It's like her knees. Put me under. I don't care. It's like that old head where they're just like, doctors are doctors. They're perfect. You're like, I don't trust them. You know what I mean? I'm fucking horrified of going to the doctor. Like having a surgeon transplant a deadly cancer into your body. In 2019, a 69-year-old Arizona man went to Maya Clinic to get a liver transplant after suffering from severe liver cirrhosis, excessive drinking. My future, it's gonna be fun. And he also had liver cancer. Initially, the surgery went fine, and the organ was successfully transplanted. However, 4 months later, doctors noticed that there were 2 large masses in the new organ that they transplanted. After closer investigation, it was discovered that the donor had more advanced and aggressive forms of lung cancer that spread to his liver before the donation. This fact was never caught before the liver was put into the 69-year-old patient. And unfortunately, because the cancer had spread throughout the patient's body, he was unable to get another liver transplant and died just a few months later. So you had cancer before, we thought we removed it, but we gave you a worse cancer. We goofed. But I mean, that's just the tip of the iceberg when it comes to doctors fumbling the bag. In the UK, a doctor caused multiple patients to become ill and another to die because of his medical malpractice during an organ transplant. This event took place in 2015 when a surgeon was removing organs from a deceased donor and accidentally nicked the stomach, causing its contents to spill all over the rest of its internal organs, which I want to say doesn't sound like a little nick. Yeah. Sounds like he was like, and Chipotle and everything just started spewing out. He's like, ah, like curry and everything. No! He had to start scooping it out of the stomach. And instead of following standard procedures, the surgeon didn't report the error and allowed the now slop-covered organs to be transplanted into the other patients. So imagine a giant piece of like Chipotle honey chicken and brown rice just being like, all right. And then just like, you're like, F it. Hello?
Hello?
What?
Just brush that off.
His gloves onto it. All right. I mean, what the f is going on? And this resulted in dangerous consequences. No. One patient received a contaminated organ that had a fungal infection called Candida which caused him to have an aneurysm and pass away. The guy had like a piece of zebra cake on his fucking organ, and he's just like, and then just short-circuited and died. Dude, it is fucking I mean, like, this is an obvious statement. Like, this is obvious. I get it. But it is frightening how fragile the human body is. Like, the brain. Like, all we have is a fucking skull.
To protect it? Yeah.
I'm fucked. I don't know when. I see, and I'm such a hypochondriac. Because I think about this now and see I'm already, like, my brain, it feels tense. Like, I'm like, here it comes.
The aneurysm?
The aneurysm, here it fucking comes.
Sometimes I feel one coming.
Banana. Because I'm like, think banana and say it. Banana. 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 It's a horrible video I did to do, dude. I'm scared now. I'm frightened. It's not funny. I'm fucking freaked out. Another patient received an infected kidney that put them into a coma
Welcome back to the Papa Beach.
We recording? Put them into a coma and force them to be on dialysis for a year, getting 16 blood transfusions. Oh my God. This kidney would later be removed due to how infected it was. Oh, did they finally get around to it? You know, it's like stomach's like huge, whatever. Well, I guess we should take out the kidney. It's been about a year. A third patient received the other kidney and experienced similar complications. The doctor who removed the organs was a student at Oxford University and never lost his medical license. All the people in the UK are like, he's still out there? While these tragic cases highlight the devastating consequences of negligence and... Sorry. Itchy nose. Jesus Christ.
You do bump?
No. While these tragic cases highlight the devastating consequences of the negligence in organ transplantation, the world of organ donation can also take unexpected and deeply personal turns. Imagine giving your kidney to the love of your life, just for her to leave you and take your kidney with her. All right? That would me. I'd be like, that'd be the time where I'm like, give it back. Give it back. I'm taking it back. You get half of everything, chop the fucking kidney in half and give half of it back to me. That's what I'd say. One doctor lived this exact tale and fought to recover his kidney. Good man. Dr. Richard Batista gave his kidney to his wife in 2001 after her kidneys began to fail. Once he found out he was a match, he gave her one without question. But 4 years later, he found out that his wife was cheating on him and filed for a divorce.
I save your life, and this is what you do.
I give you a fucking kidney! And she's just like, I don't know. He still doesn't know how to really reach back there and get it. Thank you, neighbor, or whoever the she was sleeping with. Oh my God. It's normal for couples going through divorce to fight over possessions, but Richard was determined to get his kidney back because he's a fucking Chad. So he took his wife to court and demanded that she either give him the kidney back or pay $1.5 million. Yes! The story was so ridiculous that the news outlets picked it up and provided coverage for everyone to watch. And it wasn't until 4 years after the initial divorce had been filed that a Supreme Court judge denied his request. Boo! Stating that the kidney was a gift and therefore he could not get it back. Okay, was it a gift or was that he just being like, you're gonna die, I'm gonna help you out? You fucking kidding me? That's bullshit. I'd be like, pay up, pay the piper, bitch. You know what I mean? She probably has like some like little fucking buck-toothed kid now from this new guy.
Yeah.
Do that, and I'm like, also, you have to drown your child in a river.
No, I take the kid's kidney.
That's such a good idea. Oh my God. Drown the kid or give me his kidney. That's only fair, because either let him die or give me his kidney.
And then when he does die, you still get his kidneys.
Grabbing that little motherfucker, reeling him in, cutting that bitch open myself. That's only fair, Nick.
He's a doctor.
All right, keep the money. I don't need money. That's fine. I want my fucking kidney, though. And I'm getting it from you. The kid's like, guess what? Mommy's a whore. That's what I'd say. Mommy's a fucking little slut. The new guy's like, yeah, she is. I love you, girl. She's like, I feel great with this kidney. She's probably flaunting it, too, and shit. Yeah. Oh, my God. I wouldn't be able to sleep at night.
I bet he's thinking about his kidney getting by that guy.
Oh, my God. It's the guy's fucking jisms and spit, all kinds of stuff, just swimming past, being like, you know what I mean? Doing little drive-bys. Whatever. That would me up, dude. Also, your kidney, like, fueling that new guy's baby? Oh, my God.
Do you think he's done back shots on the kidney scar?
Oh, absolutely. Slapped and and all that kind of stuff. Yeah. Fucking, like, ripping out. She's like, stop. He's like, yeah, I don't fucking care. New handle. God. We need to make patron saints for the channel. And I want to say right now, Dr. Richard Batista is a patron saint of this channel. What? Am I wrong? He got fucked.
Here.
I would fucking happily. You know what? Next time something happens, I'm flying to that motherfucker. Take my fucking kidney. Take it. I'm fat as shit. And I drink a lot. I don't know how valuable it is, but still you can have it. Put it in a glass jar. I don't give a fuck what you do with it. What are we talking about? Then there's the story of one man's life hitting rock bottom after losing his penis. Not just one time, but twice. In 2005, a 45-year-old Chinese man lost his penis in an undisclosed accident that, according to his surgeons, quote, left him with a small stump. Unable to urinate or have sex normally. I'd kill myself. At the request of both the man and his wife, doctors performed a penis transplant using the organ from a 22-year-old man deceased donor. Awesome. That young dick, too. Good for him, man. He's just like, look at him now. Slapping against his thighs. Yeah, between his legs. He's like, take me down to Coco. The surgery was a huge success. See? Huge success. As it was the first ever transplanted penis. 2005 was the first ever transplanted penis. man.
I was learning a lot. I was like,
That's
I thought we already
insane.
did this.
Wow, you would think that they'd been doing that forever. All right. Doctors reported that there was no signs of rejection and that everything functioned normally. However, after the man returned home, his wife began to psychologically reject the new organ and insisted it be removed.
Do you think it was too big, a different shade of color, or weird looking?
I don't care. How often are you actually like mean mugging that motherfucker, like looking at it? Lights usually off, you're underneath the cover. I mean, how would you psychologically reject?
Do you think it winked at her?
I'm gonna have to get this fucking Chinese guy. We might have two patron saints back to back. Yeah, she probably was looking at it. She's like, no, like a yokai or something was like, I don't know how she got that, whatever. But she insisted that it be removed. Not long after the transplant, he underwent another surgery to have it removed to make his wife happy.
Women, man. Women.
What in the is going on, Nick? Am I fucking going insane? Hello? Are these the two greatest men on earth? Because how many times would other guys would be like, I'm not doing it.
Yeah.
We're done then. Are these the nicest men to ever live? Hello?
Well, what's crazy is like this is the first time it's ever happened. It's like, well, what if it doesn't work?
You're the first case in recorded history. Yep, well, your penis works fine. You can get an erection normally. And he's like, this is a miracle. I don't like it. Take it off. I'd be like, how about you put a fucking gun in your mouth? Is that too much to say?
No.
That's
appropriate, yeah.
That is... This has made me... I'm sad. Like, I'm scared. I'm sad. This is too many... There are many different ways and reasons why people undergo organ transplants, but not everyone consents to having their organs removed. And in many places around the world, some people profit from harvesting organs by working in organ trafficking rings. Which I know there's the meme of like, oh, I went down to Tijuana, I woke up in a bathtub filled with ice and my kidney was gone. Whatever. I know that's like kind of a meme. I feel like it was a meme. You don't see it as much now, but that was a thing.
In the 90s, yeah.
Yeah. Around the world, thousands of people either go missing or are found dead due to being trafficked for their organs, often referred to as the red market. Human organ trafficking rings are international groups that target children, tourists, and the weak for their precious organs that sell for hundreds of thousands of dollars a pop. I mean, it's fucking crazy. Like in Pakistan, when a 14-year-old boy went missing and was later found alive on an operating table.
I feel like I've seen this in like 24 or something.
Something like that. Well, I feel like a lot of these stories, these are real stories, and then just like shows steal them for premises. You know? Yeah. Pakistani police raided an underground lab suspecting an operating organ trafficking ring and found a boy who had been missing alive without his fucking kidney. And according to reports, this ring would lure in young children with this prospect of a good paying job, only to drug them and take them to an underground lab to take their organs. They were selling these organs for around 900,000 rupees, or approximately $4,000 apiece. And following the raid, 6 men were arrested, and police believe some doctors who worked for the ring are still at large today. How fucking sad is that too? 14-year-old kid, for a good paying job, he's like, I just want to work. Gets lured in, and this fucking kidney gets taken.
That's fucked.
At that young of an age, to be that like forward going and like, oh, I want a good paying job, whatever. It's just, ugh. Also, $4,000, that's all you're selling for? No fucking wonder, dude. People are buying those up like crazy. What the fuck? Some other people were selling it for hundreds of thousands. $4,000? Word? Almost 1 million fucking rupees? God damn, man. That's... In Nepal and Mozambique, a group of Catholic nuns had been dealing with human traffickers for years. The traffickers repeatedly tried to abduct children from the nuns' orphanage and even ambush them after they worked with police to expose the group. The nuns believed that the traffickers were taking these children and harvesting their reproductive organs for powerful magical charms. And so they went to the police to try to stop it. Before the group made progress, 53-year-old nun Dorasi Danger was found strangled and beaten outside her home. Her fellow nuns knew it was the work of a trafficking group, yet police and government officials did absolutely nothing. And to this day, nobody has been arrested for the death of Miss Danger, with many believing her death was part of a cover-up, and organ trafficking remains a big problem in Mozambique. Which I just want to say this too, actual saint.
Yeah.
3 fucking saints in one video, by the way. That's, I mean, my God. Organized crime rings can be scary, but in the world of organ donors, things can get much, much darker. Here are some of the most macabre tales of organ donations. One of the most common fears for people going into surgeries is waking up in the middle of it. For one man, this was a reality. In October of 2021, TJ Hoover was rushed to the local hospital after a drug overdose. Believing he was brain dead, surgeons at the hospital rushed his body into the intensive care to begin inspecting his organs for donation. His sister Donna, who took him to the hospital, watched helplessly as her brother was wheeled past her. She saw his eyes darting back and forth and tears streaming down his face as he was taken into the operating room. She quickly reported this to the staff, but was told it was a common reflex. But That was far from the truth. TJ was laid and sedated on the operating table, only to wake up and begin thrashing and screaming while in the middle of a cardiac catheterization, which is a simple, non-invasive procedure. As soon as they realized that he was alive, all work stopped and he was removed from the room for re-examination. Following the event, multiple staff who were in the room either quit or requested therapy due to how traumatic the event was, which I could see. That would, oh my God, man.
Yeah.
TJ never fully recovered from this accident and has to have his sister be his legal guardian for the rest of his life.
That's like a big fear too. I feel like,
oh my God, that's all I hear. People sitting there and they kind of like wake up and they look down and see their organs being removed from them or like see their self like cut open. I think psychologically you would never, that would f you up forever too. Some organ recipients may experience changes in their personality or preferences after receiving an organ. For one man, it changed a lot more than just his personality. It changed his life. Sonny Graham had only a short time to live due to a congestive heart failure when he got a call from a nearby hospital saying that there was an available donor. The heart came from a 33-year-old man named Terry Cottle, who tragically took his own life with a gunshot to the head. Soon after receiving the call, Graham went to the hospital and had his heart replaced. Feeling grateful, he contacted Mr. Cottle's widow, and over the next few years, fell in love and married Mrs. Cottle.
What?
There is some devious organ donor shit in this deal. This is crazy. I mean, all seemed well until April 1st of 2008. Sonny Graham took his own life by shooting himself in the head, just like his heart donor did. Friends and family said that he showed no signs of depression and were taken off guard by this tragic event, especially Mrs. Graham, who had now widowed the exact same way for the second time.
That's actually
a little suspicious.
Yeah.
Is that not? She's like, I can't believe it again.
A little Kurt Cobain.
Yeah, dude. Courtney Love action. Who knows?
There's actually like a pretty big theory that sometimes personalities or DNA can transfer with organ donors.
Yeah, it's so fucking weird. I mean, I don't know how true it is, but I've heard, yeah, personality or even like physical traits, like even like fingernail biting, like weird quirks and stuff from other people that you can pick up just from like getting like a body part from them. How fucking crazy is that, man? It's almost like a possession.
Oh, that would actually be...
That'd be kind of a sick movie. TM, trademark me.
Yeah,
that's mine.
Get a donor's heart.
You get a donor's heart and you end up getting possessed by his fucking spirit or something. Write it down. Write it down, Nick. Harvard Medical School is one of the most prestigious schools in the nation, if not the world. And hundreds of individuals donate their bodies to the school, hoping their gift will aid the students in medical education. However, behind the scenes, a darker story was unfolding. Cedric Lodge was the manager of the Harvard Medical School morgue for nearly 30 years. And during his tenure, he managed all cadavers coming in and out of the Atomical Gifts program. But he also turned his profession into an illegal business. For over half a decade, Cedric and his wife would regularly steal bodies and organs from the morgue and sell them on their New Jersey home to clients across the nation.
That's a good side gig right there.
That's you're already working at Harvard. He's just like, I need more cheddar. Also, how the f do you get in that game? We could sell these.
Well,
you know what I mean?
he probably looked at them. These organs, they're perfect.
They're throwing them away.
Yeah, what?
There's a gold bricks inside these people's bodies. Sometimes their clients would drive up and meet him in the Harvard morgue, while others received their orders through the U.S. Postal Service. One client from Pennsylvania ordered multiple heads and brains and paid for them over PayPal using PayPal description like head number 7 and brains. How f***ed up is that?
I was gonna say that's like Venmo, you know, because it's like a social media.
Yeah, it's probably just emojis of a guy's head, and there's like one that's like a brain or like a guy like. A different buyer, Katrina McLean, owned a horror shop named Cat's Creepy Creations and regularly bought parts from Cedric for her store. And some items purchased included a tongue and 2 dissected faces. After his heinous acts were revealed, Cedric was quickly arrested and charged with interstate transportation of stolen goods and conspiracy to commit interstate transportation or stolen goods crimes. What? Each carrying a 10-year prison sentence and a $250,000 fine. As for his wife, Denise, she faced similar charges. In the end, the couple would plead guilty and accept a plea deal in March of 2025. Both are currently awaiting their sentencing.
Yeah, this is a brand new story.
That's this fucking year. It's insane. Harvard isn't the only morgue having issues in America. An Arizona man donated his mother's body to science, hoping they would use her brain to help research a cure for Alzheimer's. Jim Stauffer was trying to move on from his mother's death. He had just received her ashes and believed that her body was being put to good use after her death. That was until a Reuters report showed him that the company he donated his mother's body to, Biological Resource Center, actually sold his mother to the military without his consent. Buckle up, because this is going to be extremely funny. After hearing this news, Jim dug a little deeper and found that his mother was strapped to a chair and put through a simulation to see how IEDs affected soldiers. The U.S. government blew up his mom! Which I just want to say this, do that with me, please. That is fucking awesome.
I was gonna say, I would like to be like, if I die, I want my body to be thrown.
Blow me up, dude.
Throw me in a tiger cage at a zoo and like let kids like watch me get eaten.
Oh my god, dude. Jesus. You really want the kids to watch it? You're like, let the kids watch.
They do that with like other animals. They feed them to the tigers.
In addition to Jim's mother, 20 other bodies were sold to this government program at about $6,000 a piece. Cheap, bro. The whole body, it's like that pussy is used up. All without the family's consent. And in 2014, the FBI would raid the BRC building after connecting it to a human organ trafficking case a few years earlier. And nothing could have prepared the agents to what was inside. Buckets of legs, arms, and heads, male genitalia were found throughout the facility. There were male torsos without limbs or genitalia, and random parts stacked on top of each other with no identification in the freezer. The most insane thing found inside was that of a, quote, large torso with the head removed and replaced with a smaller head sewn together in a Frankenstein manner. On top of all the body parts, investigators found a price list that included whole bodies with no heads and shoulders for $2,900, whole legs for $1,100, and pelvises for $400.
This seems ridiculously cheap.
It's so cheap. Following the raid, owner Stephen Gore was arrested and pleaded guilty to illegally conducting an enterprise, which got him only 4 years of probation and no jail time due to the plea deal.
That's a fitting name, Gore.
It is. I mean, not long after, around 30 families sued Gore for mishandling their loved ones' bodies. And in 2019, a jury awarded $58 million to the victims' families, bringing the case to a close. What a fucking video. What a fucking crazy day, man. My God.
I just, I got my license and I put myself as an organ donor. So.
I do too. Blow me up. I don't fucking know. Most people would have never guessed that organ donations could be such a dangerous and lucrative business. It's a necessary procedure that saves millions of lives and has millions of people waiting for a second chance at life. Yet you never know what will happen or who will be performing your surgery after death. So next time you go into a hospital, maybe think about what's going on behind closed doors, because it might be more sinister than you could have ever imagined. Thank you so much for watching the video today, guys. We'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye. Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Coming and settling down because today we're talking about nursing homes. There comes a time in many people's lives when it's too hard to take care of grandma or grandpa and you gotta throw them into a nursing home. Nursing homes allow families to stay in touch with their elderly loved ones while avoiding the mental and financial burden of full-time care, aka not living in my basement or house. Hi, Grandma. Most people believe they are doing the right thing by trying to make their grandparents' last few years as comfortable as possible. However, once you walk through those front doors and leave your loved ones behind, they are subjected to a nightmarish world of abuse, violence, and death, which was inevitable, but this is death that came too soon. Or maybe not soon enough, I don't know. So buckle up as we take a look at the neglect and abuse inside nursing homes. If you go online, you can find numerous reports and articles about how the conditions within nursing homes are akin to those inside asylums from the 1800s and 1900s. It's true. If you've ever been to one, I visited my grandparent, and one, not going to get into it. She was a bit of a dicey duck herself, but let me tell you, literally people on the floor screaming, you know, I mean, it was like a giant preschool for like people's brains that are like mentally deteriorating. It was fucking frightening. It literally did look like an asylum. Robes and like people eating food, like looking out a window. Greg. Screaming for their children. Is Greg coming? And like the person walking by that works there is just like, no, and I said stop. That kind of thing. It was fucked up. It was the 90s back then, but people are not crazy for saying this. That's all I'm going to say. There are stories that can back up the claims. In the U.S., nursing homes are rated 1 to 5 stars, and all 1-star facilities have the worst stories, obviously, right? Like a care facility in Will County, Illinois, where residents complained about cold food, employees not helping them, and keeping them awake, and withholding messages from family members.
Oh, Grandma, my son, I love him.
Can you just send this to I haven't heard from them so long? Ben. In response to these complaints, the staff would point across the street to a cemetery. Have you heard from my daughter? Go. Go.
Like a dog.
Yeah, really. You get over there. Oh. What's fucked up too is if, like, you know how people buy their coffins? Do you think the nursing home people, they're just like, let's see if it fits because it's going to be real soon? It sounds like that, right? Something, you'll be in there soon. You're going to be worm meat.
Do you think they let them sleep in them? You're going to be sleeping here for a long time.
Isn't it comfy? It's kind of stiff. And they shut it and they like fucking lock it shut. When the administration was asked about the complaints, she said, quote, yes, were cited, but those things did not happen. Anybody can say anything. You're gonna believe all these fucking old pieces of shit? And at another facility, all the hallways and public areas were clean and orderly, but inside the patient rooms lay the horrible conditions. Because that's all you have to do is whenever people are inspecting the facilities, oh, look how nice this is. Can we check out one of the rooms? We have a vacant room down here that we'll show you. They have like a showroom, you know, but everything else is horrible. Which inspectors arrived at the Berwyn home for a surprise inspection and were immediately greeted by the smell of urine. When they entered the room, they saw a 97-year-old woman on her bed with dried pieces of poop on her sheets, like a cat.
A cat?
Yeah, you know, like I don't know, like a dog or something. It's like, you know, it's like when you find out that your cat or dog took a shit in the house, you're like,
oh yeah.
How the fuck did I not know? It's like all hard and shit. How did I not know about this? It's like
Been
that.
here for a while.
Yeah, they haven't checked on her in a long time. What if they knock and they're like, can we come in?
No. Yes.
All right.
Yeah.
See ya.
Please help me.
Lock the door again. He's fine. He's fine. On top of the dry poop, she had sores in her butt that were larger than a golf ball, and her left heel was quoted as being, quote, red and mushy, like a piece of wet red velvet cake. Staff didn't change her catheter, which was sitting in the poop, and every time... Okay. All right. And every time they pumped it, she would wince in pain.
Stop. Stop that.
She also had bruises on her body from a lift machine being improperly used.
You never seen those lift machines?
Oh, to get him out of the bed?
Yeah, it's like one of those things like fucking mechanics use to get a engine out. With the catheter still
Probably just
in.
fucking wrapped it to her ankle, and she's like, no, being dragged off. And the inspectors came back multiple days and saw that this same woman had been continually left in her own feces. Her conditions were so bad that she was diagnosed with pneumonia and gangrene in her left foot. And worst of all, the inspectors came back again to check up on the woman after the gangrene diagnosis and found that her bandaged gangrenous foot was soaked with diarrhea. What? And the staff neglected to change it. What are these inspectors doing? Are they just like, come on?
Yeah, it's like when a cop writes a fix-it ticket.
Yeah, come on, get this changed. I like how the staff too is just like, I'm not going to. Okay, well, guys, please. With sugar on top. When confronted about these horrible conditions, the nurse said that she refused treatment for both her sores and her foot. So she's just like, I'm not touching that gross old woman. It's probably pretty normal for them to have to give baths and stuff, so they probably just weren't even bathing her either.
No.
You think they gave her like that, you know, like that in like movies when it's like a Roman soldier's hurt, like it's bath time, and they just like rub her head. She's like, oh, but that's it. Yeah, you're like Julius Caesar.
Can I see my family now?
That's her probably all hours of the day. She doesn't even sleep anymore.
It's kind of sad if you think about it.
Horrible. I mean, it's fun to do. It's kind of it's kind of like a stimming for me. I was like, feels good on my lips.
Hunter, I have something to tell you.
What is it, Mom?
You may want to put that energy drink down. I don't think your heart can take it.
Well, Mom, I appreciate your concern, but I've actually been drinking Gamer Sup's raw meat blend that's non-caffeinated. While they do have a caffeinated option, both are equally delicious, so I think it should be okay.
Hunter, you're not my son.
What?
There's no way you could be my son. Look at you. You're too big. I mean, nobody is as fat as you in the family.
Oh, God.
Whoa, whoa there, little Debbie. Don't want you to slip into a diabetic stroke.
I'm sugar-free! And it's keto-friendly, Mom!
Don't call me that anymore. I just got back from the courthouse. Papers are signed. You're not my son.
Oh, God!
And quit crying like that. It just makes you look so fat.
Oh, God!
Reports of the facility don't stop there. Inspectors reported multiple instances of patients having beds with rails that were not needed to keep them in there.
I can't get out.
A giant baby cage by giant crib.
Get me out of here. I want to walk around. I want to walk. Put me in my chair. I want to go to the cafeteria.
This neglect resulted in the death of an obese patient who got stuck between the rails and the bed. Me, dude. My arm and shoulder got stuck. I'm like, I can't breathe.
Was he trying to roll out? Or like,
I think he's probably trying to go in between them. Or he got stuck between them and he just couldn't breathe. Greg! Greg! A few months after the inspection crew left, a few months. What did this inspection crew do? A few months after the inspection crew left, a respiratory therapist walked into a patient's room and found him stuck between his air mattress and the guardrails. When asked about the situation, the therapist said, quote, "I seen residents trapped like this before, so I knew what to do. I immediately deflated the mattress," implying that this was a regular occurrence at these nursing homes. He's like, it happens all the time. They get stuck, they die. They're basically on their way out. And that's probably the mentality too, right? Mentality too, there's just like, they're basically at the fucking door anyways. They got 1 foot out already, and the air mattress got him. It happens.
I've known people who have worked in nursing homes, and they've said that the mentality, they actually become very resentful of the people staying there because they're very hard to take care of and they don't get paid enough.
Oh, the nurses? Oh, sure.
Yeah, so it's like what happens is they'll have like patients that just get on their nerves because they're like quote unquote needy.
Yeah,
They need
pudding.
Yeah.
Pudding.
Or they're like, you know,
Pudding. Pudding. And they're just like, say pudding again. I'll fucking sock you in the mouth. Especially too, they're just like, you get to die and go to hell. I have to wake up tomorrow and come back here. That's all you hear all day.
Pudding. 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 I want to walk. Pudding.
I mean, how much money do you think you would need? How is it? Is it worth it? I don't think there's one person, no one inspires to be, can I work at a nursing home?
My mom got $200 for a weekend to watch over old people and wipe their butts.
Why didn't she stay?
Oh, why didn't she stay? I think they died.
$200 well secured. But even with the mattress lowered, the man didn't fall. His head was still stuck in the railing, and his skin had begun to turn blue. Staff were able to free him, but it was too late. When the resident reached the emergency room, he was pronounced dead. But yeah. Were they gonna tell me like, yeah, his fucking neck is all blue and purple? Like, take him to the hospital. Why? Why? He's literally like this in between the railing.
I think he's still breathing.
Call an ambulance. His heels are mashed potatoes and he's got sores all over his body. He's not blinking and his eyes are black. Hurry, resuscitate this man.
Do you think them deflating the mattress made it worse?
I don't think it matters. I think they deflated it, and I'm just imagining his body like moving with the deflation. So he's just like already dead, right? So he's black and blue, and he's just like moving down with the deflating mattress. They called the paramedics because they were like, if we don't, it's gonna look like he was dead on the spot.
It's definitely a cover-up to be like,
cover up, 100%.
It was a lie.
I can't. Oh, he passed away at the hospital.
His head got stuck. I don't.
Well, he was old. His head got stuck. Many of these stories are never heard by the general public. One, because I don't think people care, but also it's allowing their malpractice to continue unchecked. However, with the advent of social media, the public gets a better glimpse at what goes on inside. In November 2015, a video was posted to Instagram of a nurse at a Los Angeles nursing home bending over residents' faces. Okay. A video was posted to Instagram of a nurse at a Los Angeles nursing home bending over residents' faces and heads and farting. The nurse was quickly fired, which just goes to show that if a person in 2015 was doing this, can you imagine what they were doing like in the 80s?
Oh, yeah.
Like literally probably like spreading their ass cheeks open, having like the tip of the person's nose on their asshole and like blowing huge farts in their faces.
I'm gonna tell my family.
I want to go for a walk. Yeah, I'm gonna tell my daughter, Sarah. She died in a drunk driving accident 2 years ago. What? Don't say that. In her wheelchair? No! No! Take me back to my room.
Well, also the staffing would just be like, who's gonna believe you?
Who's gonna believe you? Remember you fell down the steps earlier? I did. That's why you have those bruises that look like baseball bats on your legs. That's from falling down stairs.
Oh, I should be more careful.
At Rosewood Care Center in St. Charles, Illinois, got a lot of Illinois on. Jesus fucking Christ. What the fuck is going on up in Illinois in these Steele's nursing homes?
All of this came from one research document.
Oh, so this is all one. Okay.
It was like on Illinois. Yeah.
So this is just the same center. Okay. At Rosewood Care Center in St. Charles, Illinois, a nurse posted a video to Snapchat of another nurse slapping a dementia patient with a nylon strap as they begged them to stop. Both workers pleaded guilty to misdemeanor battery. They talking about like the little snap-on thing. And they're like, stop! Enough of that! Two nurses recorded videos of residents vomiting, resident getting help with their blocked bowel, aka they're unclogging the shit out of their fucking stomach. And those nurses were charged with misdemeanor, disorderly conduct, and invasion of privacy, but both pleaded no contest to those charges. And a facility in St. Petersburg, Florida reported a medical assistant for recording two residents having sex and posting it to Snapchat. The worker immediately confessed to their crime and was arrested and charged with multiple counts of voyeurism.
So he just cracked the door open. And they do this every night.
Their sex too. It's just them both in their chairs, like knees, and they're just like looking at each other like this.
Where am I?
What am I doing?
What is this? Soup, hot soup. In Clarksville, Iowa, an employee posted a picture of a resident's butt and posted another picture of a resident's poop in his hand saying, "This is what I do at my job." It's unclear whether the worker was fired, as the administration refused to comment on the situation to the media. He's like, "That's just good, clean fun." Gave him the Jim Halpert. Yeah. This is what I do for a living. Over in Oklahoma at the Cleveland Manor Nursing Home, one nurse willingly confessed to a horrible crime he committed against a patient. During a routine shift, 24-year-old Nicholas Kank had to care for an individual who experienced diarrhea reportedly up to 10 times. You get that boy some water. Get him a Gatorade. Need his electrolytes up. After having to clean up poop for the 10th time, he grew infuriated and wadded up 8-inch ball of toilet paper and shoved it into the resident's ass.
See, that's where the resentment starts coming. The 8th time! The 8th time!
Yeah, exactly, the 10th time. I don't think anybody's really innocent here, all right? I'm saying that it's a two-way road. I've been in one before, Nick. I hear how they talk to him, too. Don't touch me. Don't touch me. You're fucking ugly. You're fat. No, I've heard that shit before. You're so fat. I don't want you to touch me. You'll make me fat. That kind of stuff. So he was sitting there. He's just like, I'm going to do it again. And again.
Yeah, taunting.
And again. You might as well bring a cot in here because you're going to have to sleep here with me all night. Which, granted, I don't think that would ever send me into... I'd probably just quit. I don't think I'd ever wad up a ball of thing and be like, bend over, I'm putting this up your ass. No! It didn't take long for the man to complain about the massive toilet paper in his ass to another nurse and basically had it removed. Not long after it was removed, the nursing home director called the police and Nicholas confessed to his actions, resulting in his arrest. He sat in jail with a $40,000 bond, but his sentencing was never publicly stated. AKA, they paid for that motherfucker to get out of there. Come back.
Come back.
Yeah, come back. The guy sitting there, he's like, oh, thank God Nicholas is gone. The door slowly creaks open. He's like wrapping a thing of toilet paper around his hand like that. Oh. Nursing homes are especially at risk during natural disasters because many residents can't move on their own. This became a serious problem when one Louisiana nursing home had to endure a hurricane. Hurricane Ida, a Category 4, hit Louisiana on August 16th, 2021, and was the second deadliest since Katrina in 2005. Bob Dean owns 7 nursing homes in New Orleans, with more than 800 residents under his care. To prepare for the approaching storm, he moved all of them to a warehouse in Independence, a town just north of New Orleans. This warehouse was not equipped for this many people, especially with how many that had specific needs they need met. Many tenants were rushed out to their rooms and went days without proper medication. Generators at the warehouse failed, leaving people without air conditioning as temperatures rose to dangerous levels inside. The building's ceilings leaked, and the bathrooms failed due to this storm and the excessive use by people trapped inside. Mattresses that were laid out on the floor were soaked by the thin layer of floodwater, and many residents had to lay in their own poop as there was no one there to clean them.
So they basically just put a bunch of old people in a warehouse?
It seems like they took everybody from these nursing homes, went to an empty lot, opened up the door, and just rolled all their like wheelchairs and beds in and just shut the door.
Locked it up. You'll be safe in here, guys.
Dean also neglected to put enough food and water inside the warehouse, leaving many residents to starve and go days without any proper nutrition, which it just seems like literally he left a dog bowl with kibble and water there, and there was no nurses there. He's just like, just stay here. I'll be back in a couple weeks or a month when this whole thing blows over. I bet you was sitting there watching TV and he's like, oh shit.
Yeah,
gets up.
Yeah, fuck.
Oh, I forgot they're still up there. The cherry on top of this whole situation was that he was obstructing police officers and medical officials from entering the warehouse to inspect conditions. He's like,
yeah, they're fine.
They're fine in there. Just stop. Stop. And after the storm ended, 5 people had passed away, and Dean was in serious trouble. He flew in from Georgia and turned himself in to the authorities. In total, he faced 15 charges, 8 cruelty to the infirmed, 5 counts of medical fraud, and 2 counts of obstruction of justice. Dean faced over 20 years in prison, where the judge chose to give him 3 years of probation because he had a clean criminal record, and he was old by the time he was sentenced. He's like, fucking whatever. Just don't leave your house. He's just like, hey, you got it, judge. Like, all these like families are like, what the fuck? The only real repercussions he had to face were paying over $20 million in multiple lawsuits on behalf of the victims. Well, there you go. At least he had to pay something.
5 people did die.
People had to lay in their poop. They were kept in basically an oven for for weeks or whatever, and he wouldn't let people go inside there, but at least he paid a little something, right? In the medical field, nurses and doctors are the people you trust the most because they're the ones who take care of you. Yet, many abuse that trust. One nurse in Pennsylvania went on a 3-year power trip that made her potentially one of the most prolific serial killers in U.S. history. I'm, of course, talking about Heather Presty. She was a veterinary technician for nearly 15 years and spent most of her time putting down animals. I wonder how this is going to translate.
Foreshadowing.
Is that foreshadowing me things? In 2018, she obtained her nursing license after initially failing to earn her degree. She went on to work at 12 different nursing homes throughout the Pittsburgh area. Right off the bat, her fellow coworkers thought she was odd and even reported her to the state health department for harming patients. But little did they know she was doing things way worse than just harming her patients. In May of 2023, people began noticing that she was administering insulin to tenants who didn't require it. This launched an investigation into Presty's work and covering a dark secret. From 2020 to May of 2023, Heather had been giving her patients a lethal dose of insulin on purpose. She did her killings on the night shift when there was less staff and she had better access to the insulin itself. Furthermore, she used insulin because it was tough to detect in autopsies, making it seem like all of her victims passed away due to natural causes. In May of 2024, Heather pleaded guilty to 3 charges of first-degree murder and 19 charges of attempted murder, resulting in 3 consecutive life sentences, plus an additional 380 to 760 years in prison. While she pleaded guilty to 19 charges, officials believed she may be linked to 17 additional deaths that align with her pattern and timeline, placing her among the most notorious serial killers in American history. God, dude. Unfucking believable. I mean, it has to be a power trip, like we said, but still.
Well, if she was a vet tech, and she killed animals, she might have felt bad for the animals, and I'm wondering if she purposely killed a couple.
Oh, so you're saying that she was just like, they're suffering. So yeah, that she sees like an adult guy sitting there with like a shit-filled diaper. She's like, there's just no way to live. I'll help you.
Or it could be, I like to kill.
I'm a demon. Nurses and staff are not the only things you should be afraid of in a nursing home. When you put over 100 elderly people who forgot where they are or don't want to be there, it tends to lead to resident-on-resident violence. I'm sure that's a shocker. Putting a bunch of like brain-dead giant toddlers in a room. I'm sure that's going to be fine. Some nursing homes give the option for community members to have a roommate if they're more independent. This is usually an excellent option for those seeking company, but for others, it can be a nightmare. Elizabeth Barr was a healthy 100-year-old woman who enjoyed reading books and spending time with her family. A healthy 100-year-old woman?
For 100 years old, she was in good shape.
On September 23rd, 2009, she spent the day with her son and enjoyed her favorite restaurant before returning home to her 98-year-old roommate, Laura Lundquist. Lundquist. The next morning, the staff came in to check on the 2 roommates when they found Elizabeth dead on her bed with a bag over her head. At first, investigators believed that she had committed suicide. All right, well, that was a fun time. Let's lay here and die. Like, what?
Then they thought she just accidentally crawled into the bag. Like a child.
I'm a 100-year-old woman. I don't know what I'm doing.
But after doing a little more digging, they found that there was tension between her and her roommate. And according to the patient's records, Laura had been diagnosed with delusions, dementia, anxiety, and paranoia. While they were roommates, she became increasingly jealous of Mrs. Burroughs because she received more flowers and more visitors. Which I will say, if you're a fucking 90-year-old like psycho, you're just like, why does she get all the attention?
The 98-year-old said that the other girl was making her life like a living hell.
I feel less than human. I'm like a goddamn lapdog.
But the final straw was when a nurse moved a table from Laura and gave it to Mrs. Barrow. Following morning, they found Mrs. Barrow dead and the table back on Laura's side. The roommate was quickly arrested, but after further evaluation, she was deemed incompetent to stand trial and was sent to a hospital where she died. Across the pond in the UK, a 92-year-old amputee had the police called to his room after trying to stab a staff member with a butter knife. Donald Burgess resides at Park Beck Residential Care Home in East Sussex and acquired assistance with most things because his leg amputation left him in a wheelchair. One day, he poked a staff member with a butter knife, and 2 police constables, Rachel Kamado and Stephen Smith, arrived in the room. I want to say we have a video for this. I'm going to hell. After multiple attempts to peacefully get him to drop the knife, Smith had emptied his entire can of pepper spray onto Donald's face. The man is like in a bathroom. I don't know where he's at, but he's like parked back there and he has one leg and he's holding this tiny knife and they empty an entire thing of spray in his face and he's like, ah! Oh! But still not letting go of the knife, Officer Smith walked up to Mr. Burgess and struck him with a baton.
Donald!
Constable Kamado then reached into her tool belt and tased Donald!
Put it down! Taser, taser!
Causing his body to seize up and drop the knife. In the aftermath of this crisis, Donald was taken to the hospital where he was treated for his wounds, only to die 3 weeks later from COVID.
I feel like that was a cop-out.
That 100% was a cop-out. And that was 100% them just being like, it was probably COVID, right? You sure, we could just make it that. I just want to say, watching that old man get tased, if it was my grandpa, I'd be upset. But because I don't know him, and it's just a random video, whatever, I gotta say, I laughed pretty hard. And I'm going to hell for that. I don't think it's right. I don't feel really good about it, but I will say that watching a one-legged man get tased because he's holding a butter knife is awesome. Which, to be fair, it's a butter knife. It looked kind of sharp. You could say that they could go, it could stab into their arm. Who knows? Anybody could get hurt. Seriously hurt, right? Maybe they had to tase him.
If after getting sprayed, I would have dropped the knife if I was him.
If I would have gotten sprayed with a full can of mace, I probably would have been like, you know what? I'm good. Also, I wonder if they did that too, because they're like, what if he stabs himself? So we should pepper spray him and tase him and cause his old decrepit heart to stop. Both constables were taken to court for assault, but after jury hearing, both were found not guilty. Many who have viewed the body cam footage believe the officers should have been charged with excessive force. You be the judge. Show it one more time.
Taser, taser!
Really just show the part where he's like, ah! Just keep doing that. One more time. 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 Nursing homes are intended to be safe environments where older adults can spend their days. Yet some residents are unsatisfied or tired of the living conditions, which can lead to patients escaping. When people are placed in a home, they usually remain there until they fucking die. Like this, usually, I would say the vast majority of people are just like, I guess I'm going to sit here till I die. However, not all residents are content with staying in the home for the rest of their lives. A couple in Tennessee was able to escape their nursing home due to the husband's military experience. Workers at a memory care unit were doing their rounds when they discovered that a married couple with Alzheimer's and dementia had gone missing. I feel like out of all the places you want to like do the rounds quicker or more frequently, it'd be that.
Do you think they got like clarity for a minute? Where are we?
I always think that people escape because they're just like, Bonnie, well, especially you hear like a cute couple like this, like, Bonnie, we have to get out of here. They're treating us horribly. He's like, okay, Harold. The facility went into lockdown as staff and police searched for the missing residents. Thankfully, someone spotted them walking 2 blocks away and they were safely returned to their rooms. After returning home, the staff asked how they had managed to escape since a keypad electronically locked all the doors. To their surprise, the old man said that he was able to use his military background with Morse code and crack the door open by listening to the sound the buttons made when he pushed. He's able to do that, but he can't drive a car. But I used my instincts to Morse code. It's like, why don't you fucking wipe your own ass then and bathe yourself, dude? I can't. I'm a baby. Even though the residents were returned safely, the nursing home was fined $2,000 and forced to change all codes for the building's exits.
Of course, because now he's got him. He can tell the staff.
These are the codes. Leave while you can. They're dogs running this place. Dogs, I say.
Do you think after that, every time they're by him, they go earmuffs?
Yeah. He's like sitting in his chair doing this. Hey! Most elderly people who are placed in a home are too old and frail to be able to move around unassisted. But one woman in China was able to escape her nursing home with some insane upper body strength. Just last month in Shandong province, China, security footage captured a 92-year-old woman climbing a 7-foot metal gate in 24 seconds, which I want to say is horrifying. We've seen a lot of funny stuff. I will say, seeing an old woman do that is fucking insane. Like, that is scary. Originally posted to Weibo, a Chinese social media platform, the video shows an elderly woman carefully climbing the front gate to her home, swinging her leg over and hopping down to freedom. It doesn't take long for staff to find the resident and bring her back to safety, but everyone who watched was astonished at how nimble she was for her age, and the video quickly went viral. Many people began commenting on the post, saying she doesn't need to be in a home if she's capable of doing that. However, the nursing home was quick to respond, saying that she's an Alzheimer's patient who happens to enjoy exercise and climbing. See, that's the best thing about these things, is you're just like, no, she just likes to do that, even though the person's probably like, help! I want out! Elder elopement is more common than most people realize, and thankfully, most are returned safely to their rooms. However, not all return alive. A nursing home got sued by a family after one of its escapees' risk patients lost their life trying to cross a highway. Motherfucker got blasted, dude. Records showed that an 87-year-old woman had just moved into the nursing home with her family because she was showing early signs of dementia and couldn't be trusted to live on her own. She had a history of escaping the care of loved ones, so the nursing staff put her in a lockdown ward to ensure that she wouldn't be able to leave. Yet, somehow, this woman was able to disable the alarm on the outside sliding door and walk down a long driveway that led to a highway. As soon as staff realized that she was gone, police were called, but it didn't take long for her to be found. At 8:20 p.m., her body was found lying on the side of a road just 100 feet from the nursing home. She was quickly taken to the hospital but passed away shortly after. Despite being found on the side of the road, nobody has come forward admitting to hitting or seeing her before she was found, adding mystery to her disappearance.
She didn't get very far.
No, she didn't.
You think someone swerved into her on purpose?
No, I bet you she's just right by her. I bet it was just got hit, knocked in the deal, and they're like, no one saw it. Fuck it. I'm not going to jail for that old bitch. You know what I mean? I bet you that's what they were probably thinking. Listen, nursing homes can be a frightening and hazardous environment that is often overlooked by the general public. Inside those halls, it can look like a war zone filled with neglect, abuse, and famine. All because the nurses don't care or because the elderly have gotten so out of control. Next time you visit your grandma or grandpa in the nursing home, make sure to check if they're doing okay, because you never truly know what could be going on behind closed doors. Or don't go see them. They've had a long life. They don't need you anymore. Say goodbye to grandpa and grandma. They're going to hell.
When you have kids, where do you want to end up?
Shoot me in the back of the head and throw me in the ocean. What is that? Or put me in a trash compactor. I really don't care. Please don't put me in a home.
Do you want your kids to take care of you and just bathe you?
No. If I'm literally, put me down. Put me fucking down. I don't want to be a burden to anyone. And I don't want to just sit there and be like, all right, here's your pills. Here, live like this for a couple of years and then die. I would rather just be like, can you just kill me now?
They have that in Sweden, I think.
Oh, you have that here too.
Little tube.
No one will know. No one will know.
Inject me with the good stuff.
Don't even inject me. Blow my fucking head off. Literally do whatever you want with me. I don't give a fuck. All right, bye. Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Coming and sitting down because today we're going to talk about hotels. We've all been to a hotel at some point in our lives, and the experience can vary greatly. From a luxury hotel that caters to your every need to a roach-infested Motel 6. There's a nice little spectrum out there. Regardless of what you're able to afford, going to a hotel can be a bit of a gamble. Sometimes they're dirty, sometimes the buildings are run down, and oftentimes there's a slight feeling of danger. I'm guessing from crackheads or maybe weird neighbors next door. What's that in the room next door? Apparently, hotel room break-ins have become surprisingly common. And by that I mean, I feel like that's always been a thing. Right? So much so that there's an entire genre of video focused on giving tips on how to use household objects to lock hotel doors from unwanted guests or staff members, using things like hangers, towels, and forks to basically block the door. People even buy additional portable locks and alarms online to ensure their safety when staying overnight. You might think that doing this 20-minute long setup to lock your door or whatever while you're sleeping might seem outrageous, but at the same time, you don't want to be that one statistic. So let's look at just how bizarre and terrifying the world of hotels can be. Over time, we've seen a large increase in sexual predators going after women in hotel rooms. Really came swinging again with this one, dude. Jesus Christ. Can't ease into it at all? Holy I thought we might start with like petty theft, but nope. Here we go. While creeps preying on innocent women have been a tale as old as time itself, more people have felt comfortable coming forward to share their stories. One woman from Austin, Texas recounts the night she had awoken to a man who had somehow gotten access to her hotel key. As he was attempting to open the door, the woman noticed his finger prying through the door trying to undo the latch. The woman screamed and charged at the door and slammed it shut, yelling, "Get the f*** out!" The man screamed, "Ah!" and quickly scurried off. She quickly called 911, but soon realized that the man's severed fingers were still in the door latch when the police arrived, which is awesome. Yeah. I would put him in a fucking jar. If I was that woman, I would pickle those fingers 100%. And it goes without saying that more often than not, the source of most disturbances and strange occurrences are the hotel guests themselves. For example, one man was arrested for gooning in the hotel lobby. In Nashville, such a beautiful musical city, huh? A man named Jonathan Walker had visited a Hilton Garden Inn, and he started using the computer in the hotel's business center, despite not being a hotel guest. He started playing porn on the speakers for a long period of time until hotel workers started to notice. They called the police, who approached him and tried to get his attention. Jonathan refused to stop watching porn, to the point that the police officers had to take him into custody and remove him from the premises. As it turns out, this was a repeat occurrence, and he had already been banned from the hotel previously. He was charged with trespassing. He must have been locked in, dude. He's like, I can't hear you.
I like how he thinks this is like a public library where you can just go in and watch porn.
A public library where you can go and watch porn? Is that what you do?
Well, that's what...
No. It's a public library. What are you talking about? It's like a public library where they just let you watch porn, beat your dick all day, your little dick. Right, guys, a public library. And they can rent Shel Silverstein's Where the Sidewalk Ends. Right, guys? What I want to know is when they're like, he did it for a long time. I'm wondering, because they said he was a repeat offender to this hotel. I wonder if they just saw him and they're like, he'll be done in a bit. Who's got to clean that?
It sounds like he was just watching, not actually.
And you better believe, well, I think he was doing some dry rubbing, trying to start a little Indian fire. You know what I mean?
Oh, little pocket pool?
Yeah. Also, too, there's no way they're cleaning those keyboard keys. Just leave it.
They dust them, probably.
Yeah, definitely. And of course, this is not the only story about gooning in a hotel. There's also Florida's serial hotel gooner. That's right, my friends. Serial hotel gooner. In 2019, from under the bed and stared at her for about 3 seconds.
Do you think he was naked?
No, I think he was just a weird, stinky man, little garbage man. At the moment, Natalsi claimed that those seconds felt like my life was over. Suddenly, the man started screaming before turning and sprinting out the room. Turns around, pulls a Kevin McAllister. The police were contacted where they found a hidden power bank that the man was using for his phone, meaning he had potentially been there for a long... He was there all day, for sure. He was charging his phone, playing like Angry Birds and shit. He's so old game. Due to the lack of CCTV cameras in the hotel, the police claimed that there was little chance of identifying the man, but eventually she was able to get a full refund for her trip. Thank God.
I stayed at a APA hotel.
Oh yeah, you did, didn't you? I forgot about that.
They're nice. Apparently, we need to fact check this, but apparently the APA hotel is run by a cult leader. So maybe it was the cult member.
Yeah, maybe it was a cult member. They're like, go up there and take this battery and let it charge. She'll be up there real soon. Hotel guests have a tendency to do whatever they want in hotel rooms, seeing as they're paying for it. While some will settle for cranking up the AC all night, others treat the place like their own personal trash can. This was the case for Kelly Tedford, the OnlyFans hotel pisser. In New Hampshire, an OnlyFans model named Kelly Tedford was caught destroying a Marriott hotel room with her bodily waste. She had the plan of filming a video for her OnlyFans, Kinky Kelly, in which she would cover the entire room in her own piss. She proceeded to pee all over the bedding, all over the curtains, even pissed on the AC unit, which it's like that's gonna blow it even more in the air. Which granted, the room's gonna smell like piss anyway, so she's like, fuck it. And she even pissed on the hotel Bible. For good measure, she even took a on the floor, which she would later hide in the upper tank of the toilet, a little upper decker. That was that. She's being a little bitch, dude. That's a woman who just needs to be slapped around.
Yeah, she needs to be shown a thing or two.
All right, we're kidding. She was arrested and charged with criminal mischief. Further investigation showed that she had been doing things like this for years. And in one case, she was arrested for peeing all over grocery store products. Jesus fucking Christ. And a whole new problem with hotel guests emerges when you look at stories revolving around luxurious hotels. Some wealthy guests can be straight up menaces. Some hotel workers have to put up with a very unique type of harassment, like the smear campaign orchestrated by a teenager named Theodore Weintraub. Theodore had been attempting to order a drink at the bar inside of the Mark Hotel, an upscale spot known for its high-profile clientele. He was turned down due to him being 17, attempting to use a fake ID, which caused him to become aggressive. After causing a scene, he was banned from the hotel for disturbing other guests, and he later tried to enter through a dinner reservation with his family, only to be caught and denied entry. He begged them to reconsider, only to flip out since he didn't get his way. And according to the filing, the defendant began accusing the hotel of being anti-Semitic and spitting in people's food, until his father calmed him down. Theodore, stop. Stop it, Theodore. Calm down. We're sorry. He usually gets his alcohol and he's fine, but God damn it, Theodore, calm down. There was also reports of hotel staff passing by him on the street near the hotel. Theodore became enraged and started screaming at them. This frustrated him so much that 2 years later, he returned to the hotel only to enact his revenge. He hired multiple protesters to stand outside the hotel and smear their reputations with signs reading, "Mark supports Epstein. Mark denies the Holocaust," and "The Mark spreads disease." Check, and check. All the while, Theodore sat inside of his Cadillac parked out front so he could laugh at the scene unfolding. And at one point, hotel guests were physically accosted as well. Theodore made sure to do this during the busiest time when celebrity guests would be staying at the hotel. Specifically, Drake. At one point, they attempted to physically stop him from re-entering the hotel, causing a crowd of his fans to get into a physical altercation that ended in one protester being punched in the face. In the end, the hotel filed a restraining order against Theodore and barred him from continuing his protest within 150 feet of the property. They're like, so you can do it, but just a little farther down.
Does that even work, though? I feel like they...
Well, first off, if the protesters aren't getting paid, they're going to show up a couple times, but they're going to quickly be like, I can't keep doing this. You know? Also, him sitting in his Cadillac, he's like definitely like a little Nepo baby thing, just chortling, eating snacks. Like, can you pay us more? I can. My dad doesn't give me allowance yet. Other hotel staff members have recounted stories of guests making them incredibly uncomfortable in public forums. One worker tells a story of her creepiest night shift experience. One night shift worker explains that most of the calls they get late at night are from creeps, which just makes sense. People, little gooners going out there being like, "I'm outside, I can smell your panties." Jeez. Like a little prank call stuff, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm here, I'm outside. Whatever. Or just people just being like, "What are you wearing?" I mean, I could see that. Just weird shit.
Also drunk too, maybe.
Yeah, drunk assholes. I need a place to stay. She received a call at 1 a.m. from a hotel guest, only to find out that he was jerking off over the phone. What did I tell you? What did I tell you?
Do you think she heard it?
Yeah, dude. The pud? Probably definitely heard the pud was all wet, sound like a big like trough of mud.
Do you think he was making little moans?
Oh. I was wondering if I could get away. Wake up call. Another staff member recounted the time that a naked man ran into the lobby and started yelling at workers to give him directions to the bathroom. He was given directions only to go the wrong way and end up running into a wedding party. The man began to panic, crying profusely, and he turned back around, leaking all over himself and onto the floor. He had to be escorted out of the building by police, and the wedding event was comped with the hotel for the absurd interruption. How do we know that wasn't orchestrated?
I was just thinking the same thing.
I'm gonna do the same thing for my daughter's wedding. When my daughter gets married, I'm gonna be like, here's $200, just shit yourself and run through. Oh, come on. And the whole thing is free. $200 and you save how many thousands? Come on now.
Easy to repeat too, because all you have to be like, the wedding's there, go up to the staff, ask where the bathroom is, go the wrong way.
Easy peasy. The only problem is your wedding's in a hotel.
Oh, I mean, nice hotels.
No, it's
the
true.
Hilton.
Yeah, but I mean, where'd you get married? The Hilton. Isn't it a typical thing, like just tiny chapels?
Or barns.
Or barn. I got married on a beach.
Oh yeah, that's right.
On an Oregon beach.
I want to get married in Scotland on the cliff, and have my wife come down on a helicopter.
Some of the most entitled and chaotic guests at a hotel are easily from wedding parties. One front office manager of a hotel describes the most chaotic night of their entire career. 70 rooms were rented by attendees of the wedding, with the bride and bride's maids infuriating nearby guests during the loud bachelorette party. After receiving 3 noise complaints, they decided to pay a group of kids $20 to run around the hallways in order to distract attention away from them. The next day, the bride and the bridesmaids angrily complained to the front desk worker about the staff telling them to quiet down. They believed that because their event gave them so much business, they deserved special treatment. Later, the worker had to assign guests to very specific rooms, as she was informed that several of the guests had cheated on each other and would have to be far apart. It's a crazy wedding, dude. The Hilton's getting a little wild. The day of the wedding was full of guests screaming at the staff over small inconveniences. In the middle of the chaos, one mother reveals that her child drank too much pool water and ended up throwing up in the elevator. During the wedding reception, police had to be called due to adults buying drinks for the underage children. One of them gotten so drunk that he took his mother's keys, attempted to drive her car, and crashed in the parking lot. Everyone was kicked from the venue, and the party resumed all night in the hotel rooms between arguing with staff who were trying to quiet themselves. calm down. In the morning, the bride storms into the lobby and tells the front office manager that every single person should be refunded fully. The bride was furious over the fact that the cops are called, stating that they should be allowed to have fun and not be treated like a bunch of dogs. No refund was issued, and the worker threatened to call the cops once more if things continue to escalate. What I would have done is I would have been like, I have this hammer, and I'm going to drive it through your fucking skull. You and your trashy ass family. You know what? Actually, come here. And I would. I'd kill all of them with a hammer. But I'd let the kids get drunk still. We've talked about some wild hotel guests. Don't let that fool you. Hotel staff members can just as easily be the creepiest and most insane people. Look no further than the infamous story of Poop Gelato. Did I grab your attention? Poop Gelato. Steve White and his wife Jessica had been staying in the Coogee Bay Hotel in Sydney, a popular beachfront tourist destination. While grabbing a drink at one of the pubs on location, they were frustrated to find that the music they were playing overpowered the rugby match that they were trying to enjoy. They also complained that the food, the staff, and the price of their gelato, and the other customer. The hotel decided to appease the two of them by sending a large complimentary bowl of gelato to their table. Go ahead, I eat it. Would you like to have some gelato? It's from Italy. Among the various flavors of gelato in the bowl, the bottom seems to be layered with chocolate. Steve took a big bite, only to throw it up and retch over what seemed to be a giant log of shit hidden underneath the gelato. Jessica had already taken a bite as well, becoming violently ill. The hotel tried to offer them $5,000 to look the other way, which was denied. Instead, they took a sample of the feces and went to the police, who confirmed that it was indeed human excrement. Investigation into the poop gelato sampled failed to reveal who the culprit was. To save their reputation, the hotel employees signed contracts that forbid them from talking to the media. Jessica's reputation, however, was slowly ruined over the course of a month. According to her, everywhere I go, I'm now known as the woman who ate the poo. It happens when I'm shopping, when I'm walking down the street, and when I'm on the sideline watching my son at Little Athletics on a Saturday morning. In the end, an undisclosed amount of money was reached in a settlement between the hotel and the Whites. It had to have been like, you think it was at least 6 figures?
I'd say
they
more.
offered her 5, she said no, and then they're like, this is hush money. I bet you anything it was like at least 100 grand. I think that she could have probably shut that place down. That's gotta be like bioterrorism, right? Some kind of crazy shit like that. And you got violently ill. I mean, like people would lose their jobs or I mean, like I think that legitimately she probably could have shut that place down.
I was thinking like $1 million.
You think $1 million for some poo? Nah, dude.
Well, the damages too. People were calling poo lady.
Yeah, reputation. I'm just saying, I think someone would buckle under 100K. You want 100,000? Okay, I'm the poo girl. I'm the poo woman. I'd be that way. In another disgusting display, we also have the Hilton Toe Sucker, which is my favorite story of this entire video. In Nashville, such a beautiful city for music, right? Once again, at a Hilton downtown hotel, a man named Peter Brennan was asleep before the day of a big work conference. He awoke to a man sucking his toes in the dead of night. Peter immediately leaped into the air and started screaming as the man sprinted out the room. This man was David Neal, the manager of the Hilton Hotel, who was working a night shift. David made copies of the guest key in order to break into the room and perform strange acts as a part of this weird, sick fetish. Definitely sexual. Definitely hard doing it the entire time. Must have been a good-looking guy, huh? Had sandals on.
Well, that's what I was going to say. He definitely saw
You're in room 428. Have a good night. A warrant was put out for his arrest, and he was eventually taken into custody for aggravated burglary. This wasn't his first run-in with the law, as he had previously served prison time due to a slew of crimes. Brennan told reporters that he started going to therapy after the whole ordeal and still does not feel safe in his own home. If there was something like that, that would f me up too. People can probably attest to this. There's got to be viewers that we have that has had someone break into their home or anything while they were there or sleeping. That invasion of privacy and security, dude.
But does it make sense if it's in a hotel? Because that makes sense if someone broke into my house and sucked my toes.
Yeah, but hotels, I mean, that's the same thing. Any place where you were sleeping and you lock the door, I think that follows you. Because then when you go home, you like hear some shit. It's just like the psychological damage to it. I think it fucks you up anywhere. Even if it wasn't your home or your own hotel room, like let's say you were staying at a buddy's house, it would fuck you up forever.
That's what I've been hearing, like rats in my ceiling.
You said that too with why your voice was like broken. That's why rats.
I don't think it's rats, maybe squirrels.
I think that's you having like sleep paralysis and you're just envisioning things. You also get like 1 hour of sleep a night. I'm starting to hear weird things. Little gnomes running around my attic. Some of the scariest things to come out of the hotel experience is not the creepy people or staff members, it's the things people find in their rooms. It's common for people to find human excrement in their rooms. People, there's poo. Get over it. One hotel Marriott guest came out of the shower and pulled a towel from the rack, only to find that there was a baseball width smearing of poo on it. Others have allegedly found hidden cameras placed inside the hotel room, sometimes pointed directly at their toilet. That's the biggest thing. The amount of like hidden cameras I see in like smoke alarms, people put it in like AC vents, all that kind of shit. Also power outlets, like the screw for your power outlet, that can be a camera. There's apparently a wand you can do to like go around a room. Yeah.
There's something people do with tape. I don't know if it's a troll, but they like put tape on windows and they put like a marker through it to see if it's like a see-through mirror too.
Oh yeah. Well, I thought I've heard that too with like hotel paintings and because they're like, I've heard that that can be like a two-way mirror too.
With a painting?
Yeah, or like a glass frame painting, and it's like, oh, this is just a picture. I've seen some crazy shit, man. Which makes you think when I see the girl who's like, let me lock the door, and she puts like 70 things up to, I'm like, I don't fucking blame you. Also too, you know, you think I want my tiny dick and like my fat shit splayed out in the dark web for to be sold? Not really. You know what I mean? If I'm sitting there beating my little monkey cock and then that's put online, that'd fuck me up.
That's true. I guess, you know, some of it's rational.
I think it's all rational. If I walked by and I saw somebody doing that, who am I to be like, paranoid much? And then of course that's when the next day look at my phone and just sees me like beat my little dick. I'm like online, I'm like, how did they get that? One hotel worker had even stumbled across a live baby that had been abandoned in the parents' room. I hear that happens all the time. Well, that's the whole thing with dumpster babies too. Toss them out.
Well, I was gonna say, was this a staff member? Did they just leave the baby in?
I'm thinking that it was a guest. The thing too is I think people are f***ed up and they'll rationalize it. Well, like, I mean, he was in a comfortable, warm place.
Also, yeah, they leave it in a hotel room to be like, well, the staff will find it.
Well, they'll find it. Yeah. As if that like makes it okay. Well, someone's gonna stumble on it eventually. We left a bunch of crackers and Pringles on the, I mean, you should be fine.
Have you seen the baby boxes? Cities have a thing where it's like a big, like metal fucking box with a little window. You can put a baby in it, and when you close it, you pull like a string, and it calls the fire department.
What year are you talking about?
This is 2025.
No.
Yeah.
No. There is no way there is a metal delivery box for a child to, first off, bake in, and then also that you pull a string that calls the fire department. That seems like something in a Buster Keaton film.
It's got AC and a little tablet that the baby, it's like, you put a little string.
That's probably true. And as you would expect, multiple people have had the experience of stumbling across a dead body. In college, I saw a dead body. It's f***ed up. I thought it was a guy sleeping. It's a homeless guy.
Yeah, I told me about that.
It's fucking horrible.
Very scarred. Was it kind of like Stand By Me?
No, it wasn't as cool as Stand By Me. It was like really sad. Actually, I guess it's Stand By Me. It was pretty sad in that too. I don't know. You sit there and you're like, oh shit. Well, because you think at first it's just like a homeless guy sleeping in this park. You're like, oh damn. And then you like look at it and he was just dead. So we called the cops.
That's my fear. I'm gonna be walking and there's a dead body.
That's my fear. Not snakes. I'm not claustrophobic, but if I see a dead body, that's my biggest fear. That's why I've never been able to go to a funeral. Some people have found bizarre items like kangaroo tail covered in maggots inside of the oven. Another person found tons of raw steaks in their room. And apparently he was being kicked out of the hotel and he started throwing the raw steaks directly at housekeeping staff. When he caught him. Put him in a cooler. But nothing is as strange as what one hotel remodeler found during a job. He looked underneath a piece of furniture to find what looked like a dark human-like figure with large breasts. Just show the photos of that. I don't know what I would do. At first I think it's a real body. I'd be like, oh my God. The man noted that there was old blood left behind on it, and people were convinced that it was some kind of weird makeshift sex doll. When asked how the material felt, he said, I will never forget the crunchy feeling. Sound like picking up like a pile of leaves. Some people would bring full weapons into the room only to leave them there. One hotel worker admits that housekeeping completely missed a loaded firearm in a drawer upon cleaning the room. An entirely new family was booked and checked out before anyone realized that the gun was there. In a strange scene, one hotel worker in charge of doing laundry walked into a room to find that a jacuzzi tub was filled to the brim with Jell-O, staining the material so bad that it had to be professionally cleaned and fully taken apart due to it being crammed into the jets. That's like how we couldn't lead with just like the Jell-O jacuzzi receipt and said that's at the end after everyone has clicked off for poop and blood, sex dolls, and dead people. Okay, hotels bring people from all walks of life. Sometimes things can lead to some truly bizarre and crazy encounters. If you're checking into a hotel, just act like a normal fucking person, dude. Don't bother anyone, and perhaps buy some extra locks so nobody bothers you. Thank you so much for watching this video, and good luck out there. Bye-bye.
Have you had any weird hotel stories?
Yes. Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Coming and sitting down because today we're going to be talking about Taylor Swift yet again. But not for the whole time, so don't click away. I know. I did some shenanigans before with her, but it's not all about her. But for people that don't know, last Tuesday, Travis Kelce finally tied that bitch down and put a ring on it.
Clap. Oh. This video is actually all about Taylor Swift and her fans.
And let me tell you, the Swifties have responded with an eruption of emotions. There's things that you could tell on this channel that I love. I love talking about weird phobias, Disney adults, cults, and Swifties. And it isn't every day that we get to talk about them, Nick, so I'm glad that we get to talk about them now.
It's been a while.
It's been a bit. We got death threats before, so we can't get much lower. Me don't think.
Oh, I think you get murdered.
As you expect, this has basically become the most important thing to happen in the Swifties' lives, period, right? Their queen is getting married, and then she's gonna go on tour, she's gonna show off that rock, and the next is Travis is gonna lay a big load in her, and then she's gonna do the Beyonce thing where she does a tour with the belly bump, and then she divorces him, divorce tour.
Divorce tour.
It's all calculated, dude. It's all calculated.
You know what I think? I think she's gonna fake her pregnancy. You're gonna see her with the belly, but she's gonna have a surrogate. It's just for ticket sales.
That makes so much sense to me. That honestly makes so much sense, all right? Which, you know, because it's the most important thing to happen in the Swifties' life, it means that we're gonna have to hear about this for the foreseeable future. The planets in the cosmos aligned with this. The same day Taylor Swift got engaged was the same day Pumpkin Spice Latte came back out.
Coincidence?
I don't think it's gonna be a fucking white woman's holiday, dude. Them just gonna go crazy. I thought it'd be interesting to take a look at how this otherwise mundane event has sent people into an absolute frenzy. Because as you know, I love digging into people having emotional breakdowns online over celebrities they're obsessed with. Chef's kiss. And it all started on August 26th when Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce posted a photo of their engagement to Instagram, which I just want to say, hey, Travis, he's a KC chief, I'm a KC native. I just gotta say, good on you. He better not have signed a prenup either.
Oh, he did.
He better not have.
I heard the prenup was like 50 pages long.
No. He better not have signed a prenup. She's worth $1.6 billion. Can't cut me off half of that. Tay-Tay for dicking you down that good. You think every time he finishes, he does the Gangnam Style?
Oh, yeah.
Wouldn't that be nice?
Is that what he does when he does a touchdown?
Well, I don't know what that's like anymore. That never happens. The Instagram post, I gotta say, too, it said your gym coach and your English teacher got married. That's what the Instagram post says. Fucking millennial man is just brutal. I'm glad that's the generation after me.
Yeah.
I don't have to be tied into that shit. Are millennials the worst? Is that the worst, do you think? Humor-wise, probably.
Probably.
Do you think Taylor does, like, Jim Carrey faces to Travis Kelce or that? They watch The Grinch and stuff, she's like... Tay-Tay, stop. You already made me act up. For real, girl, stop it. The photo very quickly became one of the most liked photos in Instagram history, hitting around 36 million likes in less than a week. Swifties across the country began collectively losing their fucking minds, with many bursting into full tears while filming their raw reaction to the news. If I ever saw my daughter do this, I'd be like, we're sending you to some kind of psychiatric hospital. It's always the shaking, like the uncontrollable. It's always that. You can't just like collectively shed a tear of joy. One tear and you're like, that's awesome. To me, that's respectable. Freaking the fuck out and like hysterically shaking like you have epilepsy, where does that come in?
How are people supposed to know that this affects me deeply if I'm not
That's true. Okay.
hysterical?
Oh, that's true. Swifties were so adamant about getting the information to the masses as fast as possible that one class at an all-night girls Catholic high school was interrupted so that the staff member could announce the breaking news. Another passionate Swiftie even took to the rooftops of New York, screaming the announcement at the top of their lungs. How funny it would be if a guy just like falls off the thing.
Well, it'd be funnier if she announced it and then jumped off.
She's engaged!
Yeah, she thought she could fly.
Yeah, exactly. They said it would never happen. I can fly! It just like falls up. to the top of a fucking cab. A reporter for CBS caught the news right before going live, pulling out her phone and frantically reading through the announcement while shaking. CBS is not the only news outlet to lose its mind. A reporter from People's Magazine said, quote, "I'm a millennial Swiftie, and I'm going to say it, Taylor and Travis' engagement felt like a milestone win for our generation." Wait! We have new merch available, and it's totally awesome and totally swag. Put your big old titties or your big old cock in these amazing pieces of merch and get some today! The customers are ranting and raving about how much they love this merch. Here's one customer all the way from Ireland.
I love the new Papa Meat merch. Look at this cool t-shirt I'm wearing. I'm Irish.
That's awesome! And they survived on potatoes, and that's pretty cool. Be sure to go to the link in the description or this link right here to get some amazing swag and support the channel, and hey, back to the video. Then came the overwhelming emotions. Swarms of videos were released in which entire rooms of people were in tears as they read the poster's caption, "Your English teacher and your dim teacher are getting married." Over and over again. It's like a fucking cult, man.
Oh, yeah.
Well, what's weird is we've said this before, but like, it's like it's Scientology or something. You kind of forget about it, and then something happens where you're like, hey, I forgot about you.
Well, that's the thing. Now that Taylor is married, her cult followers are all going to find their Travis Kelce, or want to.
You know what? I want to take this time. Should I say something I want to talk about? I want to just say rest in peace, Brent Hines from Mastodon. Died in a motorcycle accident in Atlanta recently. They just did a march for him in Georgia, Atlanta. I just want to say, fucks Taylor Swift's stupid fucking wedding. And hey, rest in peace to one of our generation's greatest guitarist.
Okay, well, let's get back to Taylor, because that's way more important.
Okay! In some viral videos, even nuns were seen in hysterics, with one bawling her eyes out as she claimed she needed to text her father about the news. A nun. Don't worship false idols. What the fuck is that? Another content creator had to pull off the highway on her way to the airport because she was freaking out so much while driving that she thought she was going to fucking crash. That's kind of respectful, at least. If I was driving on the highway and I was like, looked over and she's like, in her driver's window looking at me.
Have you seen people crying while driving?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
It's awesome.
I'd say people like smashing their steering wheel.
Oh, there's nothing I love more than catching somebody crying on their car. I've done it. I've cried in my car and I've definitely looked at somebody, but I remember it was one time I was over to work and this guy was crying. He was doing that thing where he was like, and he was sniffing, you could see. He looked at me like this. He was like, and we were driving on the highway. He was like matching my speed. And I was like trying to drive up and he's like,
He wanted to be seen.
He did. I think he wanted me to fucking pull over and talk to him. It freaked me out, dude. One devout fan took to TikTok and exclaimed that Taylor Swift getting engaged has been the best thing to happen to her in 2025.
Taylor Swift being engaged is the best thing that's happened to me in 2025. I'm so happy for her.
She repeats that she was worried about sounding parasocial over the whole proposal, but then she explained that she called both her best friend and her mother, and they all cried together over the phone.
I called my best friend, we cried, my mom and I are crying.
Therefore, I'm not parasocial, we're normal. She's actually crying because the dad's dead. He's like, yeah, Taylor's wedding. She's like, no, your dad had a heart attack. And Taylor's getting married, Mom! You would think that these people are actually friends of hers with the way that they're reacting, that they've known her their entire life, which, to be fair, Nick, they kind of have.
Oh, yeah, they've been, like, I mean, if you think about it, millennials have been following her since, like, they were 13.
I remember when she fucking did country. Do people remember that she did country music back in the day? I don't fucking know. Does she sing any of the country songs anymore? She wears short skirts, I wear t-shirts, she's cheer captain and I'm on the Blazers. That song I should have slapped out. Can't you see you belong with me? You belong with me.
Is that a country song? I thought it was
yeah.
Oh.
It's a country song, man. Guitar twang. You know what my favorite Taylor Swift song is, though? Ooh, look what you made me do. Look what you just made me do. You just made, ooh.
What song's that? I've never heard that.
I think it's just called Look What You Made Me Do. I don't trust nobody and nobody trusts me. I'll be the fucking demon in your dreams. Or whatever the fuck it is, I don't know. It's a good song, though.
I like the one where she's dancing like a monkey.
She dances like a monkey in one of her music videos?
Yeah, she's like wearing like a blue or white dress, and everyone made fun of her because she can't dance.
She's like a giraffe.
Very lanky.
Yeah, very lanky. I don't expect her. I mean, she has a great voice. Oh, beautiful voice, but rigid, made of glass. Always wears those frilly big suits, whatever. And I'm like, she's fucking long, like Gumby. Remember Gumby?
I love Gumby.
Yeah. Reminds me of that. I'm just saying. I don't know if that really adds anything to the conversation, but one woman explains that she has been listening to Taylor Swift throughout all of her breakups. Shocker! It implies that her finally getting engaged means there's hope for her too.
I've been feeling really hopeless about love lately, and the fact that Taylor Swift found someone, like, this is like such a big deal to me for like so many reasons.
Yeah, if Taylor the billionaire can find love, so can I.
If Taylor the pretty billionaire can find love, so can I. There's hope out there for all of us, ladies. I can see the inside of my brain. I can see the inside of my brain. This is her on the first date. It's like, I have to go. Whatever. Ooh, look what you made me do. Look what you made me do. Look what you just made me. Ooh. I'm gonna listen to that. I'm putting that shit on my playlist again, dude. That song slaps, dude. Other fans are literally holding celebrations with their friends and co-workers over this proposal. Some including a custom cake congratulating the two of them, which they won't eat, but the person will eat. How sad is that? Congratulations, Taylor and Travis. Oh, you think she just puts the whole thing in her face at once? Congratulations, Taylor and Travis. Right in her own face. They ate it with me.
I bet she's pretending to like smash Taylor's face in, but she's testing her own, yeah.
Yeah. Oops, Taylor, you're in it. Taylor, let me go. Taylor. Or in another case, a bakery has begun to sell cookies with the location of their wedding written in the icing.
Oh my god, you know what I just thought?
Huh.
There are gonna be so many people who, like, they're gonna hint that they want to be proposed at the same spot that Travis and Taylor proposed at.
Oh, yeah. If that's like a property or something, gold mine. Gold mine. If you thought you could go about your day and ignore this piece of pop culture history, you'd be wrong. On the streets, one line waiting outside for a concert in Mexico erupted into cheers as the news began to spread. One woman decided to force everyone to be a part of the celebration by connecting a speaker system in a New York subway to loudly lip-sync Taylor Swift songs. That would drive me insane. That would be a fucking kick to the sternum. People were clearly not interested, walking right through her as they got off the stop. Yeah, New York too. They're gonna be like, I just saw a guy's foot deteriorate on the subway. You think I'm stopping for this crazy? Yeah, right. People were so invested in Taylor Swift's love life that companies responded to the news by letting their staff go home early because they were convinced people would be too distracted to do anything productive.
You didn't let us go home. I was sobbing at my desk.
Yeah, Nick was shaking and sobbing and stuff, and I said, "Hey, back to work!" Is why I said like that. I said, "Oh, look what you made me do." Put little fucking tassels on my nipples. Do you know that song? It's a good. You know what? You're fired unless you listen to it. What? You hear me? You're gonna listen to Blank Space and you're gonna listen to Ooh, What You Made Me Do.
What's Blank Space?
Yeah, buddy. I got a blank space, baby, and I don't know what your name. Boys only working about a gingy. I don't know. It's like that though. That's a huge song.
I've only heard the one where she's like, "I'm an ugly girl," and there's like a hot cheerleader.
What are you talking? That's the fucking she wears short skirts, I wear.
That's that. Oh, I've heard that song.
Yeah, that's not Blank Space. You've heard Blank Space, Nick. You've heard Blank Space. When you hear it, you're gonna be like, "Oh yeah, oh yeah." You're fired. You know what? F you. You're fired. At an HR block in Kansas City, an email was sent following the news that read, quote, "So here's the deal. If you're so inclined, call it early. Go home. Celebrate love. Speculate about the dress. Argue whether the reception will be held in Kansas City or a castle in Europe." And she added, "Pick things back up tomorrow when the internet calms down."
You should have said that.
What am I gonna do? I'm gonna kill myself in my office because that kind of love won't find me. Bye-bye! Right? That's what I should have done. You know what? You're fired. You're fired! And the Castle in Europe line references what has now become the widespread belief that Taylor and Travis' wedding will be the closest thing we have to a royal wedding. So we're basically saying that this is a king and queen getting married, which in a way it is. Loyal peons.
Dude, if Taylor Swift ran for president,
she'd win. I'm joking. You just kind of f***ed up in the presidential race. Not that many people vote. If she fucking runs, you're going to see an uptick. All right? There's going to be a day where Dwayne The Rock Johnson runs against Taylor Swift. I bet you she'd be a benevolent ruler.
Oh, she'd be ruthless.
The people of the world would fear her. She would like choke someone out in the UN. This is the Force, by the way.
She has force powers.
Yeah. Senator, sit down. Head blows up. What would be the first bill she would do?
I don't know.
Castrate all men. Bring me the gonads. Burn the land.
It would pass too.
Oh yeah. Yuck! Snip, snip. Take the babies from the beds and throw them out the window. It's like, what are we doing? Also, everyone gets Fridays off. Oh!
Yeah, you sneak that in the bill.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, woo! I also think that she would frack.
She'd what?
I think that she would frack the land or whatever.
Oh, yeah.
She would deep sea drill for oil and stuff. She wouldn't give a
The Earth can just remake it. Not a big deal. We'll replace it with babies. Put the babies down there.
Wait! We want to thank today's sponsor, GamerSubs, our longest, most beautiful sponsors on this channel. You can go to gamersubs.gg and get our own flavor, raw meat. That's right, baby. It's one of the best. I'm going to say it's the best right now, and I think I need you to try it right now. It's keto-friendly, sugar-free, and there's non-caffeinated options if you have a little quail heart. That's too much for you. But also, GamerSubs right now has carbonated energy drinks. Move over, Red Bull. There's a new sheriff in town. They got all kinds of flavors right now, guys. Let me tell you, if raw meat keeps going the way it is, they're wanting to put that little bitch in a can and sell it as well. So be sure to check out my flavor, raw meat. And also, if you're unironically just wanting like a carbonated energy drink or more of the shaken energy drinks type stuff, GamerSubs is the way to go. It's fucking awesome. It is a very, very nice product. So thank you so much to GamerSubs for continuously sponsoring these channels. And hey, go check them out. You can get free samples. If you like big anime titty cups, they do tons of drops of different creators. It's just a nice thing for if you're a fan of online content and if you're needing a little extra energy boost. So thank you so much for GamerSubs for sponsoring this video, and back to the video. And as you can imagine, nothing revolving around Taylor Swift can occur without a little bit of drama, right? If you can believe it, not everyone is celebrating Taylor's engagement because they're fucking dogs, right? God, I fucking hurt my throat there. Fuck.
Take a sip of a little gold.
So the dogs thing? I feel like I broke my windpipe.
That's Taylor getting back at you for...
Taylor? Some communities are doing much, much worse. On Reddit, there's a community called Taylor Swift. You can kind of figure where this is going, which focuses solely on the conspiracy that Taylor is actually gay. The community is so private that it hasn't accepted any new members in years. However, some of their content has been getting leaked and they are losing their minds. One fan refuses to believe that Travis and Taylor are truly in love, instead suggesting that the proposal is just a facade to cover Taylor's relationship with Zoe Kravitz, with Travis merely being used as a way to have children.
Yeah, because...
She wants those tall, beautiful, big genetics, dude. Some fans are even questioning their beliefs. A hardcore Gaylor fan stated that they are growing more worried about how serious Taylor and Travis's relationship is getting and starting to believe that Taylor has never been gay in the first place. That's a shocker. Because their world is crumbling, other fans are posting about how they're having panic attacks because of this engagement. Am I dying? Is this death? Is this death? They claim their panic attacks are worsened because they can't rationalize whether Taylor is actually bisexual and loves Travis, or if the proposal is all performance art. Hey, death! Am I dying? Is this what death is? The light! The light! Several fans have even suggested that Travis is gay too, and both are in a relationship to escape the public eye. Since the proposal, the spotlight has been mostly on Taylor, and that's because a lot of her fans are hypercritical of Travis, claiming that he proposed to Taylor on the wrong knee. Others are actually happy that Taylor is finally marrying Travis because they believe that since he's a big dumb idiot, he won't fight her on anything.
He's never gonna be like, we shouldn't decorate the living room this way. You know what I mean? Because he's a big dumb idiot.
He'll be her little lapdog, a big lapdog at that.
And then when he gets CTE, he's gonna start...
Then when Travis gets CTE and you find out that he strangled her with a Bowflex, everyone's gonna be like...
Would have saw that coming.
What? Because news of the engagement has started to blow up, some Swifties are becoming snobby and are rejecting the new fans. Get out of here! This is for us! All 6 billion of us! No newbies in anymore. Right, guys? A huge wave of people.
Gatekeeping Taylor Swift?
I would. I love the idea of gatekeeping the most universally liked thing in the world. That's amazing. It's like gatekeeping cheese. you just start putting cheese on your stuff now? Okay, all right. They believe that her new relationship brought in people who only care about her dating life as a celebrity and not her career achievements, okay? And us celebrating it's different. That's different. A lot of her more devoted fans, however, are trying to figure out how to somehow get into the wedding. On Twitter, people are begging Taylor to hide a golden record in one of her new albums, with the finder being able to earn an invite to the wedding, like Willy Wonka. That's how the Swifties think in children movies. She's like, either it's like trying to find the invitation and finding winning is much like Nemo, and what if she released something like Willy Wonka and Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, and we were able to tour her wedding? That'd be awesome. I'd bring my Grandpa Joe.
You think she's gonna do a wedding tour?
Yes. Yes. I was just gonna be like, I got one of these, and then it's going to break the sound barrier. A black hole is gonna open up in the center of the field. And the Earth's gonna get sucked in, and that's what's gonna happen. But they simply cannot wait for them to tie the knot. So out of desperation, they are creating AI videos of the wedding, which is awesome. It's awesome because it's one of the greatest acts of mental illness I've ever seen in my life. It's amazing. I'm there at Taylor Swift's wedding, rocking back and forth in a fucking padded cell.
Putting themselves in the wedding too. They're probably like the ring bearer.
Yeah, they're a dog carrying the thing up. Travis like pats her head and that, and then Taylor pats her head and they're like, Many of these fake videos include the wedding taking place on the tarmac, so Taylor can walk down the aisle from her private jet, which is awesome. And many fans, surprisingly, aren't taking the news too well. Most normal people will see the nice photos and simply wish them well. Others have begun comparing their seemingly perfect relationship to their own lives, despite the fact that everything they do is heavily monitored and calculated to elicit the best PR response. One woman posted in the low spirits about how she can't cope with the fact that she is lonely and not making nearly the same impact on the world as they are. Brutal. Another disgruntled Swiftie admitted to sending a Snapchat DM to her significant other about how unfair it is that the supposed breakup queen has gotten engaged sooner than the two of them.
Oh yeah, that's gonna be...
If fellas, if any of you guys are dating a Swiftie right now, run for the fucking hills, buddy. So I guess that we're never doing this. So I guess it's just not gonna happen. The girl who's never wants to date anyone breaks up with every, she's engaged. So I guess this isn't happening between us now.
I'd kill myself.
I would too. Of course, fans love to analyze every single morsel of information about Taylor Swift to satisfy their obsession. Some Swifties have begun scrutinizing every single detail about the engagement photo. Multiple accounts are posting her exact outfit she wore for the proposal, that they even list where to buy it and how much it costs so you can live out your engagement era dreams. Oh, God. Meanwhile, other women are researching the exact carat count and cut to Taylor's ring so they can have the exact same one. I have no identity. I am a shell.
I've seen people posts saying like, you have no idea how this is going to shake up the diamond business.
K Jewelers and Zales are like, what?
Oh, they're definitely gonna have like, this is Taylor's ring.
Yeah, the it's probably gonna be called the fucking engagement era ring. Some old guys just like, isn't it beautiful? Just, it would look great on you. You're right, old man. Just recently on October 3rd, Taylor Swift released her newest album titled The Life of a Showgirl. People noticed early on one of the tracks in the lineup was titled Wood. People immediately noticed that Travis Kelce was tagged on the Instagram engagement post on the tree on the left side of the frame. This has led to various posts on Taylor Swift Reddit about what this could possibly mean. And one post read, then lyrically, what could the song be about? Wood in the sexual manner, like his cock? My husband said no way. That's more of a Sabrina Carpenter, if anything. There's also the phrase knock on wood, which is more likely. The superstitious of it is to avoid tempting fate, per Wikipedia. In a true Taylor Swift manner, she'd probably twist the phrase in some way. Who fucking cares? Also, Sabrina Carpenter, she's like a dirty leg in her songs.
Her newest album cover, people were fucking frothing, saying, you fucking slut.
Why?
Because it's like her on her knees getting her hair like twisted by a guy.
Oh.
So.
I thought she made the fucking coffee song. Is it like graphic stuff? Like,
no, I mean, I don't
like
think it's
Megan Thee Stallion, where they're just basically like, split my ass open, spit on it. Fuck that clit like a Jolly Rancher. And you're like, I need a break. Thinking Sabrina Carpenter's actually just like put a thumb in my ass and can play a Chinese finger trap with my asshole doesn't seem like a Sabrina Carpenter thing.
Have you seen her like her tour, like her dancer? She does like just actual stuff where like curtains will come down and then they'll shine a light in the back and then you'll see like two figures like having sex or doing sexual things. Or she did that thing where like two guys were high-fiving and then she bent down. She was getting like a
Eiffel Tower.
Eiffel Tower, yeah.
Taking her to Paris. She's like a dwarf.
Yeah.
Not really anything, just we're just talking about her, so it made me think she's like the size of a dwarf. Like Toxic Avenger, new Toxic Avenger thing. I always do that.
People say she looks like Hillary Clinton when she was younger.
I've had people say that Hillary Clinton in law school, man, could get it. That's what Bill did. Oh my God. Hillary. I want you to sit on my face. All of this news has led to more people becoming absolutely sick of the never-ending news surrounding Taylor Swift and Travis. And sports fans fear that they'll have to hear about every minute in detail about the whole situation, even being updated through the ESPN app about it. It's alright for everyone to be excited about something like this. After all, regardless of the fact that most Swifties will literally never meet this person in the real life, they've still spent most of their lives connecting with her music. That's gotta count for something. But for the love of God, get a grip! And can I say one final thing to...
No. Okay.
Just want to say seriously, congrats to the two guys. That's awesome. Taylor Swift and Travis. Seriously, it's going to be a magical day. It's going to be great. Also, if you've been crying in your room over this thing, take your phone and break it with a hammer. Fucking go for a walk, dude.
Go to a dog park. You might meet a handsome young man with two nice poodles.
Here's a fucking newsflash for women in case they don't know. The only reason a man takes his dog to a dog park is to meet a woman.
Yeah.
I'll say that right there. There might be guys like, no, dude, he loves it. I love having my guy go out there and play. The fantasy is always, I'm going to go out there, dog's going to meet. Sorry, but, oh, hey, I'm Hunter. You know, that kind of thing. Go to a dog park, adopt an ugly dog and go to a dog park. Also, adopt the ugly dog to make you look more pretty. Huh? That's why I get a huge obese dog. Slims me down.
It works for girls and guys. Because guys will go up to the dog, like, this is a cute pup. And then they look at you, but you're even prettier.
Auga! All right, bye. Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? Coming to sit down because today we're going to be talking about water parks. Summer is finally upon us, my friends. And that means grilling, fireworks, and unfortunately the sweltering heat. I can't stand it. My fat body oozes sweat all the time. Horrible. So fat. So disgustingly fat. As a skinny man, do you like the heat?
No.
That's surprising. I feel like you're a big heat guy. To beat the heat, some stay indoors in the nice air conditioning, while others take a dip in the pool. But for those who are seeking more of a thrill, water parks offer exciting and sometimes dangerous attractions. From fast-paced water slides to raging wave pools and soothing lazy rivers, water parks can be an exciting adventure for people of all ages. However, as time goes on, they become far less enchanting as a concept, especially as you get older and realize what's going on behind the scenes. Also, just your eyes open to just being like, this is kind of disgusting. You know what I mean? When you're younger, you're like, what? When I was younger, my fat ass was just like, that's where I get Dippin' Dots. Go to the water park, I get all pruny and I eat my Dippin' Dots.
Can you imagine all the people who don't wipe properly and they're going in like the wave pool?
They don't wipe properly with shitty ass, mud butt. Oh, the amount of fecal dust or matter from dry poo-poo has got to be crazy. The biggest thing for me is pee. There's no way there is a filtration system that can I mean, you are just getting covered and drinking pee, you know. I've been in a wave pool where kids have like, oh, wow. They like put water out and do it sprout out. It's I'm like, oh, dude. Especially when I've like been sitting there, like I said, it's like a little fat ass kid just bobbing around. Definitely just took a piss. And I see like a little girl next to me like, and I'm just like,
yeah, little girl, no. Are you the one who took a piss?
Oh, yeah. I was a kid. I don't know. Yeah, listen, the older you get, the more you're like, that's disgusting. People, like, you know, they're like, yeah, it's a joke, it's fun. Until after a while, it's like it's a crime scene. It's a fucking crime scene. While they may still seem fun, water parks are some of the grossest public places you can attend. They're filled with various germs, parasites, and fecal matter. Shit, poo-poo.
Parasites. I never thought about that.
Yeah, little bugs swimming around, actual germs and yeah, I'm telling you, it's a nightmare.
Is that how tapeworms transfer? If you had a tapeworm?
You know what? I have no idea, but I'm gonna immediately say yes. Put on your goggles as we make our way through the disgusting and dangerous world of water parks. Despite being known as a family-friendly attraction, most water parks are pretty disgusting and trashy. I think once again, as you get older, you realize that's every single water park. I don't think is there a fancy water park considered a fancy water park?
I don't know. We had Wild Waters where I lived.
That already sounds like a trailer park. Where do you live? Wild Waters? You know what I'm talking about? I'm trying to think of anyone. We had Oceans of Fun. And even that, once again, that sounds like an American Ninja course or something like that, doesn't it?
I think they're inherently trashy. Also, they
gotta be.
They degrade very quickly with all the chlorine.
Well, that's why everything has like rust on it. Just because there's I mean, like, that's why you like look at stuff. You're gonna walk up the steps of this thing. You like look at the structure of it. It's all like rusted and just dripping. There's just water. You're like, is that okay? Yeah, it's fine. Despite being known as family-friendly attractions, most water parks are pretty disgusting and trashy. Great Wolf Lodge is one of the most popular water parks in the U.S. with 23 locations across the country. There's even one around here. I went there once. Great Wolf Lodge is essentially like a log cabin themed hotel with a massive indoor water park, and there's like various restaurants and activities inside, all geared towards children. It's basically like a place where if it's your, like, at least for when I grew up, it was like, oh, it's your birthday, I'm going to Great Wolf Lodge. You'd be like, whoa, because you go there, water park, there's like arcade, there's like of piss and feces that can be found in the waters at the water park, which I gotta say, I mean, do you think people break for turds?
No.
Does it just go by and you're like Neo dodging it? Oops, missed me. You keep swimming.
I never did this, but I always fantasized. You know, in pools, they have the little like lip where the water like gets filtered. I was imagining putting my butt up to that and taking a poop in there. So I'm sure.
Why is that a fantasy?
I'm just saying, as a kid, I
wanted to take a shit in this big dollop of drool just going around. I tell you what, I'm fucking real. Just a big dollop of spit. He's like, have you ever done it? Be honest.
No, but no, I never pooped.
You can't say no, but
my friend was big into water polo, and he said all the time, like, oh yeah, we never used the restrooms. They were locked. He said that we'd piss in the pool, and then we'd go out into the field and take a shit. So
just not even being able to wipe and then going back in the chlorine pool is just, that's crazy, man. Muddy waters is what that is. People playing the blues. When staff are not fishing turds out of the splash pad, they're dumping gallons of chlorine into the pools to combat the constant flow of piss. They're basically doing chemical warfare. These kids are gonna get sick. It's like, it's too much, Joshua. I don't care. Because usually you do that shit before people are they're out of the pool or whatever. I've seen people like dumping shit. Like dumping chlorine into the pool because they're just like, maybe the pH levels are too fucked up or so. I don't know. The sheer amount of chlorine in the water regularly causes kids to suffer from severe chemical burns and vomiting after ingesting small amounts of the water. God damn, dude, they look like victims of fucking Chernobyl. Kid coming out of the pool. I've seen plenty of kids vomit from drinking chlorine though.
Oh, I've never.
Oh, you haven't?
No.
Oh, it's hilarious. It's when you're a kid, it's always so funny. Haha, there's Tanner, and he's like, oh, it's just water vomit. Oh.
What was your worst experience at a water park?
I was in a lazy river. Whee! Because it's fun because the current's going, so you get to go fast. Woo! And I came up and a Band-Aid was stuck to my cheek like that, and I peeled it off, and it was like just bloody as shit. And this girl came over, she's just like, "You got my scab."
Oh, she's hitting on you.
Yeah. See, it's so funny. That's how you decipher that. I'm like, it's disgusting. I was gagging basically, and you're like, "Hello, my lady."
Yeah.
I guess the shoe fits.
I can't think of any bad experience like this, but I remember I was terrified of the wave pool.
Oh, I done wrong. I was a pussy at the wave pool too. There's always like one child in distress in a wave pool too. Have you ever noticed that? Every time you go to a wave pool, it's always one kid that's like way farther than they should be, and they're like this. No one cares. No one cares. The lifeguard's just looking down at him like this. Some fat kid in a Tasmanian devil shirt just like this. Oh God. Yeah. Oh my God. I still am haunted by that. Actually, that's bring back deep memories. God, and it's at everyone. I don't know what attracts those kids out there. I always think about the fact, like those little fat son of a bitches in those shirts, like bobbing their way out to the deep end. Yeah. I'm like, why do you keep going out that way? Come back this way. Also, the current is pushing you the opposite way. You're all the way down there. Outside the kids area, guests report that the rides and support beams are corroding. At the Dallas location, the outdoor areas don't offer any shade unless you rent a cabana or an umbrella, leaving the sun baking the guests. Also, mind you, children. I like how they only if you have the cabana. Yeah, if you have the pup cabana. The Great Wolf Lodge, you gotta have the pack. You have to be a pack leader and get a cabana. I like how you would think that for a kids thing, it's like there has to be shade everywhere. Even if the facility you are staying at is great, some of the guests at the Great Wolf Lodge can be pretty fucking weird. While climbing the stairs to a water slide, a man records himself fondling and staring at his wife's butt while he's in line with children. Get your ass up there.
Oh yeah. I was gonna say that's probably a breeding ground for horn dogs.
I bet you, what I'm wondering now, it's gotta be a swingers playground. That's what it is, dude. And I bet you anything, they fucking probably rent some rooms and they drink in the rooms and like, go find the wolf. I don't think there is a wolf here, Dad. I think it's just called that. Go find him. You shut there. That's not Mommy. Her name's Teresa. Slams the door in a kid's face.
Yeah, Daddy's the wolf.
If the wolf's howling, don't come knocking. In 2017, a 3-week study was done in Canada to determine the average amount of piss found in public pools. They found an average of 20 gallons of piss whizzed out across 3 weeks. The authors view this as a public health concern, but most people aren't as concerned so long as they don't get caught doing it themselves, right? You don't think that's about that much?
20 gallons over 3 weeks. We're talking thousands of gallons of water. I think scientists, they're trying to...
Yeah, it's big pharma trying to stop us from enjoying ourselves. Okay. Former employees of various water parks revealed that the grossest part about the job was seeing what the water looked like before it was cleaned up and prepped for attendees to enter. One described large clumps of hair, sunglasses, old band-aids, used condoms, and all of that shit would just be floating around you as the pumps made it swirl into a torrent of just yuck.
See, condoms now, that disgusting.
I didn't even think about used condoms. We just got done talking about the swingers thing. Can you imagine just be like, fucking rip it off and then just toss it in the water? It's insane.
Oh, I bet you there's some people bumping heads in the wave pool.
You talking this?
Yeah.
Oops. Can you imagine being in the wave pool and the guy next to you just like, uh-oh. Now you guys starting to collide and shit. You have your hands together. Going on. I found out a lot about myself today at the water park I didn't know. Jousting. Honey, it's time to get out. Give me a minute. At a wildlife theme park in Kansas, children were playing in a splash pad where nozzles in the ground shot water up into the air. The CDC was alerted that multiple people had contracted. The CDC was alerted that multiple people had contracted an infection called shigellosis. Shigellosis? What the fuck? Had contracted an infection called shigellosis. It turns out that a total of 40 people of varying ages became ill from the water park. 3 were hospitalized from shigellosis and another from norovirus. The CDC had to urge people to practice proper safety habits before re-entering the Kansas Wildlife Park. This included avoiding consumption of pool water and any poop or pee in the water. That's so true about Kansas, those fucking inbred bastards over there. You guys realize you can't eat and drink piss, right? Are you serious? Are you serious? I was planning on going up to the wildlife park and getting me some shigellosis. They also advised against standing over the splash pad jets, worried that it would rinse feces off of people's asses and end up in other people's... Worried that it would rinse feces off people's asses and end up in others' mouths. What is this hellscape? Are people just sitting there like... It's like shit water going everywhere. But I tell you, it is fun. It's fun being out here at Wildlife Park. Honestly, I'm trying to be. Let me ground myself here. Do I even wipe good enough? See, that's why I use bidets now, because I'm telling you, there is nothing left after.
I think I wipe good, but then some days I'll take my pants off. God damn! What the hell happened?
You're like, when did I put a brown marker in my pants? Yeah.
I wipe until I bleed. I'm like,
you wipe until you bleed? No wonder you're sick all the time. Because you probably have open sores in your ass. You're getting poop into your bloodstream, dude. I mean, you can sit there and laugh. I feel like that's why you're always walking with a limp and shit. I mean, why? I thought you've had scurvy for like a couple. I think it's just because you got shit. I think you got a little shit butt.
I've always wondered that. Yeah, if you have an open sore in your asshole, there's poop coming out of there. Is that?
Yeah, it's easy to get infected. I don't think just because it's your asshole doesn't mean that. I think it's going in your bloodstream, buddy. I was just God damn, you're getting down after a little hurt locker down there. I'm telling you, ease up on yourself. I'd say sometimes if I don't have the bidet, it feels like it's just like a kind of like a melted Hershey Kiss is just always on the precipice of my asshole. I can never. It doesn't matter. The more I wipe, it never goes anywhere. I even try scooping, digging anything. It doesn't get out.
That
of there.
Might be a hemorrhoid.
No, it's not a hemorrhoid. I've had a hemorrhoid. I have a hemorrhoid. You don't get rid of them. That thing came out of my ass. I'm telling you, I was like wiping one time. I was like, it's all sore. I'm not I think I've said this before, but it was like the size and the same, as hard as a green apple Jolly Rancher. It was like that. It was unfucking real. It was pulsating and shit. I could feel my heartbeat on that. I sat there and I was like, I was sitting there, I was like.
This weekend, I don't know what was up, but every time I went to the bathroom, I got shit on my hand.
The water park thing is becoming more and more clear now, actually. You're walking around, splash in the pool. Shit all over your hands. Within the past couple of years, over in Kentucky, a water park dealt with a chlorine-resistant parasite that had to shut down temporarily. The revolving. That's fucking scary. That's a sci-fi movie. Chemicals, they aren't killing it anymore. Motherfucker just mean mugging you from the water. I dare you to come in here with me. At Raging Water, Sacramento, a brawl involving 40 people broke out over a towel. The battle began after 2 drunk women got into an argument over someone's towel being stolen. And as it escalated, 35-year-old Christopher Neves tried to step in and break up the fight, but was assaulted and left unconscious without a pulse. After Christopher went down, things escalated and involved both families fighting one another in front of their kids. Eventually, police were called, and the park was shut down early while the police figured out what the fuck actually happened. And a similar situation occurred at Kalahari Resort in Ohio when someone cut in line at a surfing ride. As soon as the person cut, an argument broke out, and eventually a 10-person brawl was broken up by lifeguards. The fight would resume with 23-year-old Brittany Cabay throwing punches at nearby guests until she was picked up and body slammed into the ground. My God. She would suffer from a severe head injury that would cause her to lose consciousness. And during the chaos, her boyfriend Zachary would reportedly pick up a chair, hurl it into the crowd, then slip and knock himself unconscious, joining his girlfriend in the astral plane. Just baking in the sun. You'd think that the standard equipment for a security guard at a water park would be a radio and maybe handcuffs, yet online, security guards are posting photos of their handguns before their shifts at water parks. Okay, I don't know. Shooting rounds in the water. This has turned water park security guards into the laughing stock of the profession, with others showing off their over-the-top loadouts. In 2022, deputies were called to Hurricane Harbor Splashtown Park regarding a group of teens who refused to leave after being asked. During their arrest, a teen jumped on the deputy's back. Nearby security guards tried to step in and help, but that only drew the teen's attention to them. As the security guard began to assist, a teen girl punched them in the head while the other teens bit them on the arm. Eventually, all the teens would be arrested and charged with resisting arrest and assaulting an officer. As soon as a girl bit me right here, I fucking take her mouth, and I just like fucking Kong breaking that dinosaur's joke. I do one of those. A girl hit me, she'd be like, no. I take my baton and I do it. Right through her sternum. I say, just test me. Just test me. And she's probably got poop on her teeth. Everything we've heard about today about water parks, she's got probably shit teeth. Like a zombie attack. I only have so much time before I turn myself. I'm gonna take as many of you down with me as I can. And then, yeah, I'd fucking rain hell on everybody.
The gun comes out. I'm killing innocents at this point.
Jesus. God! Also, that line, my God, I'm killing innocents. I'm killing innocents at this point. Bystanders. People just, yeah, whatever. All right, dude. Many water parks deal with serial poopers or peers in their waters. However, one park dealt with a serial peer who liked to piss on the rocks in the sauna room to fill it with steamed urine. At another water park, a lifeguard reported watching a man squat and lay a steam coil 20 feet from the bathroom, making direct eye contact with them. A man recalled that his younger brother used to go to the shallow end of his local pool and scoop up pieces of poop in a styrofoam cup to get free hot dogs from concession stands. What kind of deal is this? For every styrofoam cup of poop you fill, you get one free Coney dog. Like, what the fuck are you talking about, dude? I guess that, you know, that kind of rules though. Clean up the pool, get the poo-poo out,
get a hot dog,
get a free hot dog. But see, that causes more poop in the pool. That's the catch-22 of the whole situation. At a water park in Texas, new lifeguards were encouraged during their training to jump into the pool to pee rather than waste time finding a bathroom.
I'm telling you, anybody who's like a water animal or something,
What do you mean a water animal? What does that mean? You mean someone who's just like an avid swimmer or something?
Someone like sports.
Oh, you're saying because your buddies that do the pool. Yeah, I'm sure they piss in the pool.
They encourage it.
I just think it's disgusting.
It is.
I mean, you know, and when they are not fishing poop out of the water, water park staff are constantly catching people having sex. It's extremely common for people of all ages, including teens, to be caught in the act at a water park. It doesn't matter if it's in the lazy river or the wave pool, people will literally do it anywhere because they're fucking savages.
Did you see that old video of that one woman looking at the lifeguard who was doing this, like doing the scanning, and she thought she was like some kind of robot or alien? That was like a big conspiracy, was that like aliens were at the water parks.
God, dude.
They say it's to keep you alert, so you're scanning the pool, and also so you don't fall asleep. They say like it's a technique like...
I have seen so many lifeguards asleep at their post. Because the thing, it's the perfect, because they wear the glasses and they'll sit there. There's this one guy that was like this. His glasses on, you can just tell he was like... Also looks comfy up in those big wooden chairs. Little umbrella over here in the shade, nice breeze coming in. Especially at a water park too, a little bit of water, just kind of the mist hitting you. I'd be out. I'd be out like a... Also, can you imagine me? Can you imagine me being a lifeguard? A big fat ass gonna... I would just be like, just use my body to try to propel yourself up and I'll just float down to the bottom. If you've ever gone down a water slide, then you'll know that there are tons of signs and warnings for good reason. Looking at some of the slides found at water parks, it was a miracle that they were ever approved. Action Park is widely regarded as one of the most dangerous amusement water parks ever to open. For starters, the park featured an attraction called the Tarzan Swing, which let guests swing off a platform into a large pool. While it might sound harmless, it was anything but. On more than one occasion, guests would hold onto the rope too long and launch themselves into the pool's concrete wall. Guests also regularly dislocated their shoulders from the rope due to excessive torque during the swings, and pool itself was spring-fed, making it incredibly cold. This actually led to one person having a heart attack and dying after going into shock from hitting the water. If rope swings aren't your thing, you could go down the Cannonball Loop water slide. The slide was a 50-foot long metal tube with a fully enclosed loop at the bottom. Riders at the top would have to be hosed down, otherwise there'd be too much friction and they would get trapped at either the top or bottom of the loop in complete darkness. And most of those who rode came back out bruised and bloodied. According to a former employee, the owner, Gene Mulvihill, would pay them $100 just to test ride the slide to make sure it was safe. It's $100, get it down. After it was open, it was shut down permanently due to high number of injuries and maintenance needs. Many parents online have discussed how nerve-wracking it is to take their young child to a water park on account of how many potential injuries can occur. Some unfortunate kids have ended up seriously injured due to either recklessness or pure misfortune. One 14-year-old was left seriously injured after being sucked into a water park drain in Funtown Water Park in Crystal Beach, Texas. The teenager had been messing around with his friends, and at one point he had randomly decided to pick up a large grate attached to the drain in one of the park pools. Why? I don't know. County sheriffs believe that he did this as some sort of dare. As soon as he lifted it up, he slipped and fell inside the suction from the drain and began holding him underwater. His friends rushed to alert staff members, who turned off the pump, hoping it would release the suction, but it continued pulling him down, and he was eventually forced out of the drain, but was hospitalized due to the internal injuries he suffered. No legal action has ever been publicized about the disaster, so who knows? Maybe they paid him out of pocket.
Show the image of the crab getting sucked into the pipe. Water pressure's scary.
Yeah. I think water slides are scary. I mean, like, I'm claustrophobic. I tell you, like, as a kid, I don't know how I did it. Those water slides are fucking... it's insane. I'm freaked out by water slides now. I can't do it. The more you look into water parks, the more archaic they seem. From the people, the sanitation, and the endless risk to your physical safety, it's hard to imagine not feeling at least a little nervous attending one. There's truly no telling what can happen when you enter a place like that. So, if you find yourself going to a water park for whatever reason, be prepared for the dangers that lurk above and below the water. And for the love of God, go to the doctor after. Just do a general checkup when you're done.
Also, wipe your butt.
Wipe your butt and go pee in a toilet. Go poop in a toilet, for the love of God. And wipe your ass.
But it's so cold.
Ooh, it's cold. Pee make me warm.
I almost saw my friend die in a river, canal. We were at the canal. There's like 20 kids. And this guy's like the most athletic kid I know. He swam out, and then he's like, help! And I watched and did nothing. But luckily there was a better swimmer who got him and saved him. We thought he was joking.
That's a fascinating story. We'll see you in the next one, guys. Bye!